The November 15th working session to order. Can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Beeman.
What?
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machieski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie.
Here.
Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Thanks, Chair.
All right, moving on, we will go to public participation for viewers in the audience or on Zoom. You will have 1 minute during working session to address the board. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address the board right now or online? All right, please come on down, state your name and where you live for the record.
It is Jane Vogel, and I live in Scioto Township. And I want to say thank you. These can be difficult jobs, and so thank you for stepping up. I'm a retired Ford manager. When I retired, I jumped into the climate game with both feet. I was also a Scioto trustee for a very short stint. Here's my request. You got to fund this climate plan. Here's why. I'm going to start with a really interesting observation. Sunday Ann Arbor paper, we get a hard copy. I think we're like down to the final few. First paragraph, first headline, it's the highest priority. It's all about sort of this budget thing, et cetera. Bottom of the page is grant to invest in more solar powered climate resilient hubs. Ann Arbor's pulling in another $1 million+ grant, right? Here's what it's analogous to. When I was in Scioto Township and a big champion for the parks and the pathways, when we went to pass the park and pathway millage, we promised residents we could leverage those funds at least 3 to 1, and we have.
I apologize. We only get 1 minute during working
it?
session and your
Okay,
time's up.
so
Thank you,
basically fund this thing. The money replicates itself. Great efforts in the area. Thank you.
Thanks. We have 3 minutes during the regular board meeting if you stick around for that. Yep. Is there anyone online?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
First, we have Chris Olson.
Okay, Chris, go ahead and you'll have 1 minute during our working session, but you'll have 3 minutes during our board meeting later. Your name
Yes,
and
thank you. My name is Chris Olson and I live in Ann Arbor Township. And I just wanted to thank the commissioners for all your work on weighing all of these difficult choices. And I would like to say I also support fully funding implementation of the Resilient Washtenaw program. And that's all I wanted to say. I want to just remind you that it's extremely important and that the county declared a climate emergency. So let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Ashley? Okay, moving on. Do we have a report from the county administrator?
No report this evening.
Thank you so much. Do we have a report from our Board of Commissioner liaison, Ashley?
No report, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we will go to our first discussion item of the night. We have from Southeast Michigan Works, Shamar Heron.
And crew.
Hello.
All righty. Good afternoon, or excuse me, good evening, commissioners. It's always a pleasure to stand before you all in this body to talk about the work that we're doing in the world of workforce right here in Washtenaw County. As usual, I bring my team with me. So I think you all remember Misty Schulters, our deputy director, and we have Mr. Richard Scott, better known as Scotty, who is, he's not new, but let's say he's in his first 4 or 5 months of being our business services manager. That means he is the individual that manages a team of up to 11 folks who go out throughout our 5-county region and make sure that our businesses are receiving the services that they need, because we consider ourselves demand driven, meaning the businesses create the demand and then we have the supply in terms of the career seekers that come into our building on a daily basis across all 5 counties. So we've got about 60 slides here and I'm gonna make sure I get through them relatively quickly. But again, thank you for being here. We always like to level set with who we are. So we do represent, again, 5 counties. Those counties are Hillsdale, Jackson, Lenawee, Livingston, and of course, Washtenaw. Little less than 1 million people in population, and our labor force, which is my favorite topic. And we're going to continue to talk about the labor force. at length because we no longer believe the unemployment rate is the appropriate proxy to use. How many people are able and willing to enter the labor force is where we are starting to see a major issue, primarily because of the population decline that has been happening over the last several decades. So we don't have enough people to fill the positions that are available, not only in our region or our county, but in the state, and it's starting to spread across certain portions of the country. About 12% of our population in those 5 counties are below the poverty line. And we're down in terms of the Alice population to 35%. That's on average. We know that Washtenaw is currently at about 26.6%, but on average across our 5 counties, we are sitting at about 35%. And I love this stat that 37% of the workers in our region travel 30 minutes or more to work. And that is showing us that our boundaries of county, city, township don't matter to those who are going to work. They're going where the best opportunities are, and that sometimes spans up to an hour's worth of travel. So that's a stat that I like to put out there when we're starting to talk about what's happening here versus the rest of the counties in the area in Southeast Michigan. I want to give a quick thank you to Commissioner Sanders, Beeman, and Light. They sit on our consortium board, which is our employer of record as well as our fiduciary, and they make major decisions on behalf of the residents of Washtenaw County to ensure Michigan Works Southeast has the funding as well as the guidance and the people necessary to operate at a high level. So they also administer our fiscal funds, approve all of our major contracts. We're a $15 million a year organization, so it's often there are contracts coming before them, and they're again our employer of record. They'll be with us this Friday, so once again, thank you to those commissioners and your dedication on behalf of Washtenaw County. I wanted to talk about the move. Some of you have heard about it. We've had discussions about it. It has been something that I've talked about at least daily, whether it's with individuals who lived in the 197, 198 area code or zip code, excuse me, or beyond. Like, why did you choose to move over to Ellsworth in August? And there's a couple areas that I want to point to. It was better infrastructure, it's more centrally located, and it continues to maintain bus access for those who need it. We are also working across 197 and 198 to make sure we have access points. So we didn't just pick up and leave. So we're still working with the New West Willow Neighborhood Association. We're working with Park Ridge. We have a couple of other places of faith that we're negotiating with for us to provide the technology and the resources in terms of the people to come through and make sure everyone continues to have access in a safe and affordable way. And affordable meaning free. Customer service and service delivery has been steady. We've actually seen a slight uptick, and we associate that with it being more centrally located. So that 8-minute move has opened up opportunities for more people from across the county. So those are some mock-ups that you see. We're still working on signage, so it's very easy for you to pass right by it. It's the former EOTech building, but the signage has been ordered and paid for. So we're excited to start branding the new building as well. Misty's going to cover some of the statistics in terms of the year in review.
All right, so on the screen, you can see what we accomplished as a 5-county region. And one of the things that I want to make sure that we highlight are those total participants, employers served in jobs filled targets. And so we were able to assist over 5,500 individuals with filling jobs in our 5-county region. And we're just really excited about hitting that metric as well as exceeding our participants served. You know, during COVID, our numbers dropped drastically. Folks were not interested in employment and training opportunities. And so this is really just a great sign of how we are coming out of that into a post-COVID world and starting to serve more individuals. Specifically for Washtenaw, you can see those statistics there. 46% of the individuals that went through a training program completed that training program successfully and earned themselves a credential that helps them upskill in the workplace. We are still working strongly on that apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is something that we've been focused on the last couple of years and are growing those opportunities, including connecting with intermediary services for employers that are interested in apprenticeships. Our employer served number, the participant target still Washtenaw was very strong with the number of participants that they served, and of course our jobs filled as well. So you can see their target was 1,900 and we exceeded that by nearly hitting 2,500. So it was great for the Washtenaw area. Let's see, continuing on with the organizational highlights, I think we'll tag team a couple of these, but one of the areas that we're seeing a great need is individuals do not want to spend 2 and 4 years in their training program. They want a credential that they can get in really 4 to 6 weeks so they can enter the workforce, start earning money and build on their skill from there. And so we are seeing enhanced micro-credential programming opportunities for our customers that connect them directly to an employer. And so we're excited about that because they can start earning that money and growing their skills from there. In the 22-23 year, we actually onboarded a new in-school youth provider, and that's Neutral Zone. And so we're excited about the opportunity to take our WIOA youth services and connect those with the population that Neutral Zone serves. And so out of that partnership, we've already created some great opportunities for work-based learning, and then to also connect those students that they serve to local employers to continue with their career pathway.
All righty, thanks. And another partnership that we are extremely proud of is the Community Violence Intervention Team over on the east side of the county. We are participating in the weekly meetings. We also put in a grant with the state of Michigan. It's the BRES or BREEZE funding. We wrote for 10 adults and 20 youth to have fully subsidized employment, as well as some of the career training and mentorship that we do with our summer works program. So the model is very similar, but we want to get some of the youth that interact with that CVIT team and make sure that they're having the opportunities. We're really taking an intergenerational approach. So we believe some of this will be in the same household. Some of these employment opportunities, it may be a child and a parent, maybe going to different employers, but participating in some of those enhancement activities together. And lastly, we are one of 7 states in the entire great nation to have received a PROUD grant, which allows us to go into the Milan Federal Correction Facility and do work readiness. However, we took it a step further and we reached out to A Brighter Way and We the People Opportunity Farm and wrote them into the grant to the feds. And we did what we were told was an act of God by getting former felons into a federal facility. So Adam and Melvin go into the facility twice a month, and they have a curriculum that they've created called the Art of Reentry. And so that allows them to go in and talk about all of the social emotional pieces that go along with reentry. So we're going to cover the workforce parts, not we all the time, although we are cleared to go in. We have a team of folks from 3 different counties, including Washtenaw, that go in and talk about the workforce piece. But then Melvin and Adam make sure these individuals have the confidence they need. They understand how to repair relationships. They understand how to maintain themselves in a new setting. I can't imagine what it's like to have done decades of time in a facility, a correctional facility, and the repairing and the relationship building that needs to happen again for those individuals. But Adam and Melvin do, and that's why we thought it was extremely critical that they be a part of this work.
Okay, so quickly, we'll go over business services. So what the year looked like for us delivering services to our employers. So just a reminder of a few of those opportunities that are available so we can connect employers to training grants, continuing with the expansion and creation of apprenticeships if that is what they feel is their tool to connecting to the job seeker pool. And then also running the industry-led collaboratives. And so what that is where we have like-minded employers that come together from the same industry and they talk about some of those challenges they're having, whether that's recruitment or training. And then we can come in and bring some of these services in to assist. Some standard job posting assistance and talent sourcing. And then of course we have connections just to a large network of job seekers so we can make that match for employers as well. And so during the 2022 funding, you can see our Going Pro Talent Fund Award. These are numbers specific for Washtenaw County. We had businesses receive that total there in the year for employment and training opportunities. On the job training grants, we were able to deliver over $52,000 to businesses to help with offset that cost of onboarding a new hire. And then also our incumbent worker, which is upskilling an individual that's already been employed for 6 months or longer, just about 10 grand went to Washtenaw businesses during 2022 for that.
Really quickly, we'll just cover, these are the services that we can provide to our career seekers. We have started about 3 years ago, moving away from the term job seekers because a job is just overbroken in my eyesight. We need to start preparing people for careers. These are the services that we can provide on top of just the general dialogue that allows individuals to ensure that they are gaining and maintaining employment. So these are the total number of visits across the region, but almost 8,000 folks came through our doors last year here in Washtenaw County.
And you can see that was about a 1,500 increase over the previous year. So we are starting to see more visitors coming into the centers.
We wanted to talk about that BREEZE funding, so barrier removal, employment services. I think that's supposed to be success. It's my typo, it's okay. But these are the types of services. That's our most loose funding with as little restrictions as the state will allow. And those are the types of services that we provided to your constituents. It is a valued resource and funding pool for us, but we wanted to make sure you saw beyond the typical workforce services. These are some additional ways that we are helping, again, your residents and constituents. Here's some of the notable partnerships. We have a list of probably 25 more. Some in works, but others are solid. But this is just what I wanted to call notable partnerships for names that I'm sure you all are familiar with. We really want to make sure you understand this thing doesn't go without you. So I know you all are busy, you got a lot going on, but we need you and you and you and you to help us, whether it is informing your constituents that our services are available, or the business community. Most people don't know that we have a business services team, and we want to make sure that the word is out that we're here to help. Not only can we do it by way of some of the essential services, but we actually can put dollars behind our services as well. So we go above and beyond in our eyesight to make sure that our business community is supported so that they can then go out and hire the folks that are within our community. But we need your help. We need you talking about it. I know Commissioner Sanders talks about it consistently because she reaches out consistently to make sure I'm doing my job, and I appreciate it. But we need everybody. Our goal is to have to go back to the state and the feds and say, we need more money. Our contact information, keep Johnny Epps in your thoughts, and if you're of faith, he had to have a procedure done. So he is out recovering from that procedure, but there's, you notice there's another short guy not here, but Johnny is on the mend and we're thinking about him. Other than that, we'll entertain. We wanted to make sure Scotty had a moment to introduce himself before we got out of here.
So again, Richard Scott, just recently retired from Consumers Energy. I was a manager of all the apprenticeship programs for electric operations. We had about 500 apprentices, and that included line workers, substation maintenance operations, and electric services. Before that, I was at Lansing Community College as the apprenticeship director and also over career and employment services. So connecting industry to students, students to industry, and that's really what I'm back at now. And that's where my heart is. And then before that, I was a mold maker by trade. I built injection molds for about 20 plus years and got involved in education, taught at Jackson Community College, taught at the Jackson Area Career Center, and I'm just thrilled to be here with Michigan Works to help build their apprenticeship programs. So thank you.
Scotty. So we'll entertain any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. I've got Commissioner Robbie in the queue and then Commissioner Sanders, and then I saw another hand go up. Did I not? Was that you, Commissioner Scott? Or no? Or Beeman? No? Okay, so I'll go Robbie, Sanders, Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for presenting today. Usually when I get called on, it's to ask some really hard question or something like that. But today, even though I promised to you that I would ask you a tough question, I'm not going to. I actually just want to say how, well, to you, Shamar, like I've known you since I started at the county 13 years ago, and you've done just such amazing work. I have full confidence in your leadership, and to see this presentation and also to watch the body of work that you've done has been impressive. And so I want to thank you for your public service and to your team for all that you do as well. And thank you for mentioning Johnny too. I've known him probably just about as long as I've known you. And so it's, thank you for, I did not know that he was having a procedure. So definitely my thoughts for fast healing are with him. So just wanted to thank you for your great work and for your public service.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders.
Thank you for the presentation. I think I just have two questions and a comment. So I literally just text you a business card.
All right, you got it.
Commissioner Labar and I were at a ribbon cutting today, and I asked them if they had any interaction with you. And so I'm hoping that it might be mutually beneficial.
Great.
So we can chat about that. But question was, if you are able to share what schools Neutral Zone is operating in. I'm interested in that, and you don't have to know it right now. And then the other question was, can you just tell me what is an example of a family support service? So you had that listed as one of your budgeted items. I'm just curious what that is. What might be an example of a family support service?
That one's pretty open-ended, but some of the examples that we've had brought forth are where there was perhaps, I'm trying to think of one of those. Like,
So one, we ensured a family did not get, it's not evicted, it's foreclosed. Their
Okay.
home, they had some substantial fees or their mortgage hadn't been paid in a while. So we paid the back mortgage to ensure that they were not foreclosed on their home.
And just real quick, another example of that too is perhaps they need elder care for an aging parent. So that wouldn't necessarily be classified as childcare, but that would be a family support that this funding can allow us to help them get started as they continue to retain their employment to eventually take that cost on themselves.
And literally, if your refrigerator went out and there are no resources to assist you with it, if you're eligible for the program, we can ensure that you have a well-working, right, appliance to ensure your family's safe with their.
I have firsthand knowledge of what you do and how well you do it. I just wanted you to share that so that the people listening would have an idea of the things that you can do for them. So thank you.
And I believe Neutral Zone is out of school, correct?
No, they do serve an in-school population, but they are referred to them. And so they could be at a variety of different schools in Washtenaw County, but they serve a very unique in-school population. So at-risk students, and so they're trying to support them to make sure that they continue through their high school studies.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's also just a comment. I just want to thank you for everything that you do, the work that you do with our local businesses, but selfishly for Mylan and the reentry, it's huge. And I am just so grateful for the funding that you have and the support that you have and the connections to others within the community. I mean, it's brilliant and it's wonderful. And I just cannot thank you enough for all that you do, and echoing Commissioner Sanders and just letting employees and businesses know what's available to help them stay employed. So it's not necessarily just finding that job seeker, but how do we keep them employable? How do we stop those tiny little road bumps that could send them, off into unemployment? And that's what you're there for. You're that net, and just so grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's also a federal measure of ours that we maintain, individuals maintain employment. So it's not just about us ensuring that they get an employment opportunity. We need to be there post-hire to support them, ensure that for years they are not only maintaining employment, but increasing their wages as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, team, for the presentation. I always look forward to yours every year. A couple of questions, maybe easy ones. Any interest or potential to move back or have a site in the Ypsilanti area? I'm still hearing from a lot of people that don't know. And then the second question is going to be, what are the ongoing communication efforts to get the word out that the location has moved? Because there are still a lot of people in the community that don't know that you've moved.
Yep. So I don't know about the potential to move our complete facility back there. We did sign a long-term lease with this space. That's how we were able to negotiate a better deal on the space. But what we're very interested in is uplifting those access points where we know people are already going. So we know that folks are engaging with that West Willow Neighborhood Association. So we're going to be right at that. It's not a clubhouse, but the association space. We also know that Peace Neighborhood Center is going to have some space at the Sugarbrook area. We have already negotiated with Bonnie to have space there. We are extremely excited, continuing to advocate for the new recreation center space. We will certainly have space there. And so what we want to do is create more of a micro presence across larger areas in the 197, 198 area, opposed to just having one brick and mortar location. Like I said, we're going to supply all of the technology. We are going to be doing some advocating for some of the smaller community centers to ensure they have the appropriate internet speeds necessary to keep up with today's times, because we're seeing that is a bit of an issue for a few of them. So we're going to work with them and advocate to make sure that they have the internet that they need to be able to assist.
Awesome. That was exactly the answer I was hoping for.
Yep.
All the more reason why we really need YCS to pass the purchasing agreement so we can break ground on the community and recreation center.
From your mouth to God's ears.
All right. All right, YCS. And where's my camera? That's my camera over there. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chair.
All righty, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I, like everybody else, look forward to you being here. I feel like there's things at the county that would be really fun to work on if I wasn't working my job. And you would be a place I'd be I want to go work there because I think you do such positive work. It's a really positive presentation. I also just want to note that in your presentation, I was struck with the collaboration you did with, now I'm blanking, the farms.
We the Opportunity People.
Yeah.
We the People Opportunity.
We the People Opportunity Farm and
A Brighter Way.
Mylan President. There were 3 groups, but I mean, whatever, when you said it, I was just initially impressed by that collaboration with other nonprofits and groups in our community is A+. That across the board collaboration and groups working together says a lot about who you are as an organization and your commitment to the community, that you have that collaboration with other people. So I really appreciate that. I'm also so surprised that, I guess I'm not surprised that people don't want to do a 4-year degree, but not wanting to do a 2-year degree and want 4 to 6 weeks of training to get out there. That's really fast. And so I commend your efforts to try to get people that. And I don't know how much contact you guys have, or if it's a program you know about it, you probably do. But in my role as the commissioner liaison to the local emergency planning committee and the EMS commission. I hear about a program they have at HVA where they will take students, and it is a paid program to train as an EMT. So they get paid for their training time, and then they come out and have a job immediately afterwards too. Those are the kinds of things we need more of in this community. And so I commend you for doing the work. Thanks.
Thank you. We understand the importance as well. And just really briefly on that training piece, we also understand that individuals a lot of times can't take the time to, stop their lives, go to training, not receive any funding, and then go and get an employment opportunity. Them being able to be paid while training, we think about our apprentices. To the Happy National Apprenticeship Week, I forgot to kick that off as well. We've had events lined up all week. We're going to continue to celebrate people earning while learning.
I just want to add one more comment, sorry. Welcome, Mr. Scott, from one Scott to another.
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Anyone else on this? Well, I just have one kind of question and maybe future collaboration with us. In Washtenaw County, but across the state, we know that our aging population is going to make up a significant percentage of our population in Washtenaw County in like the next 5 to 10 years. And we also know that people are working longer and the dates where they can retire are getting pushed out more and more. So are there things that Michigan Work is doing now to be prepared for an older workforce?
So we work closely with the new MyLeap organization at the state, who has some pretty expansive programs that they're working on. There's also the new liaison that the governor introduced. We want to get into her office and start understanding how we as a system, a Michigan Work system, can support the aging population. The stat that I heard that blew my mind is 10,000 people a day become retirement eligible, and that's going to persist for the next 10 years. So you're absolutely right, Commissioner Somerville. We have to figure out where we fit in, but we also know our employers are opening up to more populations than they did in the past, whether it's the aging population, our youth, or those reentering society. So the market is calling for the need for more people, and we want to be supportive to our business community.
All righty, thank you. And last call. No one? All right, thank you so much for
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Take
giving
care.
us this update. We appreciate it. Thanks. All right, next up. I should have practiced saying your last name. We've got Ed to give us a update on early voting. I'm not even gonna try. Ed G.
Ed G works just fine. Ed Golombiewski, Chief Deputy Clerk Register and Director of Elections. Pleasure to be here tonight. Thank you for having me. Larry's here also, and happy to answer any questions at the end of this presentation. I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to learn about the upcoming early voting options in Washtenaw County and across the state. And I also wanted to take the opportunity to just sort of remind the audience at large about all of the new and enhanced voting rights that we enjoy in Michigan these days. So to operate, right? Great. So, I'm going to try to focus on early voting and answer any questions and leave time for that at the end of this presentation. But again, to just kind of discuss first off, Proposal 2, which was adopted last year overwhelmingly by voters in Washtenaw County and throughout the state, enhanced a lot of voting rights, again, created new rights, and changed things fairly dramatically. Just going to touch on a few of these. First, ballot drop boxes, which have been used throughout the county for a number of years. Voters now have increased access to an absentee ballot drop box. They're located at every city or township hall. But in the future, there will be essentially one box required for every 15,000 voters in a municipality, which means that in an Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti Township, Pittsfield Township, multiple absentee ballot drop boxes are or will be in place and conveniently located for voters around the municipality. They're available 24/7 prior to election day for 40 days leading up to election day. They are secure, they are video monitored in most cases, and again, they're available to voters to use that participate via absentee ballot. And we do expect that in the future, as we've seen over the past couple of years, voters will continue to participate in elections in Washtenaw County overwhelmingly by absentee ballot. This is an example of the ballot box in Pittsfield Township. Again, there are a number of box options around the county in every municipality, and again, some with multiple drop boxes. Voters that are voting by absentee ballot also have some additional options for returning their ballot. Postage to return a ballot by mail is now prepaid by the state of Michigan for every election. So that means that, you'll get your ballot in the mail, you fill it out, drop it in the envelope, and just put it in the box. No more guessing about how much postage to put on it or finding stamps. And again, you don't have to use a drop box if you want to use the mail. We continue to encourage voters to mail their ballot as quickly as possible prior to every election day, but they do have that ability to mail their ballot and for free. Voters can also deliver their absentee ballot to an early vote site going forward in the future. So we have heard, throughout the years from voters that say, well, I want to vote absentee, but how do I make sure my absentee ballot is actually counted? And we, go through the litany of checks and balances and security measures that are in place to ensure that absentee ballots are indeed tabulated on election day. But for those voters or any that want that, extra assurance of physically casting their absentee ballot, you can get your absentee ballot mailed to you, bring it to an early vote site, and cast it through the ballot tabulator. That, or bring it to your election day voting precinct and tabulate it there on election day if you prefer. The permanent absentee voter list is changing throughout the state. For a number of years, every municipality in Washtenaw County has maintained a permanent absentee voter application list, which was the only sort of permanent absent voter status or list that one could sign up for until recently. That meant that prior to every election, voters on that list would be automatically mailed an absentee ballot application that they could return if they chose to do so. Moving forward, voters now have the option to sign up with one single selection to receive an absentee ballot be mailed to the voter for every election into perpetuity. So right now, throughout the county, we have seen a number of voters select that option. Voters in the election or the jurisdictions that participated in this past November 7th election, by and large, chose to sign up for this option. Over the course of the year, most of the voters that have been given or sent an absentee ballot application have chosen to move over to the permanent absentee ballot list. So right now we're seeing among voters that are returning an absentee ballot application, 73% of them are choosing to move over to the ballot list. So that means we'll be automatically mailing quite a few ballots in the future. And we're seeing a corresponding decrease in the number of voters on the app list, again, shifting over to the ballot list. Ballot tracking is another convenient option for voters and right moving forward. Michigan has had a sort of passive absentee ballot tracking system in place for about 4 years, whereby a voter can go to the Michigan Secretary of State website, michigan.gov/vote, enter their personal information, and find information about whether their application's been returned to the clerk and whether their ballot has been sent or delivered back to the clerk's office. Going forward, voters can select to receive text messages or email updates, letting them know when those activities have occurred. So it's an active tracking system that will be available to all voters in the state to sign up for. So early voting, again, the main point of my coming here tonight, this is a fundamental and significant change for voters in Michigan, many of whom have asked and sort of assumed over the years that we have had true early voting and not understood why when we say, well, no, you can vote by absentee ballot if you want to vote early, why they can't go and physically cast their ballot early ahead of election day. We now join many other states in providing for, again, constitutionally guaranteed early voting options prior to every state and federal election. Early voting is optional during special elections, but as I'll describe here in just a couple moments, the county clerk's office, the agreement that we are coordinating with most of the municipalities, we will be providing early voting for every election in the future. The constitutionally required early voting days and hours are nine days, beginning on the second Saturday prior to every state and federal election, and for a minimum of 8 hours a day. And most jurisdictions, the ones that are going to be doing early voting implementation independently, as well as the county, those hours will be sort of business hours, 9 to 5 or 8 to 4. We are certainly considering expanding those hours into the evenings leading up to the November 2024 presidential election. But again, the constitutional amendment passed last year requires these 9 days be provided for early voting. And again, some jurisdictions might go farther and more, offer more days than others. What we have offered to every municipality in the county, and we now have 27. I don't know if you've paid attention to the election results on Tuesday night last week, but Manchester Village is now a city. So we now have 27 municipalities. 23 of them took the county clerk's office up on our offer to administer early voting in coordination and essentially on their behalf. We are partnering with the majority of jurisdictions in Washtenaw County, and you can see here on the map which ones those are. 4 municipalities, the city of Ann Arbor, city of Milan, Bridgewater Township, and Ypsilanti Township will implement early voting independently and on their own outside of the county coordinated plan. So essentially, half of the county's voters will be covered by the county plan and the other half under individual early voting plans. Every municipality, including those 4 that are implementing independently, has to have a comprehensive early voting plan established where they communicate to the county and to the state what the hours, what the locations, what the options are going to be. And those plans are in place for all 4 of those local units that are essentially going it alone. So we can be confident that they know what they're doing and they'll implement early voting as well as they possibly can independently. The individual early voting plans, again, those 4 units, there will be multiple early voting sites in the city of Ann Arbor. I just attended a presentation that the Ann Arbor District Library and League of Women Voters sponsored, presenting information with City Clerk Jackie Boudry a couple of weeks ago. And the city is well prepared and very excited to implement early voting at multiple early voting locations throughout the city. Some will only be open during the more major elections, but in all cases, there will be several options for Ann Arbor City voters to vote early. The city of Milan and Bridgewater Township, both being smaller jurisdictions, will have 1 early voting site each, and Ypsi Township will have 2 early voting sites. The county coordinated early voting plan that we developed at the county clerk's office essentially creates regions around the county that are groupings of jurisdictions that consider communities, that consider travel times to potential early voting sites, the number of voters within certain areas of the county, public transportation and other transit modes to get to early voting sites. And what we've done is, again, break the county into 4 distinct regions, each of which will have an early vote site dedicated to the voters therein. So you can see here the number of registered voters and the jurisdictions that will participate at each one of these early voting sites. And in addition to those regional early voting sites, we will open 1, quote, central early voting site at the Washtenaw County Learning Resource Center that serves all 23 of these municipalities' voters. So that recognizes that, voters that happen to live, let's say in Dexter Township, might work in and around the city of Ann Arbor and could take advantage of early voting on their lunch break or immediately after or before work or something like that. So if one wanted to, go visit the regional site where they live, that's excellent. And if they would like instead to visit the early vote site at the Washtenaw County LRC, they've got that second option. The sites, again, are dependent on the region. The western portion of Washtenaw County, the early vote site, will be at Sylvan Township. in Region 2, which includes Webster, Northfield, Scioto, Dexter City, and Ann Arbor Township. The regional site is at Scioto Township at the clerk's office there. And Ypsilanti, and the eastern portion of the county will vote at the Freight House. And in the southern portion, southern central, that early vote site will be the Pittsfield Township Administration Building. And again, that star there denotes the Washtenaw County LRC, which is available to all voters in these 23 municipalities. And I should point out that voters, again, outside of these 23, will have to vote early at their own designated early vote site as established by their city or township. We chose the early vote sites based on the fact in all cases that they are publicly owned and that the clerks involved at those early vote sites are close partners with the county, obviously members and partner to the agreement. And that gives us, a certain degree of control and flexibility in scheduling those spaces because we need them for a considerable duration of time next year. Those 9 days prior to every election is a big ask. For instance, if we were to consider school buildings or something like that, the likelihood that we could locate an early voting site at a building that's not a publicly owned or municipal building is fairly low. So again, the early voting plan will cover all elections moving forward in 2024. So certainly February with the presidential primary on February 27th. That's our implementation point, and we are very excited for it. If there happens to be a May special election, early voting will be offered then as well. And then, of course, during the August and November primary and general election next year. Our goals for offering this plan in the first place. First, we recognize that early voting presents a significant burden on some city and township clerks. We have clerks in Washtenaw County who have full-time jobs doing something very different. For instance, one that's a school teacher and, the clerk gig is a part-time one. And trying to coordinate early voting over those 9 days, hire the election inspectors that are necessary to work at the early vote sites, dealing with all of the logistics and planning that go into it is quite frankly not feasible for every municipality. So we wanted to make sure that this worked for city and township clerks that have plenty of other election administration responsibilities currently and that have been added to their workload going forward. We also want to provide, maximum convenience and service to voters. So again, coming up with this plan to offer a regional site and in addition offer that second option to vote at another early voting site elsewhere in the county. We're trying hard to give voters as many options as we can. And then also, trying to balance this, create standards that apply to all early vote sites and create efficiencies. Both, fiscal, but also in, the labor that goes into this and the number of people that need to be involved in administering such a new and dramatically, different operation. So early vote sites, again, starting next year will be open 9 to 5. We very well likely expand upon those hours going into elections later in the year. They will employ or rely on the work of 6 to 12 election inspectors. And right now we are actively recruiting poll workers. We always need more. That's the perpetual refrain from my office and from every city and township clerk in the county and throughout the state, as we need folks that, raise their hand and sign up to serve at the polls. Poll workers are paid for training and for their work during early voting and on election day, if they're going to work in election day voting precinct as well. We will also be employing early voting site supervisors. One of the things that we've asked of the clerks, the city and township clerks that we are partnering with, is for them to make themselves available and their deputies to serve as early vote site supervisors because we need their assistance in making sure that the poll workers have what they need. The county clerk's office staff is only so large, and we will be coordinating and overseeing, leading the early voting operations, but we need city and township clerk partnerships as well. So the county clerk's office, our role going forward is again to essentially lead the implementation of early voting. We are currently recruiting, hiring, and will soon be training poll workers that will be deployed to early voting sites. We will be handling all of the logistics that go into this. The County Election Commission, which consists of the county clerk, county treasurer, and the chief judge of the probate court, will be involved in this process as well. They will have to approve the actual early vote sites that we've proposed in the plan, that they'll set the hours and the days of operation. They will actually appoint the poll workers that are going to be involved and oversee all of the thorough logic and accuracy testing of voting equipment that must go into this as well. City and township clerks, again, have a role here. They will need to help us with election inspector or poll worker recruitment, volunteering as site support on early voting days, and making their equipment available to the county clerk's office so that we can use, for instance, voting booths at early vote sites that we will share with those local units. Early voting has been funded in its initial implementation through a $30 million budget allocation that the legislature made in the omnibus budget for 2024. It is intended to incentivize collaboration between local units. So that would include this partnership that 23 of them have with Washtenaw County Clerk's Office. And still makes available, funding for those individual plans as well. We have submitted a grant application in the amount of $325,000 that would cover the equipment that's necessary to run early voting sites. So ballot tabulators, voter assist terminals, ballot on demand systems that will be necessary because of the large number of precincts and ballot styles that will be issuing at these sites, and a large number of other essential equipment as well. Individual requests to the state have been submitted for $313,000. So far, we have been informed that our request has been granted in full for essential equipment. So that's about $147,000 of what we have asked for in total for the county plan, and $158,000 for the individual plans has already been approved. The state is considering grant requests on sort of this rolling and staggered basis. They're dealing with the essentials first. So again, ballot tabulators, being first and foremost of need, and then working down the list of other, less priority, but still important pieces of equipment and devices, and also poll worker labor. That's about half of this request for 2024 is just for the labor itself that will go into implementing early voting at all of the different sites. For the plan that we have entered into with these 23 local units, any expenses that the county incurs that are not compensated through grant funding or through other state shared revenue that might be developed in the future. And we're hopeful that the state legislature will see the need to fund elections in a structural manner moving forward, especially for early voting. But any expenses that the county incurs in implementing early voting for these 23 local units will be paid back through a cost sharing mechanism by the local units themselves, and they will be shared among them. So this is essentially, has zero impact on the county's general fund, and also creates, incredible efficiencies for these local units that would otherwise have to pay, considerable amounts to have poll workers on site at their own individual spot over those 9 days. So there is no scenario by which a city or township entering into this agreement will pay more for early voting in this county plan than they would if they were doing this independently. So it saves quite a bit of taxpayer money and also creates a lot of efficiencies and relieves clerks of the logistic and administrative burdens that they would have otherwise. Our next steps right now, we are in a lot of conversations with the Michigan Bureau of Elections, the Secretary of State's office, and specifically on this, but other aspects of proposal 2 as well, procedures and processes and, training materials and all sorts of things are in development sort of on the fly right now. We did have some excellent pilot experience in Scioto Township, who implemented early voting on its own for the November 7th election this month, and did a great job of it. We saw good starting turnout for early voting there. There was about 400 voters that cast a ballot early, but consider that it's a special election. Turnout was not what it will be next year. And, not that much attention relatively was paid to it. It was a great starting point, and voters were appreciative of the option that they had. And we had no major problems or really too many, hiccups at all in the implementation there in Scioto Township. So we've learned a lot of lessons from them and from other cities and townships around the state that have implemented early voting already with this past election. We're applying those lessons. We've been having a lot of discussions internally with the administrator's office, with finance, with human resources as it relates to onboarding all of this temporary labor. A lot of conversations have been ongoing for the past, 6 months, and we are ready to stand this agreement and plan up and start our work in February. Communications will be upcoming. Every voter will be notified by direct mail from either the county clerk's office or from the individual units, notifying them of what the early voting site options are. In addition to that, we're creating sort of a toolkit that city and township clerks can use to publish this information, to promote early voting, and to educate their voters about what those options are. And we'll of course be using our typical outreach methods and working with the media. There've already been several stories, particularly on MLive, about early voting this year, and we're grateful that this is getting coverage, and no doubt will only continue as we get closer to the presidential primary and beyond. Poll worker recruitment, again, we need poll workers. So if you know people and wanna put their feet forward and make some money for an incredibly good purpose in serving their community on election day or in an early voting site, they are always needed. Of course, we stand in strong partnership with the 27 city and township clerks in this county. Larry and I have prided ourselves for many years on the excellent relationship that we have with those clerks, many of which are partisan. Elected township clerks have various partisan affiliations, and we are very proud to say that we work very closely and well with every one of them, and they are not obligated to follow the county's lead. In Michigan, we have this decentralized election system that grants so much authority and power to cities and townships. They don't have to follow our lead, but because we've developed an excellent rapport with them and have the reputation that we do, they do follow our lead, and many of them have followed us into this early voting agreement, and we will continue to partner with them throughout 2024. With that, I'll open it up to any questions that you all might have specifically about early voting or any other election topic you might want to talk about.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ed. First up with questions, Commissioner Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ed. I know this has been a tremendous lift to come up with such a comprehensive plan. Could you talk a little bit about why the 4 municipalities that chose not to participate?
Sure. I'll start with the city of Ann Arbor, who obviously has the largest number of registered voters in the county. They also have the largest resources, I guess, in terms of staff to be able to implement early voting, and wanted to offer as many early voting sites, more than 2 that the county plan would have probably afforded. They have the ability and are, going to implement early voting independently due to, again, the resources that they have readily available to them already. Bridgewater Township, I think, I'll put it as political reasons, has decided to implement early voting independently. Ypsilanti Township stated to me recently that they wanted to maintain the individual control and make sure they had both hands on the wheel in Ypsilanti Township for early voting. Not that they wouldn't have had the opportunity, to closely partner and coordinate and collaborate with the county, but that was their preference. And in Milan City, Milan spans 2 counties, and the logistics of offering early voting to voters on both sides and in both counties is tricky. I won't go into the weeds on it, but suffice to say, it makes more sense for them logistically and probably financially to implement early voting on their own.
I was curious how you were going to answer it, and you answered it in a very diplomatic and generous way. I want to take the opportunity to thank you for putting every effort you could into trying to get Ypsilanti Township to come on board. For our friends that don't know, I believe you got grilled for, my word, not yours, grilled for a couple of hours by the Ypsilanti Township Board of Trustees about a variety of topics unrelated to this, as they made the decision against their clerk's recommendation that they participate in this very comprehensive plan that would have saved taxpayer dollars. I find that very disturbing, and I thank you for dealing with that and going through that whole thing. I hope that in the future, different decisions get made for our residents there. Other thing I would say is, I think you got some people in the audience that might be interested in being poll workers. Just I see some people over there that, nodding vigorously, and we're very excited about that part of it. So
Washtenaw.org/poll worker.
Washtenaw.org.
Anyone that wants to sign up.
All right, fantastic. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge, for your thoughtful questions. I've got Beaman, then Sanders.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. And thank you so much for what you are implementing in this giant lift. I will expand upon Bridgewater, as I did speak to my clerk. And one of the concerns with Bridgewater was the distance to the new location, because Bridgewater is so isolated. And if y'all want to come out, it's way out in the country. So they wanted to be able to be accessible to residents, as we have no public transportation in Bridgewater Township. I guess my question, and it's okay if it's not something that's going to be answerable now, but in the interest of Manchester becoming a city, how is that going to impact? Obviously, there are 2 precincts. I'm a resident. I understand how that side of it works. But is it going to be extremely complex going forward? I assume there's roadmaps. Chelsea did it when I grew up in Chelsea, so it's been done in Washtenaw County. But just kind of either thoughts now or later, that's fine as well.
Yeah, and we also went through city incorporation not all that long ago, and that went very smoothly. And I expect that Manchester will be no different. We actually on our way to mail the sort of canvas document so that they can incorporate with the Office of the Great Seal. They seem to have a great grasp on what they need to do to move forward. We will actively support the clerk's office, especially as it relates to elections. And the township has also been supportive and has offered equipment that they no longer need because they have 1 fewer voting precinct to the town or to the city to use. So yes, it's the plans are all well underway. It's a relatively easy transition because we're talking about a single voting precinct in the village that is now the city. It's Dexter City was similar, but probably a little bit more complicated. And again, that implementation was quite smooth.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders, then Maciejewski.
Well, thank you for the presentation. My question is related to specifically the Ypsilanti Township. I only have 10%, but I still got 10%. And their lack of interest in receiving support from the county. The plans that the 4 municipalities that opted out have submitted to your office regarding what their early voter plan is. Do you look at those plans from the lens of trying to make sure that there will be no voter disenfranchisement, because there is this larger requirement on them now, and turning down support? I guess I just need to ask it out loud. I'm concerned that some of the residents may not receive adequate information in terms of their ability to cast their votes early.
So the review that the county clerk's office does is defined by the Constitution and the statute, and is limited to making sure that it meets the minimum requirements. So is there an early voting site that's been designated? What are the hours? Do we know how many poll workers there are going to be assigned to it? Who is the early vote site supervisor? Things like that. And again, the township plan met all of those minimum requirements and went beyond, given the fact that they have 2 early vote sites. The township clerk and Commissioner Hodge pointed this out, was supportive of the county plan and had intended to enter into it. The township clerk I have confidence in will be able to implement their own individual plan well, and will certainly do what is necessary to conduct outreach. There's outreach that's required by law that they cannot, avoid, I should say. So yes, that will be ongoing, but I do have full confidence in the Ypsilanti Township Clerk's office to implement early voting on their own.
So if by chance the clerk finds that they are in over their head, can they call uncle? When is it too late for them to call uncle? In terms of the decision that the electeds in that municipality have made. So to kind of go against your clerk is a little concerning to me, since the clerk is supposed to be the expert on the elections. And to not support them, I think I would be concerned if I were a resident. But moving forward, what happens if, they throw their hand back up and say, I am literally drowning? What am I supposed to do?
They would be able to enter into the agreement, and we would extend it after 2024. They are committed to their implementation plan for the 2024 calendar year by law. And one of the arguments that we made in support of the county plan, I will say, was that the ability to come online and add yourself to the plan or add the township to the plan later is difficult with the timing, but withdrawal was possible. And we did offer, for the township to consider entering into the plan and, going through February and then making another decision as to whether they would withdraw from the county plan. But then again, they have committed themselves for 2024 to implementing independent of the county plan.
So just to be clear, the clerk asked for help. The elected said no. They had an opportunity to say yes and change their mind. Was there any penalty associated with them changing their mind in terms of cost to the residents, or?
There may have been a financial cost to having to purchase some equipment on their own after, having already agreed to the county's purchase of equipment on their behalf. It probably would have been relatively modest, though.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna pass a question along that I've been asked. I'm gonna go back to the scenario you mentioned earlier with somebody that may live in Dexter Township, maybe works in Ypsilanti, and that would vote at the LRC regional location. What is the process for transitioning that ballot back into the hands of Dexter Township? And what are the security mechanisms that are involved there?
Great question. So it will be possible, again, as you pointed out, for voters from multiple jurisdictions to vote at one site. What will happen is that, first, the early voting tool, which will be this application used to verify that a voter is in fact registered in a particular place, is registered. And that's the tool that will be used to issue a ballot. That tool will link live to the Michigan Qualified Voter File, which is the state maintained database of all registered voters and tracks voting activity, et cetera, to prevent the possibility of voting again at another early vote site on the same day or something like that. As far as the security of ballots themselves, each day of early voting, they'll be stored in a ballot container that is sealed shut by election inspectors representing both major political parties. That ballot container will continue to be used over the course of early voting. So at the conclusion of early voting on the second or third or fourth day, the container is reopened after having first verified the seals intact, and that day's ballots are added. At the conclusion of early voting, the ballot container has to be sealed for some period of time, dependent on the type of election. In most cases, that's at least 30 days, after which point the seal can be broken and the ballots would then be physically returned after all possibility for recount and after the conclusion of all audits of the election. So then the ballots themselves, once there's no, I guess, again, essential security required, would go into the possession, physically transferred and documented in the process to the individual cities and townships for retention for almost 2 years.
Where would the tabulation occur of the ballots?
So each day, and it's Michigan law, that the results from early vote sites cannot be divulged until the polls close on election day at 8 p.m. So each day, the ballot tabulators will accumulate results and the polls will be suspended and then reopen the next day. So we're not going to be reporting, and it won't be possible for poll workers or poll watchers or challengers to know what the vote totals were until 8 p.m. on election day. The county clerk's office has to designate a site that we publish in advance notice of where one can go and observe the closing of the polls on the ballot tabulators. And just like voting precincts, it will be election inspectors, again, that are appointed on a bipartisan basis that will physically close the polls on the ballot tabulator and complete all of the final paperwork that goes on to the Washtenaw County Board of Canvassers for review.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? All right, well, I'll just say thank you so much for the presentation and for the work. It's a really challenging time right now to be a clerk and to do the job of administering elections. And I'm really sorry if if anybody questioned how well we can run elections in Washtenaw County, because I think we do a great job. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on, I believe we do not have any items for current or future discussion, so I will now entertain a motion. All right, all in favor?
Aye. say the time is 7:03. I just like what you say, it's funny. Welcome to the November 15th Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting. We're gonna get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Bryce, roll call.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Present.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Light,
Present.
Commissioner Machieski. Here. Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Looks like the team's all here. All right, well, we will get ready to go into public participation, but before we do that, I think it would be of interest to many people that have been following, our meetings here, know that I'm no longer in the walking booth. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't expect applause. It's just very nice to be able to wear two matching shoes again. One's a little more scuffed than the other one, but we will handle that. Oh. And Greg says he doesn't have to smell my sock anymore. Everybody wins. So let's go ahead and we'll get started with public participation. Before we start, I'll say that we received numerous public comments via our online portal. I know that I received many public comments via email. I expect all of my colleagues have as well. I invite everybody to take a look at the written public comments. With in the audience, you want to do that too. They're in the packet for our friends at the dais. Where's it at, Commissioner Scott? In board portal, exactly. So hopefully everyone is set up in board portal to be able to read the public comments. But let's go ahead and do the opening spiel here. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners meeting, you get 3 minutes for public comment. If you are joining us in the room, you will approach the dais. We have a great light color coded system where it starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left. And when it hits red, you got to stop. If you don't stop, I'm going to have to get you to stop, and I don't want to have to do that. If you're joining us online via Zoom, you will hit the raise the hand icon to be able to indicate you would like to give public comment. I will call on you. You will state your name, city or township, just like you have to do when you're in the room. And then you unmute yourself and you give your 3 minutes of public comment. Same rules apply. If you get down to red, I got to stop you. If you're on Zoom by the phone, you will hit the *9 button to raise your hand. I will call on you. You will state your name, city or township. Then you'll hit *6 to unmute yourself. You will make your 3 minute or up to 3 minute public comment. And if you go over the 3 minutes, I will stop you, unfortunately. Who's ready for public comment? Please say your city or township so I don't have to ask you to do that at the end of your public comment. Come on down, anybody. While people are thinking about it, I would say most of the written public comment we received was about budget amendments that we are going to be discussing later today. I will add that we can't respond to you immediately, so you have to sit and listen to everyone. So hopefully everyone listens to everyone, and then we can respond. Please, hi.
I'm Judith Erb. I live just on the very edge of Ann Arbor near the Huron River and the railroad tracks. And I'm here to encourage you to take an action which is similar to what the city of Ann Arbor did, which was to oppose MDOT's idea of having a very high and ugly fence that separates the railroad tracks from the beautiful Huron River Drive that we all can currently enjoy if we're trying to get from one direction toward Ann Arbor. It's not only does the fence that they're proposing cut off the communication between the road and the view, but also there are many people who all are quite accustomed to violating the trespassing and going across the tracks. And there's a really good reason why we do it. And that's because we need to get to the river. People bring their children to the river so that they can learn to appreciate nature. There's all along there are things that are really important for developing a kind of ecological consciousness. It's part of the big picture. And it seems to be, quite an ironic thing that MDOT, which is trying to build the more rapid transit, which is a good thing in terms of the environment, is choosing to do something that is so disruptive to the capacity of most people to be able to enjoy that. But as if that weren't bad enough, that it also cuts off in Ypsilanti access from a people who are trying to get from one side of the railroad tracks where they live to the other side where their grocery store and social services and all sorts of things like that they've routinely been going directly across the tracks too. So this is not just an Ann Arbor issue. This is a county-wide issue, which this fence cuts everything across in a way that makes things that people normally would just do as part of their life not viable. Now, there are other solutions that could be pursued. Now, so far, I'm very happy to report that MDOT has moved from initially saying they didn't have to listen to anybody, which is what they said at a previous meeting. Now they are willing to meet with the Parks Commission about the trail, the border-to-border trail. So this means that these public and the institutional statements that are going out there are actually succeeding in pressuring them to doing something that's more intelligent. And so I would urge you to put forth a similar kind of statement, which urges MDOT to do something other than build a fence that splits up the communities of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, and who knows how far it does that.
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you. All right. Who else would like to come give public comment? Come on down.
Okay, thank you. My name is Craig Steffen. I live in Ann Arbor, just south of Huron River Drive. And I want to talk about two topics that are before the board. Funding for the Office of Sustainability and Resilience and the proposed MDOT railroad fence along Huron River Drive. I might say I'm in complete accord with the previous speakers' verbiage on this. So I worked for Ford Research before retiring a number of years ago. Towards the end of my career there, I and others looked at the environmental ramifications of cars and trucks in the light of the increasing recognition of climate change. We noted back then that the path to zero emissions would not necessarily involve disruptive changes if we started quickly. That was then, this is now. In an editorial in the November 2nd edition of the British science journal Nature, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, referenced the latest report from the IPCC and said that to avoid catastrophe from global warming, we must, quote, take immediate and colossal steps to address it. I fear that colossal is an all too accurate description of the steps we must take. What we really need is national and international action. But given that such action right now is simply not enough, localities like Washtenaw County must take their own actions, both to do their part in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and to serve as models for other communities. I believe that the Office of Sustainability and Resilience should be fully staffed to help, even if only a little, to counter this existential threat. A perhaps less noted communication that took place just this morning was an interview for WEMU's Issues of the Environment on Morning Edition. The interviewee was me as a representative of the Ann Arbor Bicycle Touring Society. I was asked whether I thought bicycling could grow in Ann Arbor without new infrastructure. My answer was that it probably would because of positive feedback, but that new infrastructure would certainly help. What we don't need is removing or interfering with the infrastructure that already exists or is planned, but that is just what I believe the proposed MDOT fence along Huron River Drive would do. It would interfere with the planned extension of the border-to-border trail through Ann Arbor and cut off a major access point to Barton Pond from Huron River Drive. Nor would it improve safety, since along this section of the proposed fence, there have been no accidents or near misses. So for this and many other reasons, I urge the board to pass the resolution opposing this fence. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well timed. Anybody else for public comment? Not all at once, please. Control yourselves.
Hi, I'm Pat Valancourt, and as of last Tuesday, November 7th, I am here representing the city of Manchester. Thank you. Thank you. So I am now.
You won't count the applause towards your 3 minutes, so please continue.
All right, I'm watching that. And so I'm here wearing that hat as the mayor-elect. I'm waiting for the swearing in. But what I'm really here for is the Manchester area seniors. Since 1973, we have had wonderful volunteers that have tried to provide food and transportation to our community. COVID hit us hard. We are struggling to recover. We are at a breaking point. We depend on other facilities, other people for meeting places, for lunch places, for social activities. We can't schedule healthy lifestyles and getting shots and stuff because we don't have a home. We had a home that the community was amazing to support, and the building's been sold. So we're homeless. And at that time, Village of Manchester Council unanimously supported providing space to us. The space has been cold storage. It needs renovating. There's a proposal out, and the partial funding would be absolutely phenomenal. I can absolutely commit with all my heart that any additional funds our community would raise. They have supported our seniors. They've given of their heart and soul, but we will not survive without a permanent facility. There are 3,500 seniors in the 4 townships and the village. We need help. We need our county to stand with us and make sure that we're taken care of. And all of a sudden, he's gotten very bashful, but that's our going to be city manager back there, and he's here in support, but he says he's not going to come up here and speak. So I'm tattling on him that he is also here, to support the commitment from the council to give that space free of charge, no rental. All we got to do is get it renovated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Good evening. My name is Chris Brown. I'm a resident of the city of Monroe. I hope you won't hold that against me. But I'm the supportive services manager with Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. And I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution providing support for senior service agencies. Over the last 3 years, as social distancing forced us to isolate from each other, technology barriers and health risks meant that seniors were often the hardest hit members of the community. Places that serve seniors like Meals on Wheels and our partners in the community responded by increasing our capacity to meet the growing need. As we exit the pandemic, that need hasn't diminished. In 2022, we served more than 127,000 meals, and we are on track to surpass 130,000 in 2023. We're committed to not having a wait list, and folks who need services from us are able to start services within a couple of days of us receiving a referral for them. In addition to delivering meals every Monday through Friday, we will also be serving meals on Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's Day with the help of our dedicated staff and our incredible volunteers. With the holidays coming up, I would love to invite all the members of the Board of Commissioners to join us for a meal delivery. It only takes a couple of hours, and it can really make a world of difference for the homebound members of our community. We're very grateful to have the support of the County Administrator's Office. I'm very grateful for their recommendation to provide support for the work that we do. And I hope all of you will continue to say yes to seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. I know somebody in the back wanted to go. Not quick enough on the draw.
Okay, sorry. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Marie Gress. I live in Milan, and I am the newly appointed Executive Director of Western Washtenaw Area Value Express, or WAVE. WAVE is not just a transportation service, it's a lifeline for our community, connecting our residents in both rural and urban areas to the rest of our county. Transportation is the backbone of any thriving community. It empowers individuals to access education, employment, healthcare, and essential services. And I'm sure you've heard that spiel before. However, in Western Washtenaw, transportation challenges do pose significant barriers, with WAVE working to fill the gaps. The Transportation Summit by WHI in March confirmed what we already knew, that if you are in rural areas of our county, it is significantly more difficult to get a ride to where you need to go. WAVE has been moving people for 47 years. We started with 1 bus in 1 community, and now we are 12 routes in 15 communities. Our services extend beyond merely moving people from point A to point B. About a month ago, my driver spotted an older adult experiencing homelessness at the Meyer on Zeeb Road. We called Faith in Action to verify which location was open and then brought that person to a caseworker to receive the support they needed and waived the fare. Riders comment how they feel comfortable letting go of their cars because of the services we provide. Another older man on dialysis said that we provide him freedom. We bring students to the Dexter and Chelsea schools, U of M, WCC, EMU. We see moms with babies on our bus, and we bring people with dementia to their day programs. Our drivers are being trained in first aid, CPR, spotting elder abuse, child abuse, as well as maintaining PASS certifications, which is a safety certification. While there's a lot of public understanding of the difficulty of getting a ride in rural Washtenaw, there's so much more I want to tell you about how hard it is for rural transportation providers to make these rides available at the level our communities need. But I only have a minute left. So since my interim placement in May and official status just a few weeks ago, we found many ways to make our services more efficient, optimizing routes, increasing community engagement, as well as funding to replace our oldest vehicles with the highest maintenance costs, reducing our burden. However, to sustain our impact right now, we need your support. Financial backing from the county would allow us to retain our current driver hours and continue safe and affordable rides for transit insecure areas of the county, such as the Manchesters. And a special thanks to Manchester Village, or now City of Manchester, Manchester Township, for helping this conversation happen, as well as Commissioner Beeman, Administrator Dill, and Andrew DeLoe. Your investment in WAVE isn't just an allocation of funds, it's an investment in the well-being of your community. With your support, we can continue to be the backbone of connectivity, opportunity, and progress in Washtenaw County, creating a future where transportation is a bridge, not a barrier. Thank you.
Perfectly timed. Well done. All right, who's next? Then we gotta get that man in the back. He's been trying to get up here.
I apologize. My name is Evelina Taylor, and I actually also work for People's Express. So I'm going to quickly put a plug in for that I second everything that the WAVE said. People's Express experiences similar challenges, and we would love the county's backing, especially the financial support for the longevity of transportation in the county. But to take that hat off, I'm actually here as a student at the University of Michigan. I do also live in Northfield Township, but I'm part of an organization called Wolverine Wheels. We are a student organization that strives to enhance transportation equity, accessibility, and connectivity. And we are actually hosting a town hall November 30th. It's going to be in the Michigan League from 6 p.m. to 7:30. And our goal right now is to kind of have a platform where we can bring diverse voices together, especially students and community leaders, to talk about transportation issues locally. Just to kind of tell you what our main goal is, we strive for a future where reliable and inclusive transportation options enhance the overall well-being and cohesion of the University of Michigan and local community. So I want to ask you all today to join us on November 30th at the Michigan League at 6 p.m. I do have some flyers I also brought with me today, and I don't know if there's anybody still at the bottom of the flyers. And yeah, I would love to see you guys all there, November 30th. Thank you.
Thank you, and go blue.
My name is John Bruno. I live on Huron River Drive, and I'm here to support your proposal to against the building of the fence on Huron River Drive. Where I live, I notice hundreds of people a week, sometimes a day, cross those railroad tracks to have access to the river. There is one area called Foster Nature Area. It is only accessible by crossing those railroad tracks. If a fence were built, there would no longer be access to this nature area because it would be cut off as a peninsula. There was no access from either the east or west to this particular part of Barton Park. Even on the Barton Park site, to protect themselves, the city says it's only accessible by water. So this is something, this railroad has been there for over 100 years, 150 years. And I think it's being safely crossed along Huron River Drive between Barton Dam and the bridge. That fence is going to run right along Huron River Drive. It will be looking like a prison. Right now, it's considered a scenic drive. So I urge you to put in a proposal against the fence. Thank you.
And to confirm, you're in the city of Ann Arbor.
I'm in the town, I live in the city of Ann Arbor. The 3 houses are in the township. I'm one of them.
I know, I just need to get for Bryce. You know, Bryce
Yeah, I'm
gets a
in
little
the,
upset
Ann Arbor
if I don't get city or township. I got a problem with him and I don't want to have a problem with Bryce.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Who we got next? No, you. So kind. Kind audience.
Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, Administrator Deal, and to my commissioner, Ms. Light. And I know Annie has the other section of Superior Township. I'm Irma Golden. I live in Superior Township. I've been there for nearly 30 years. And I'm just here today just to introduce myself. I am currently the Deputy Supervisor of Superior Charter Township, and I am going to be a candidate for the supervisor. I have, like I said, I've been there 30 years. I graduated from Eastern Michigan University with a degree in business administration. I am a business owner. And what I do now, serving the township and serving the residents, I love. Everything that I've done in my life, being a business owner, working for UAW Chrysler National Training Center for over 20 years, have prepared me for this job. From as a training specialist at UAW Chrysler National Training Center, I taught sexual harassment prevention, equity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, all the way to ergonomics, health and safety, equal application of agreement, and EAP. So I just wanted to introduce myself again. If you ever have any questions, you can call me at the township, and I hope to see all of you around. And if you remember anything today, again, I said my name is Irma Golden. Just remember Golden, because all of you and all of us are living our life like it's golden. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Come on down.
Hi, my name is Clark Chernitzky and I live in Ann Arbor, resident, and I represent the Michigan Association of Railroad Passengers. We were founded 50 years ago to improve rail passenger service in Michigan. We have more than 200 members from throughout the state. This is a rather complex issue, that is the MDOT proposal, that involves the safety of the public. We request that this resolution be tabled so that the following changes can be incorporated. One is to change the now therefore item from is opposed to MDOT building fencing to has concerns about MDOT's plan for building fencing. Importantly, we would ask for the additional resolve statements regarding specific outcomes. Number 1, both the border-to-border master plan for segment G1, that was the one that was in question by the speakers tonight, and the MDOT safety plan both call for a fence between the pathway and the railroad line. Negotiations between the parties involved must assure that the fence be located so that it will not have to be moved when the pathway is constructed. Second, endorse the construction of the border-to-border underpass connecting Vandermeer Park with Barton Park as soon as possible, preferably in 2024. Number 3, endorse planning and engineering for the proposed border-to-border connection with the Nicholas Arboretum. Number 4, request a study to investigate the need for additional pedestrian bicycle crossings on the Michigan line. And number 5, evaluate the mitigation of possible negative effects upon wildlife. It has often been said there is a conflict between the fencing plan along that segment of Huron River Drive and the border-to-border trail. But that's not the case. The only contention at this point appears to be exactly where the fence should be built and when. No railroad would allow a pathway like that to be adjacent to their tracks without fencing. In fact, if you look at the specifications for the BNSF Railway and the Union Pacific Railway, they probably wouldn't allow this. MDOT has been vilified at times for not cooperating with the border-to-border trail. But yet a lot of that trail is built on the right-of-way, and cooperation has been achieved in the segments that were built so far. So I do have some expanded
pass out the
comments
literature.
about this. So
Thank you
very much.
Yeah. All right. Come on down.
Okay. My name is Sarah Swider. I live in the township, Ann Arbor Township. I would like to, first of all, thank Katie Scott for all of her hard work, coming out and listening to the constituents at various meetings that have been held on the MDOT fence proposal. I do want to take this a couple of minutes to just fill you folks in on some background information. This proposal is funded by a large federal grant that was received in 2020, Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grant, $15 million. It's matched by the state almost 2 to 1, so it's a $30 million project that funds in the work proposal. They say 157 miles of fence from Dearborn through Kalamazoo. Now, this is being done in the name of safety, and we're being told because we want, and we all do want, all of the folks that I know who are opposing the fence project want very safe, very fast public transportation like trains. And we're being told we can only have trains if we accept 157 miles of this kind of fence. And this is the picture that was in my mailbox when I was told that they were going to break ground in 2024 on this project. And when I called them, they told me that I said, you have to meet with us. And they said, I said, you have to have public accountability. And they said, no, we're not a public institution. I said, no, you are. MDOT is it's a state institution that makes you public, and it makes you have accountability to public. And they said, no, we get federal funds, so it makes it different. And they laughed at me when I told them that they should be accountable. So to me, there's not only the long list of issues you'll find listed on our petition to stop the fence that's been signed by almost 6,000. Go through those because those are easy to find online. But what I'd like to say is that what we're doing by having each municipality working with that has a grassroots group that's formed in opposition to this fence, 30 to 40 people in an ongoing committee are working on finding alternatives. 3 of the hotspots they've identified in Ann Arbor, if you look at U of M's future plans, they've already got plans for building crossings on the other side of Ann Arbor. The Huron River Drive, there's no plan there. And in Ipsy, there's no plan. And I'm sure if we went down this rail into other communities that aren't as well organized or well funded, we'd find other problems too. So I beg you to keep this resolution, to go ahead and pass it, because we need your support as we work our way up to state representatives and hold MDOT accountable. Public accountability in this day and age is so important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
What's up, Commission? My name is Brian Geringer. I live in the city of Ypsilanti. I want to say a few things, the first of which is that we need to be unequivocal as a county in our standing against the war crimes of Israel that are happening over and over and over again. I am the grandchild of Jewish Holocaust refugees. I want to say not in my name. A lot of my friends are saying the same thing. It is a time right now where I think people around the country and around the world are waking up to the injustices that have been perpetrated over and over again, sort of under the cover of darkness. And no more should we allow that to happen. It is on every municipal body to be unequivocal about that. In a similar light, I do feel that there's a comparison to be made when we spend all of our federal tax money on bombs that are dropped on hospitals and children. There's a similar thing going on locally when we are spending a huge portion of our local tax money on overly violent police force that, among other things, spends almost half of its time and resources pulling people over for minor infractions that are not a danger to society or the people around. There have been some very large studies coming out recently, some with 200 million traffic stops that they looked at, and they found that the entire body of racial disparity that we see in the criminal justice system stems from specifically minor traffic stops. And Reuters.com recently came out with a series of studies that showed that that is a huge percent of what police are doing. Something like half of all the money in police departments is being spent on traffic, not fighting crime, but traffic. And over 80% of those traffic stops are for minor things. The city of Ann Arbor has enacted a pretext stop policy. It's not strong enough, but it is a good start. I ask you all to do the same, and that could be a huge source of income for things like public transit, for things like Shelter Now. And I think we should all be thinking about what happens on April 1st.
Thank you.
The shelters
up.
close.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right.
Oh, and check this out. You all made
We made the front page of that. Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? No? What? All right, well, we will go to our friends online. Ashley, is there anybody online that'd like to give public comment?
Yes, Chair. First, we have Mary Campbell.
Mary Campbell, please state your name and your city or township.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mary Campbell, and I do not live in the city of Washtenaw County. I do, however, work for Washtenaw County. This evening, Commissioners, I would like to speak with you about fair compensation for Washtenaw County employees. Back in July of this year, the BOC approved structural increases for 25 employees, along with themselves, making it 34 employees. The higher echelon, if you will, excluding the Corporation Council, where the total structural cost came to almost $400,000. If the commissioners can allocate structural funds of more than $400,000 for these 34 employees, we are employing the commissioners to allocate those same types of structural funds for the rest of the county employees. Local 2733 is currently engaged in negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement. While we have not started economic negotiations, we do hear through the grapevine what the employer is offering to the other locals, and it's shameful. The BOC is tasked with approving next year's budget, and it's imperative that enough funds be allocated for the next 4 years to provide fair compensation for our hardworking staff. I truly believe the workers are not asking for an unreasonable compensation for their hard work. They prove their commitment and significant contribution to the services Washtenaw County provides for its residents on a daily basis. We are looking for the same compensation that the BOC afforded themselves, the elected officials, department heads, administration, Corporation Counsel, OCED's newly hired director, and the county administrator. You need to prioritize the well-being of the rest of the employees with the fair wages they deserve the same way you prioritized yourselves, along with the others you approved back in July. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Suddenly got a lot louder with this mic. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe we got a little closer. All right, Ashley, anybody else online for public comment?
Yes, Chair. Next we have Samuel Hayes.
Samuel Hayes, please state your name and your city or township.
Hello, my name is Samuel Hayes. I am from Ypsilanti. I live over by Superior Township. I'd like to start out my public comment by just saying shout out to Irma Golden. She's my neighbor. Y'all are blessed to be associated with her. And please do everything you can to make sure that she can make waves and make this county a great place. Because like she said, we should all be living our lives golden, right? Now that I'm done with that, with the shout out, I would like to take a moment to reiterate with my companion, Mary Campbell's ask that the Board of Commissioners please be aware of the employees and the fact that we're currently negotiating as well as they decide this budget, and make sure that enough money is allocated for the people who are on the floor doing the work. I was reading through some of the public commentary today, and I'm not going to bore everyone with 3 minutes of reading comments, but I was very disturbed to read about a lot of the things that were going on over at OCED. I'm not sure if the Board of Commissioners had an opportunity to review any of those public comments, but I encourage you to do so and pay attention to it, because it just seems very odd that those public comments washed in with us having a new director for that organization sorted out in the last couple months. So I was just wanting to just bring that up to everybody so that we can make sure that we have all our priorities right, and that we don't have 50% of an office that's supposed to be staffed with 8 people with only 3 or 4. And then sometimes maybe only 2 of them will show up and they're still responsible for dealing with the work that, as we know, leads to people being overworked and obviously underpaid. And sometimes that can cause mistakes in the work that lead to disciplines, that lead to grievances, that lead to arbitrations, that lead to then 6 months later, someone trying to justify spending $250,000 on hiring a new external labor attorney. So I'm very glad that we are done with that. But again, let's just pay attention to the things before they become bigger problems that require bigger amounts of money. Thank you so much again for all the work that you guys do for the community. And again, we should all be living our lives golden. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day. Again, my name is Samuel Hayes from Ypsilanti, Superior Township. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, and have a good night. And to all a good night. Ashley, anybody else online that would like to give public comment?
Sorry. Yes, next we have Luna NH.
Luna, please state your name and city or township.
Hi, I'm Luna. I am a renter in Ann Arbor. I just want to co-sign what Samuel, Mary, and Brian all shared. I agree with everything they said and fully support. And in addition, I just want to emphasize what I've been coming and talking about every week since early September, which is housing, and hopefully to have you prioritize as much funding as possible towards annual commitments to housing, prioritizing housing first and supportive housing, as well as making sure that our winter sheltering programs are fully staffed and fully funded. It's really important that we don't end up in the same situation next year that we were in this year and last year and in previous years. And I think getting OCED together is going to really help with that. So I hope that you will, like Samuel said, look into that and prioritize that. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
Yes. Next we have Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels.
Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels, please state your name and city or township.
Hi, this is Allison Foreman from Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels. I'm the president and CEO. I also live in Ypsilanti Township. Shout out to my county commissioner, Justin Hodge, and to where we are at in the city, Annie Somerville. Thank you for supporting our request for additional senior services support. I'd like to share a little bit about our growth and impact, which is the reason for the second request for financial support. So we've been supporting our community since the very start of the pandemic. We, during the pandemic, went from 4 routes to 6 routes, and we're soon going to be serving a 7th route. We went from serving about 160 to 180 clients to now serving between 180 and 250 clients. In 2022, we served 440 older adults, and we're on track to serve more than 500 clients this year. We added many new meal options because we knew many of our clients needed more food options. We offer 5-pack frozen meals, medically tailored meal programs, which now brings us to serving 9 different meal varieties. We added local partnerships with Whole Foods for donated food items in addition to our partnership with food gatherers. We expanded wraparound support by increasing our case management team from 1 staff member to 3 staff members to meet the growing need. We expanded our personal care pantry. We provided social isolation services ranging from pet support services to access to IT assistive services for older adults to be connected in their home. We expanded our aging in place services, including chore support and home modification. So it's very clear, from pets to food, YMOW is truly more than a meal. As we approach 2024, though, the need is not decreasing. National trends show that programs like Meals on Wheels demands have increased over 77% since the start of the pandemic, and this will only continue to grow double digits year over year. This is what we've all been preparing for, known as the silver tsunami of need. This has led many Meals on Wheels programs to take very aggressive and proactive approaches to raising funds in a big way. This is why your additional support from the county will be greatly appreciated and go on to help us supporting many older adults. We hope you will continue supporting our seniors, not only this year, but in the future, and continue to say yes to our seniors. On behalf of all of the YMOW clients, we appreciate your support, County Commissioners. And in the words of one of our seniors, Ypsilanti Meals on Wheels, I love the people that bring the food to me. They're very friendly and the meals are very good for you. And it helps so I don't go hungry. I support the people that help seniors like me, and I'm 86 years old. Thank you, and I urge you to support YMOW. Thank you again, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, anybody else online?
Yes, Chair. Next, we have Nancy Hine.
Nancy Hine, please state your name and city or township.
Hi, Nancy Hine, City of Ypsilanti, resident there for over 30 years. I'm also the president of Local 3052. You folks should have all received an email earlier from me today, but I want to get this on record, so I'm going to read it aloud. Good evening, Commissioners. Washtenaw County Labor Relations and Local 3052 are currently engaged in negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement. It is with a sense of some urgency that we bring to your attention, as next year's budget is nearing approval, the need for the well-being and fair compensation of our hardworking members. Over the past decade, county employees have consistently demonstrated our commitment and contributed significantly to the growth and prosperity of Washtenaw County. We have worked tirelessly for our community, yet our dedication has not been met seriously at the bargaining table when it comes to fair compensation. The upcoming expiration of these contracts signals a turning point, an opportunity for the county to rectify the gross underpayment of all of its employees. As the cost of living, and with that the property tax revenue generated, has soared, it is time that our members are compensated appropriately for our indispensable contributions. We demand that the Board of Commissioners take our concerns seriously and take action to rectify this injustice. Fair wages are not negotiable. They are the right of every hardworking individual contributing to the prosperity of Washtenaw County. You need to prioritize the well-being of your employees and work expeditiously for a collective bargaining agreement that reflects our true value, and to make sure the next 4-year budget reflects the fruits of our labor. In other words, the same wage compensation for union members has been so graciously given to Labor Relations, Human Resources, OCED's newly hired director, department heads, Board of Commissioners, yourselves, and other county employees. The resilience of our members is matched only by our resolve to secure the compensation we deserve. We expect the board to recognize this and to support the best interests of our members, workforce, and the community in solidarity. Nancy Hine, President, Local 3052. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, anybody else online, Ashley?
There is none.
There was no one else online. Last call for anybody in the room. Last call before we get to response. Everybody's looking around, and that's it. I'm about to close public comment. All right, that's great. All right, let's move on to commissioner follow-up to public participation. I would just start off by saying there's a lot of interest in the fence. We do have a resolution, and as many of you have mentioned, related to the fence. We got a special surprise related to the fence resolution. And the special surprise, I guess I'll tell you what the special surprise is. If we pass it, yeah, let's stay tuned for it, right? But it involves Bryce. So you want to say it? Okay. We've had some conversations about sending communications to other governments, like we received many of ours. If we pass the resolution related to the fence, that will be our first one that we're sending to other people. So in addition to us making the statement, we will, if we pass it, send it to other local governments and county governments saying, hey, you all should also have some sort of reaction to the fence situation. I ruined the surprise, but I didn't want people to leave because sometimes they leave. So that's enough there. Anybody want to respond? Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank and congratulate our newly elected mayor of Manchester, Pat Valancourt, for coming out tonight and speaking for our seniors, as well as Marie with WAVE. These resources are so needed in our corner of the county where we are strapped for resources, strapped for transportation, and at the end of the day, we feed the county. That's what we do in District 3. That's our main goal is farming. And so we support our neighbors through our agriculture, and we're just asking for support for these seniors that have spent their lives working the land and need a little bit of extra help, whether it's taking WAVE to get to their dialysis appointment, whether it's playing, a game of bridge or euchre just to have that connection with another human. So thank you, and thank you for coming up.
All right, anybody else? Commissioner Scott, and then Commissioner Robbie after that.
Thank you. I want to thank for coming out to talk about our fence. Oh, I'm not online.
Thank you. If I really worked on my voice, you could hear me in the back of the room, even without a microphone. I want to thank people coming out to talk about our fence proposal on the agenda tonight. I'm pleased that we have it on here. I just want to note that I've said to my colleagues on this board before that when we had the initial presentation from MDOT that talked, they said that they were working extensively with the city and county officials, and every city and county official I talked to after that meeting had no contact from MDOT up until that point, which is one of the reasons why my blood pressure probably went to 250 on that night, and I got more involved. So I'm thrilled to note that for now, this fence is paused. But I still think it's important for us to keep up our diligence on it. And I am excited about the B2B trail and the place where there is some concern will now have an underground tunnel. And I think that will mitigate a lot of the concern because people are crossing the tracks for a reason. And so I think rather than fencing them off, looking for solutions to get people across is a better way than building a giant fence. I am also happy to note that we had a lot of communication online in our board packet ahead of time on supporting food stabilization and climate. It was really the bulk of the communiques that we had in the packet to my fellow commissioners. If you looked at it, and to board people who are looking at our packet online, there were about 30 communications about supporting our climate work and 11 supporting our food stabilization. And that was it. There were only 2 other communications in there. Also something we'll be looking at tonight having to do with our funding for Hawk. So thank you to everybody who came out for public comment. I think it's great to see a packed room and to have people even attending online and being involved in our county's government. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. appreciate the opportunity to address members of the public. Thank you all for coming out. First off, to those that came to advocate on the fence, thank you. This is a very important issue, and I intend to support the resolution. I take offense to the proposal. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, man.
It was just, I kept thinking about it every time. I just couldn't help myself. I needed to. So thank you for your advocacy. To those that spoke about the increased, militarization of our police force, thank you. I think that's an important point and something that I've long been concerned about. I think we need to do work on that as a county and look at the investments that we're making and ensure that we're actually protecting the community and not inadvertently endangering the community. There was a comment made about OCD and in reference to a written comment that was submitted. And I guess I have some questions and some comments on this. The comment that was submitted to us is on page 32 of your packet, or I'm sorry, of the page 32 of the public comments section of the packet. And it's from the Hawk call center supervisor. And it outlines, first of all, to Amanda, who submitted the public comment. Thank you for submitting this and for the information that you provided. I know it's not a comfortable position to be submitting, this type of information to the county board. But, as I've said at previous meetings, I think we function better when we hear from staff and we understand what's going on the ground in the organization. So please don't stop reaching out to the board and telling us what you're seeing on the ground. This is super important. A few things that I wanted to point to in Amanda's comment that is of concern to me, and again, appreciate Amanda for bringing this forward, is the employment status of our Hawk staff. I didn't fully understand that our entire Hawk team appears to be part-time with the county and thus not eligible for any benefits, sick time, or benefits of any kind. It doesn't appear, no paid holidays. And in addition, something that I had thought of previously, but am again concerned about, is in relation to the I forget what we called it, the workforce stabilization, $8,000 that we gave to full-time employees. That was not extended to our part-time staff that worked, even those that worked during the pandemic, that are still employed on a part-time basis with the county, which is in and of itself something that is wrong conceptually, that somebody can be 3-4 years down the road and still part-time employed by the county, not receiving the same benefits as other employees. But the fact that they, on top of that, did not get the workforce stabilization money is shameful. And we need to fix that. And I don't imagine that there are that many employees that fit in that category that worked during the pandemic that are still employed on a part-time basis, but apparently there are some. And I do think that it is worth reconsidering whatever, likely small amount of money that would be to make the situation right. I think that we need to explore that, absolutely. And so I know that there's a proposal before us, or there might be several proposals before us to increase funding for Hawk. And I hope that as we allocate money to Hawk, that one of the things that we look to do here with this, and I'm probably going to ask this again during our budget conversation, is how we are going to treat the staff at the Hawk call center to ensure that the Hawk staff are actually becoming full-time employees that are eligible for benefits. It's appalling that people that are taking calls about housing issues are not given basic benefits and paid time off. So this needs to be rectified, and I hope that administration will act swiftly to fix this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everybody who came in person and online to speak. I also want to say that I appreciate the folks that are rallying against the fence. I just don't want to see that happen. I think it will ruin a beautiful thing that we have in our community, which is access to the river. And I'm really excited about alternatives like the underground, I can't think of the word that I'm looking for, but the tunnel, sorry, the tunnel. So I'm excited about the potential for that to actually become a reality. And also thank you to everybody who showed up to support the second allocation for senior funding, especially Ipsy Meals on Wheels. They've done a really great job advocating for senior services across the county, not just for their own agency, but they do really amazing work. And I also want to thank the county administrator and Chair Hodge for leading that effort. And then just with respect to the budget, we've gotten a lot of communications ahead of this meeting, and I know a lot of folks are watching tonight to see the conversation. Obviously, a lot of competing priorities. I think that in a perfect world, the ongoing funding for housing would be more than what it is. My amendment is not one of the amendments that we will see at the table today as an option. Because the amendments that you will see pretty much make up the cost of what it would have been to expand housing and homelessness to $1 million ongoing every year. So I just want to say for folks that are watching, if you're not here later when we get to the budget, even though we're going to keep it, we may keep it what it was presented to us as, which was 404,000. I will keep working this year to hopefully find other ways to increase that. And I think 400,000 is closer to the end goal because it wasn't something that we've had before. So I won't take it as a total loss. I know that we have a lot of concerns around food insecurity. So I'm really grateful that we will have a conversation around what that looks like in the next 4 years. We've been getting a lot of advocacy around increasing the ongoing funding for food stabilization, as well as the resiliency center. So thank you for everybody who's been participating in the budget process with us this year. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nope. Okay. I'll just say a couple other words before we move on to the next piece here. To the comments about Hawk, thank you. I'm glad people were very supportive of us getting more funding to Hawk and making those positions permanent. When we get to the budget conversation, I have an amendment that we will talk about that would substantially increase funding to Hawk and create full-time permanent positions. As we've talked about before, that's best practice. We need to be able to fully staff that so we have people that can do case management, and staff Hawk in a way that really moves people through the process much more quickly. And it is one of the structural changes that we could make to really address some of the housing and homelessness challenges we're facing in the community. We'll talk more about that when we get to it, though. We talked about the fence. And was there one other thing? I think that might be pretty good for now. Oh, the senior services package. Very grateful for everybody coming out to advocate for that. I made a commitment when we passed the previous package on senior services to the organizations and to Commissioners Beeman and Somerville that I would work with the team to get a second round of senior funding. That's what we have today. So I have kept my word, as I said I would, but let's just make sure we pass it. Okay, I will be voting yes on it. So we will go on now to liaison reports. You might want to give a liaison report. Commissioner Robbie was quicker than you this time, Commissioner Scott.
I even waited too.
You were just trying to give other people an opportunity.
A chance, yeah. So I'll be giving the liaison report on Parks Commission this week. We actually had our Parks Commission meeting yesterday, and a lot was decided. So some exciting things at Rolling Hills Water Park. There, we approved a expansion of the concessions area. So there will be 2 new pavilions constructed for folks to eat their concessions under, and have one of them will be rentable for parties and stuff like that. So those will be built over the next year. We approved an acquisition of a new property in Commissioner Light's district, I believe in Northfield Township. It's a 12-acre property. I'm really excited about it. Beautiful, wooded area. Some of it is wetlands, but it's connected to the Whitmore Lake Preserve. And so that's really exciting that we're going to be doing that. In addition, we gave 3 Connecting Communities grant awards for different trail projects that are being spearheaded by townships around our community. The first one, also in Commissioner Light's district, is an extension of the trail on Dixboro Road that will connect from the Botanical Gardens up to Plymouth Road. So that's exciting. Pittsfield Township has got one along State Street for an extension of the trail there, and then one for York Township as well. And then finally, there was long discussion about the membership rates at Mary Lou Murray Rec Center. Despite the increases in the past year, we remain very competitive, and our rates are still, for an annual pass, half of what they are at the Ann Arbor YMCA, and far lower than many other community rec centers in the area and private rec centers in the area. And so even with the increases, we are a very affordable attraction for our community that seek recreation opportunities. And I will, last thing is just report back that part of that discussion that we had yesterday included, really wanting to delve into this issue of, not everybody in our community can afford, even if it is half of what the Y, is charging. Not everybody in the community can afford that. And currently there really isn't a good mechanism to account for that. And so we decided to convene a subcommittee of the Parks Commission to, over the next 6 months, develop a recommendation for the fee structure that would hopefully, my hope is, create a fee. There's a fee for seniors, there's a fee for youth, but to create another fee level for individuals that just can't afford to pay the current rates. So hopeful that that will come out soon. And that concludes my report on the Parks Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. That was an exciting one. Thank you. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I will confirm the Parks Commission is a lot of fun and interesting to be at, but also the discussions about how we make that recreation accessible to everybody in our county is important. Commissioner Robbie did not talk about the pet Halloween thing that they had. Dogs got to be dressed up, and there was a not too spooky walk. And there is some really fantastic programming that happens through the Parks Department that is just a lot of fun. So I urge everybody to check it out all the time, because if you can dress up your dog and go trick-or-treating at the parks. I wanted to have a report, give you a report on the Homeland Security Committee that I went to. We are currently looking at grant funding reallocation just because of some of the priorities changed from the federal government. And right now we're looking to get project proposals from our partners that have to do with cybersecurity and community resilience. I suggested that they maybe talk to somebody here in admin about what we could do to change our email system over to .gov emails, because that would fall into that auspices of cybersecurity. And also, and talking about community resilience, it's a little bit more of a leap, but I have this vision of having this huge majority of Washtenaw County trained in hands-only CPR, especially as an ICU nurse in the cardiovascular ICU. I know how important early and effective CPR is. And so I think it would be great if we could do some more outreach with hands-only CPR. Thanks.
Parks and Homeland Security. What a combination. Yes, we're doing it all here in Washtenaw County. Anybody else want to? Commissioner Maciejewski, what you got for us?
Thank you, Chair. Just to quickly note that the Board of Public Works met this morning, and we are still awaiting the letter from the state to trigger the solid waste management planning process. So I think I mentioned a few meetings ago that we were going to imminently get that letter, but apparently it's taking a little bit longer than expected to begin that quite important and long process. So hopefully it will come soon. Thank you.
Solid waste. All right. Anybody else? Commissioner Beeman like that one. All right. Good. Okay. No other ones. The only other one, Commissioner Light. Turn your mic on, please. Our friends online want to be able to hear you.
Hear me now. On yesterday, yes, that was yesterday, I attended the IBEW training center. And I was able to get a tour of the training center and meet some applicants. So I urge everyone to give it a look, to look it up online, and to talk to our students that will be graduating, that this is a additional option other than a 2 or 4 year degree. They get a pension and they have very great benefits. And so just take a look, but it was very informative and very nice.
Very nice. All right, Commissioner Scott wanted round 2. I was gonna give it to you now. Yeah.
Thank you. I thought you were going to pick it up, but I'm also happy to discuss the other thing. The very exciting thing that happened this week was that we had the community health assessment through the Washtenaw County Health Department. It was at the Mary Lou.
No,
it
Morris
wasn't at Mary
Lawrence.
Lou. Morris Lawrence, a building that begins with M in the county. It was at Morris Lawrence. There were, it was a very healthily attended event with community partners and other county departments and community leaders, where we worked to identify priorities to focus on during our 5-year assessment and improvement cycle. And the priorities established that day will not be final. They're still doing more feedback in the community and several more groups and partners. And once those priorities are finalized, they will create work groups co-led with community partners and community members, and really do that very iterative process of identifying what improvements and priorities the health department should focus on for the next 5 years. It was an extremely well-run event, and I want to thank the health department and WCC for how fantastic it was. Thanks.
And the intention is for it to be an annual event now. And I think we are going to drive the health mobile there together next year. That's the hope. That's the hope. And we will all be healthy together. The slogan of the health department: healthy together. All right. Anything else from anybody? No. Commissioner Sanders. All right. What you got for us?
The energy is too much.
Look, I want to keep us all up. I got to keep the energy up for everybody.
The Washtenaw County Food Policy Council met, and it is my understanding that they will be seeking to present to the board, I believe sometime in December, maybe. Just a heads up, they are a council, so they are set up a little differently than some of our other committees. And I believe that they are interested in seeking support that will provide them possibly with a full-time staff person, so that they can actually get some things done and not be so reliant on volunteers. I did not attend the Road Commission meeting this week because I was at one of the housing and homeless events, since this is the week to recognize and support the housing and homeless here in Washtenaw County. So I will resume that, but I did attend the same meeting that Commissioner Robbie and Commissioner Scott, I think it was just the 3 of us, for Parks, and it was a joint meeting, actually, separate discussion, but joint for the purposes of talking about their soon to be upcoming renewal millages. So I just want to share that information. Did learn a little bit at that meeting. There's one other thing. I think I'm having a senior moment. Oh, I do need to share, this is not related to committee work, but because we are approaching the Thanksgiving holiday, I do need to share out that there will be 2 free meals provided at Eastern Michigan University on the 16th. The first is 11:30 a.m. to 1, and that is going to be a drive-through, so people can actually, it is first come, first serve, let me say that. They can drive through and get a meal, take it home. Both events will be held at the George Gervin Game Above Center, formerly known as the Convocation Center. And then the second meal event, also at that same location, same day, Thursday, will be from 4 to 7 p.m. And that is a sit-down meal. So people are allowed to come. Both events are free. And so we may have a run, since I've made the announcement here, on their supplies, but as people are kind of struggling to make ends meet, I just want to let them know that that is an opportunity for them to come and get a full meal.
And that's tomorrow.
That is tomorrow. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Good stuff. Anybody else? Looks like you're about to raise your hand, but you don't give liaison reports, so not for you. All right, I got one. I had Brownfield, and it was it was one of the more exciting Brownfield meetings. So we were looking at, for a little while, what seemed to be two potentially competing projects. One trying to fully support an Avalon housing development, and then one to support a park development in Chelsea. And it seemed like it was going to come down to, can't do both, how are we going to handle it? But creatively, we were able to figure out a way to fund both of the projects. So Avalon was able to receive the amount that they had requested. The Chelsea Park project won't need the funding for a little while later into the future. So we came up with that, what I think was a very good strategy to fund both of those projects. Nathan will come again sometime soon to talk about those, I'm sure. And that's it for liaison reports. All right. So for our audience, this is where we get into the meat of things. So stay tuned here. It's about to get exciting. Special orders of business, we have none. Appointments, we also have none. But we will have many in December. Bryce and I sat down. Bryce, how many we're going to have in December? Like 100?
75.
75, like 100, rounding up. Bryce and I sat down and looked at many appointments. So get ready for that. That'll be a good meeting. I got to move on to the consent agenda. Before I ask for someone to move that, I would just say that we didn't have any spicy communications this time, so we're just going to accept all of them. I don't know, maybe Ottawa County's getting tired of getting called out, but we got something for them. We're going to start sending them some communications soon. So with that, I'd look for somebody to move the consent agenda. Is there a second? It's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Fantastic. Okay, moving on to the resolutions. This is where it gets interesting. So I will look for somebody to move the first reading resolutions. You want to do it, Commissioner Scott? Go for it. Thank you.
Under the first reading, I would like to move a resolution ratifying the application and acceptance of the Connect and Protect Law Enforcement Behavioral Response Grant from the Sheriff's Office. B, a resolution to expand diversion, deflection, and violence intervention programming within the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office and to authorize the creation and modification of related program positions from the Sheriff's Office. C, a resolution providing funding for additional senior serving agencies from administration. D, a resolution to adopt the 2024-2027 recommended quadrennial budget from finance.
Thank you. Is there support? Thanks, Commissioner LaBarre. All right, we'll just pull D for separate consideration because I know somebody's going to want to do that. So let's just do it. I'll just do it. Any other ones people want to pull for separate consideration? Nope. Okay. All right. So let's just hit the cluster of ones that are hopefully easier to get with here. Any just questions about any of those? Commissioner Robbie.
Not a question really, but on the senior programming, I just wanted to thank all parties involved in putting that together. In particular, Commissioners Beeman and Somerville and Chair Hodge. I was somewhat unhappy with how we ended things last time, and I think that this partially resolved some of the concerns that I had. None of this really impacts my district, but that's okay. I think we need to make sure that, you know, the west side of our community and the east side of our community are both well covered here with these services. Very excited to see funding for WAVE. Very much more comfortable giving an allocation to WAVE or in the future the RIDE than some of, well, Phoenix in particular, which I was quite uncomfortable giving allocation to. So I just wanted to reemphasize that if there are any future senior service RFPs that go out, I'd rather give the money to well-established agencies like WAVE and the RIDE. And so I'm grateful to see that we've, made that right with this and that we're giving the money. I would have hoped to see some more money in there for the east side, but I think that this is a great start and a significant increase over what was initially there for the Ypsi Senior Center and Ypsi Meals on Wheels. So I look forward to supporting this and thank you to all involved.
Thank you. Is that a hand? No. Okay. Anybody else? You gotta be careful putting your hand up. Like if it looks like you're putting your hand up, same thing happens in class. If it looks like you're putting your hand up, I'm gonna call on you, potentially. Okay. Anybody else? Nobody else. Okay. Oh, it's a first read. So sorry, Bryce. This is a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay. Great. My word is kept on the senior services item. Thank you, administration, and to all involved in getting us there. All right, now it's time for the big show here. We're gonna have this conversation to resolution to adopt the 2024 through 2027 recommended quadrennial budget from finance. So what we have here, and I expect that there will be conversations about different amendments. We have two proposed amendments here that you all have at your desk. I have them here and you can see them like this. If you are on board portal, both are present there. The first one is the recommendation from administration. The second one is a recommendation from me. I will just speak briefly to mine, and then the way this will work is someone will move one or the other one, or have ideas about maybe a third potential one. But these are the two that we have that are right here. The things that are significantly different about the resolution that or the amendment that I'm proposing is that it really focuses the resources. What's going on here? Is there? Am I out of order? What's happening? Oh, well, I was on a roll here. It's a rosy mind. Okay. Well, I just wanted to describe the pieces of paper that you have at your desk. Okay. I won't speak to it further until somebody moves their seconds. Option 1 or option 2 or an option that I am not aware of. Somebody like to move option 1 or option 2 or an option that I'm not aware of. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry for being ridiculous about Robert's rules. You should have
That's
just kept
okay.
going and ignored my face. Sorry. My face does not know how to be quiet.
Well, I mean, look, I'm glad I want to follow Robert's rules too.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move proposed amendment alternative 2.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Support.
Oh, thank you. Now I will continue my conversation about what is different about this second piece here, in that it really focuses the funding that we had set aside for the different amendments into the 3 that we've had, I think, the most conversation about, and the 3 that we've had the most public comment about, which include the resiliency office, a structural allocation. Instead of it being grant funded, it would be 2 of the resiliency office positions structurally. Hawk, which we've talked a lot about, it would be a structural allocation to Hawk that is substantially more than the original allocation. This would be to make sure that we can get, I would guess, potentially a supervisor position that is full-time, and then other positions that are full-time and permanent, as opposed to the temporary situation that the department is currently facing. This, as we've talked about before, would be a systemic way to combat some of the challenges that we've been facing with the housing and homelessness crisis, and particularly our Hawk system. And then the food stability piece, where we, and in conversation with Commissioner Scott and many of our community partners, wanted to figure out a way to stabilize the system longer term, and then also to give an incentive to work with community partners and local units of government to get them to match and support dollars. But there's a front-end allocation for 2024 that really tries to create a buffer to fully fund their requests and keep them able to provide vital food and vital food-related services to the many nonprofits that they support. Those are the key differences. Any other thoughts or discussion or any of that? Commissioner Beeman.
I have a clarifying question. Can we only speak to alternative 2 at the moment?
I mean, it's all about the budget, so we could, in theory.
Okay.
Well, we're consulting with Michelle.
Looking at you, council.
in theory. I also, while Michelle's about to talk, I also say the other thing that's different about alternative two is it pulls some dollars that were set aside for infrastructure to be able to get the food request to that number that it's at. Administration has assured me that it is not significantly detrimental to our infrastructure plans because it's only for 1 year. So this is what could be a good win, you know, using many of the dollars that we were specifically talking about. And Michelle is ready. Her mic is on.
Technically, your discussion should be to alternative two.
Technically. So let's be technically
Okay,
correct,
the amendment
Okay.
before.
because that is the best kind of correct.
Okay. I'm gonna ask it anyway, and you guys can call me out of order. There's a $250,000 discrepancy between alternative one and alternative two, and that's what I don't understand.
That was the thing I just said, and that we pulled those dollars from the infrastructure recommendation from administration. So we pulled 250,000 from the total number that they had requested for infrastructure projects and put that into the food category.
But why only there and not in alternative?
Why not in alternative one? Because alternative one kept their infrastructure request at the fully funded amount that administration originally requested. So to try to find more dollars, because I don't think we were looking at it enough related to food, we had to pull it from somewhere, and pulling it from infrastructure seemed to be the least disruptive pot of money to pull it from.
Okay.
Andrew could probably speak in greater detail about that.
I would, and I'd also look to our budget director, Catherine Alter Jones, who assisted with this. So to speak to the initial proposal that was developed by administration as a way to aggregate what the discussion at the last meeting, and so those were our initial amounts. What we heard and from the chair and were asked to help prepare earlier today was something that would go beyond that in 2024, and so that required finding additional funding. One thing where I would look to politely correct the chair, if you look at the funding sources which were recommended in there, the infrastructure reduction was already one of the funding sources to be able to get to that $850,000 amount. And so we are looking to increase that by an additional $250,000 in 2024. I think the points made by the chair, though, in terms of the concerns from administration with that use are still true, though.
And to be clear, alternative two, the one that we're talking about, is not administration's recommendation. So if you don't like it, don't be mad at them. Don't be mad at any of the staff. Just be mad at me, okay? And the people that moved to second it. Because now they're in it with me now. Did you want to say anything now that you're at the podium? You're just ready to answer questions?
Yeah,
I'm gonna get you.
Andrew covered it, but up here.
No, you got none. Okay. I saw Commissioner Robbie first, then Labar, then Somerville. Or are you done, Beeman? No, not done. All right, keep it going.
I'm sorry. I just don't, I am unclear as to why there's 250,000 more in alternative two that could, in my brain, be in proposal one under food, which would bring it up to 350. That would not be the full 5, but it would be 350.
Catherine.
Question.
I think that's just based on how they're presented. It's not like an option, the other option, it's somehow more detrimental to infrastructure. It's just the timing of the presentation and the options that were put together. So
Okay.
if that's a thing you wanted, you could move it later after we're done talking about this.
Okay, so I guess in my mind, my final question is our total that we could allocate, period, this 1.106 and not the 856?
In 2024, yes. In 2025 through 27, it'd still be the 8.5, whatever.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You good? Commissioner Robbie.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm still having a little bit of trouble understanding this too. Like I guess back up for me and explain what does non-structural infrastructure budget mean?
So the summarized long story is, since the big recession in 2008, we've not been able to structurally fund infrastructure dollars at the levels we could previously. So what we started doing was identifying as many non-structural dollars as was reasonable and setting them aside for whatever infrastructure needs were coming from. This time around, we were able to actually bring in some infrastructure requests. And so that's why we feel comfortable reducing down that non-structural allocation because the overall picture sets our infrastructure up for success as well as the organization.
So, okay, so let me try to summarize this. So basically, we have building maintenance needs throughout the county. That's the infrastructure we're talking about, right? Our built infrastructure.
Yes,
We have building maintenance needs throughout the county, and we don't have a structural funding source to cover that cost. And so we have pieced together various pots of non-structural money into a fund that we then pull from every year to do various building upgrades or maintenance.
yes, primarily be more project related funding, like the board technology. We did that. That's one of the, no, I don't think that one was one, but it's a similar project to that. So like small projects that we don't have structural funding for that we know are needs of the organization as we look to do that.
Is CAP not a structural funding source, or how does?
No, no, not really. The way CAP funding works gets more complicated than that because it's more than just facilities and IT. That is a big funding component of facilities operations.
I mean, it's not the full amount, but like part of it goes to facilities, right? Or no?
Yes, yes. But the facilities, the costs that are allocated out through the CAP are less than what facilities operational costs are for the current year because of the 2-year lag. And then when you get into projects, et cetera,
What's the 2-year gap again?
So the cost allocation to be eligible for federal grants, we have to do it on an audited financial statement. So the CAP that's proposed here is based on 2022 audited actuals. So it's not based on what we project facilities costs will be, but what they were 2 years ago. So we have funding mechanisms to make it all work. So, but yeah, capital projects, et cetera, get into depreciation, which gets spread over like 20 years, et cetera. So it's not an easy one for one, but it is a big funding source.
You gonna say something?
Just wanted to add, it's also our attempt to make sure that we stay up on our deferred maintenance costs. As you know, our buildings are continuing to age, and unless we lean in and support that infrastructure, those costs are just going to continue to creep up, and at some point we're going to have to address it. So certainly not perfect, but it is our best attempt at making sure that we keep downward pressure on those deferred maintenance costs.
Before I go to Commissioner Labar, I would just add the other piece about this amendment is to put the focus on the things that seem like the most time sensitive and critical for the protection of human life around the food piece. Like we've allocated significant dollars to housing and homelessness. Largely the food insecurity dollars would be going to support many in the same community. Similar situation with Hawk. As administration has said before, with some of the other requests that commissioners made and that didn't make it into alternative one that they proposed, I would look to work with everyone to make sure that everybody else's requests get funded some way as we move into the new year. Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you to you and Commissioner Scott. I know this amendment is an attempt to try and get some of the asks funded and some of the things that we deem most vital. Right now, I would urge us to give more consideration to the underlying budget and perhaps amend this amendment or start from scratch for the following reasons. I think it would be absolutely vital to get that $500,000 for food security. I think what we've heard through advocacy and throughout presentations throughout the year is every social service, every service that touches a human being in one way, shape, or form in terms of the context of their life, it is almost by definition dependent on food in one way or another. And so if these organizations are providing those services and we're able to offset that in any way, shape, or form on the front end, we're not just responding to the need in the community, we're also responding to the organizational needs of those entities we rely on. What I would say though is that should be at all costs a structural endeavor. And the reason I say that is because this is our leverage point with the budget to try and set the course for the next 4 years. And non-structural, I'm not going to look $500,000 in non-structural food assistance and poo-poo it. That is good and significant and so forth. I would say though, let's try and make that into a structural component. On Hawk, we had a continuum of care meeting today. This is a really good step. There are more to go. I will say what I think we would know with a little more consultation with some of the folks on the continuum of care is what is the gap between what we can bring to the table in terms of new structural funding for Hawk, what the existing housing supply is, and what are the logistical constraints that prevent us, even if we are better resourced on the front end, from actually getting the recipients into those resources on the back end. I don't know the answer to that, and I suspect it's a little more complex than we may think. It could be that $322,000 is absolutely the right number. Let's do it. Let's do more. It could be that right now with the stock, $200,000 is a better number. I don't know, but having that information would be helpful. If we don't have it and we're structurally upping the allocation to Hawk, that's inherently a good thing. On the resilience office, I think we've all covered that. I would urge us though to keep this in mind on some of the other asks. The board staff position, we spoke about that a bit last meeting. There is real value to not just the 9 of us, but to the individuals that will be in these seats in years to come. The transportation can be leveraged for all the other issues that we are looking to do in terms of the budget. And then the youth services. Let me put all my cards here on the table. I asked for $500,000 in my amendment, and anybody who's served with me before knows if you just said we'll give you $500,000, I would have left because I would have assumed someone would find me out at some point. I don't think we totally need to get $500,000 tonight. But we should get something structural because we're going to have to rebuild that. And if you go back and look at the 2018 resolution that was passed to implement the coordinated funding recommendations in the aggregate between the 2 years, 18 and 19 fiscal years, July through June, we got north of $1 million aggregate in youth services one way or another. So I would argue that that remains a really vital thing. And again, something, if we fund it structurally now, we can build on it in the future. So those are my thoughts on this. I'm sorry to give a word salad here. I would just say, in terms of the structural allocation, what we just heard, and what to his great credit, our administrator has said for years now, is the importance of infrastructure. But we have also, since the Great Recession, essentially been funding it on an ad hoc basis, socking away money when we can. I think there's real value in that. One proposal, one idea, should we not go forward on this amendment, would be to repurpose that infrastructure allocation, $400,000 to food security, $100,000 to youth services, and then circle back and use the $391,000 roughly that we will not have to use in the 2023 budget for the payment of the CMH deficit elimination plan. Use that as a one-time lump sum contribution to infrastructure, buy ourselves time in the next 12 months to have a better sense of that. And keep in mind that with COVID and with the change in office use and utilization, we may have a different infrastructure picture in the next 5 and 10 years where we don't need as much physical portfolio. So I have said a bunch. Again, I apologize about that. If somehow this ends up being what passes, I'm not going to complain about it. I hope we make those modifications now. This is a step towards success, in my opinion. I just want us to make some of those changes structurally. And so I look forward to more discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, never apologize for saying a bunch of stuff. You always give us, I think, words of wisdom and good kernels of knowledge here. Good. And what I tried to do with this amendment was, as administration frequently says, give you something to react to, right? Okay. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Labar. I appreciate what you said, and I'm open to considering some of the ideas that you threw out. Although I do feel like we need to keep the food stabilization amount as close to 500 as possible, but I think 400 is reasonable. I also just generally, I really do want us to invest more in youth funding. But as I kind of hinted at in my follow-up to public comment, I really want us to get closer to $1 million ongoing for housing and homelessness. We just, at our last meeting approved an amazing amount of funding for that's going to be used next year, and it's over 2 million. So I really would love if we could continue stabilizing the housing crisis in our county ongoing. So I'm committed to keep looking and working on increasing that. I'm comfortable with the amendment that the chair proposed, but also the suggestions that Commissioner Labar suggested, and the other amendments that were submitted and previewed in the I'm not supposed to talk about that, but on this amendment specifically, I'm supportive, and I'm also supportive of the other amendments that commissioners submitted at our last meeting. My priority is increasing the housing and homelessness amount, though, and I do appreciate that we also need to stabilize Hawk to be successful in our housing and homelessness work. So I will just keep on working, and I'm hopeful that we can also leverage some state support to help with our efforts here in the county. And that's all for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott didn't get to speak on it yet, so I want to hit her and then get Commissioner Robbie in there.
Thank you. Catherine, I have a question for you. When we're talking about the infrastructure money and the work that needs to be done, can you give an example of something that this money was going to be allocated for that might not now?
Yeah, so the infrastructure allocation talked about in the amendment is, so the first purpose of it is to cover any operational shortfall that either IT or facilities would have. So we're just making sure if something catastrophic happens, we have some funding. If that is not needed, then we get a memo to request different projects before we allocate it. It goes to the administrator to review to make sure it makes sense. And then we allocate it specifically to those projects. It would take me a minute to pull up the memos for the current, but it's generally speaking, either like a, we did, I can't think of any space renovations. Jason, sorry, Jason Fee's here. I'm gonna ask him because I think he'll have some more recent versus me.
Come on out, Jason. All right.
You're the next.
No, thank you. No, I have our memo for proposed projects for 2024. We have a couple roof replacements lined up for 200 North Main, the LRC Counter 2, and then some HVAC equipment next door at 200 North Main is also reaching that point of end of life to replace. So that gives you a snapshot of those proposed projects that we tackle on the non-structural requests.
Great, thanks, Jason. And you answered like my question, like those can be non-structural requests rather than having that be part of structural funding, which I guess was always there anyway. I just want to note that I think that this amendment that I had talked to Commissioner Hodge and briefly with Commissioner Somerville regarding this amendment too was really based on, I talked about in the commissioner follow-up to public comment, the amount of comments we had online on our board portal. I didn't talk about communication that I'd received personally, in which I think it was running neck and neck with food sustainability and climate resilience. So I'm really thrilled to see the resiliency office funding on here. I think that that's fantastic and we need it. But like Commissioner Somerville, I'm hopeful that we can keep our food stability number closer to 500 than in Amendment A, which was 100,000. I don't think that goes nearly far enough for what the community needs right now. I would be interested in hearing to Commissioner Labar's point about how we can make some of these things structural, about how we could do that. I'm all for it. If we can make this structural funding, let's do it. But I think we need to really get into the budget here tonight about how we do that, where we take that money from. And I am open to amendments on how we can try to see things work here for some of the other things that were eliminated in Amendment 2 that are still important. But my focus here on food stability, Hawk, and the resiliency office really just kind of went back to that intro to site class that most of us took, where we learned about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And these things address those basic needs that people have. And so let's see how we go forward. I'm open.
I appreciate you bringing up that point about like the personal communications that you receive too, because I would say that personally, for like communications I receive from people in my district, it's about the food insecurity issue and it's about housing and homelessness. I got a ton of communications from other people's districts about the resiliency office, and it's critical. It's another one that is critical, but also why I included it in here. But in thinking about what the kind of communication I'm receiving in my district, it's food and housing. You were going to say something. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say one point about the structural versus non-structural. So one of the things, just to remind you all, in our budget is that we had that unprecedented cap expenditure credit. We're not sure it's real. So that's been our concern of allocating things structurally. But if it does materialize, yep, sorry. Okay. Yes, I will. So historically, our cap expenditure credit, meaning revenue or the amount that's paid by departments into the general fund, has been around 20 million. We, in this 2022 cap, it went up to 24 million and some change. Tina and I, being conservative, especially recommended to Greg that we budget whatever that cap is structurally, but we didn't want to put ourselves in a situation where this was a one-time spike and next year we're coming back to you saying we have to cut a bunch of things that we have allocated. So we were very strategic in where we were making recommendations so that if something came back worse, that we wouldn't be putting ourselves in a situation of laying off employees, for example. That's what we wanted to avoid. The other thing is that we did make conservative assumptions for 25 through 27, that if we start to see it as real, that becomes a thing that we can allocate. But again, not wanting to put ourselves in a situation of over allocating. So there is potentially more. It's just that what we know now is what is in there, if that makes sense. But what we had said in our original recommended budget is, if that becomes the new norm, those things that are funded non-structurally are the first things on the list that we're recommending as structural funding, because we recognize that they are important needs. So we get that. We're just trying to hit that balance. So you all know. Did that help? Okay.
Nice. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Actually, that raised a couple more questions for me. I had another thing I wanted to say too, but on facilities, looking at the budget under the special funds page, capital construction funds, can you explain those to us in the context of all of this, how that all interplays? There's a facilities replacement fund, $1.5 million going up to 1.7 in years 2 through 4. Also a facilities enhancement projects line for 100,000 and an IT replacements line.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that is part of the cap money that you're talking about, or no?
So the ones you see that are labeled replacements or enhancements are funded by general fund appropriations. Using the difference is replacements are things like Jason said, of like roofs, HVAC, all of the stuff you just have to do for a building. Enhancements would be large space renovations, some any kind of expansion or kind of bigger capital project that's not tied to just big pieces of equipment. And we just did that to try to segment our expenses and where they are falling. But that's all general fund dollars.
I guess I'm less concerned with like the distinction between them and more trying to understand how that interplays with this non-structural.
So it is not budgeted in those funds. Those stay budgeted in the general fund until they're allocated by the memos like Jason recommended. So it's not included in those operations. Those are the piece that is funding what we're already funding ongoing. That's the structural funding component, if that helps. And then the non-structural allocation is the part that's part of this amendment.
Okay, thank you. My related, but not directly to that conversation. General thought on this amendment. I will support it. I think it's really good that I think the food assistance is super critical. to have ongoing support for. I'm a little disappointed that it is using non-structural funding sources to, bring that together to fund this. I do think we need a structural funding source ongoing to make sure that there's stability in our food space. And so while I support, what is being proposed here, I think there's more work that needs to be done. And to that end, I'm going to express somewhat of a frustration that I've had generally since I got back to the board. And that is, I don't feel like we have a strategy, generally speaking, on human service allocation. I feel like we've been extremely reactive, which isn't a bad thing. I think when people come forward with issues in our community, we should react to them. But I feel like we're kind of doing this very piecemeal and, basing it on who can turn out, the most citizens to speak on one issue or the other. And we're reacting to that. And I feel like we really need to take a step back next year and think about the broader, social safety ecosystem that we have in our community to make a plan of what we want to do as a county rather than $500,000 here, $1 million there. We have money in the budget that's allocated for the, it's still listed as coordinated funding in the budget, but I think it is intended for the human service partnership. But the point being, I almost feel like we need a retreat just on human services to sort of outline okay, we want housing, we want food, what are the things that we prioritize, and then sort of stay focused on that, and maybe have some contingency dollars that give us a little bit of cushion if there are emerging issues that come up and, folks come out and advocate. But I think we need to really set our sights and really focus this board on what are our core priorities of what we want to accomplish in the health space. And, we have Tony now as the director of OCD, and I really, in the past, OCD directors, this has kind of been the role of coming forward with, a plan and being the leader of that conversation. And I hope that we can see that from you as a board. But I also think it's our responsibility to give direction to you in terms of what we want to see there. But I would just hope that next year we are less reactive. I know this is a 4-year budget, but it feels weird to react on the fly and to not feel like there's an overarching plan.
And I hear you on that. And philosophically, I feel like, and I think I've mentioned this before, and so has Commissioner Scott, that we need to have a more comprehensive strategy around a lot of how we fund human services. And what I have hoped through our conversations about housing and homelessness over the last several months is that we're taking steps in that space to do that. I think particularly with the Hawk proposal here and it being structural is us saying the county government is taking responsibility for this piece of the pie and then working with our community partners to figure out what pieces other people are going to take responsibility for. And I'm hopeful that we'd be able to do that in other areas across all the human services work that we do. Administrator Dill wants to go, and then after that, I want to call on someone that hasn't spoken yet if they want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what I've heard from all of you, specifically the last comments from Commissioner Robbie. I don't disagree with anything that you all have lifted up. We have been in reaction mode as we've moved through and out of the pandemic. While I don't want to apologize for that, I do ask for some space and grace for us to do exactly what you all are lifting up. We have tried to be the safety net for the community, tried to respond to all of the needs of the community coming out of a pandemic, and we have been reactionary. That has been the best path for us as we move our ARPA dollars out into the community and hear from our partners. We have tried to engage where appropriate and make sure that what we are pushing out has the voice of the community. So with all of that, I just say to you all, I hear the need for a more structured approach to health and human services in our community. And that takes time and space for us to come together as a board and for you all, as you indicated, to give us some direction around it. So I look forward to those conversations as we move into 2024 and remind all of you that the 9 of you have the unenviable task of being the safety net for the safety net and really listening to the community. And many of those conversations have happened in this space, and we have tried to react to those discussions and the needs of the community in this space. And I think that's led to some of the reactionary allocations that you all have become accustomed to over the last 18 months. So more to come on that. I know we've talked about word salads today, so I'll stop there, but more to come on that as we think about, strategy moving into 2024.
Okay, thank you. Has anybody that has not spoken yet want to speak before I start hitting this like next round here? No. Okay. Commissioner Scott, you spoke pretty recently. Commissioner LeBar wants to go, then I'm gonna hit Somerville, and then I'm gonna hit Scott. I think that was trying to be fair with the order here. I think that is the accurate order. Go.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I think Commissioner Robbie says something that is really useful in this context. We made a decision strategically back in 2020, building on the work of the Racial Equity Office that we created by ordinance, and then that we hired the REO, and all of those efforts. We were going to use New Human Services Partnership to make a 5-year strategic effort to move needles on human services, specifically on racism, poverty, and trauma. And if you go on the website and look at those, in all candor, for as much understandable difficulties that process created on the front end for obvious reasons, I think it has a really good shot to move needles and to show efficacy, and to be in some ways revolutionary in how we do address human services. But to Commissioner Robbie's point, to some degree, it has left us having to respond to those things that weren't addressed in it, and that very candidly are less driven by how we change outcomes and more driven just by what is the aggregate data that we see, and what is the real life experience. So I think we've been piecemealing that back together, and hence that is my emphasis on structural. Because if we do non-structural for these things, food security especially, but I'm not going to give up on youth services either. We essentially have to reinvent that wheel every year or every budget cycle. So I would say, if we have to vote on the amendment right now, Chair, as is, I would either be a no as is, or I'd seek to change that underlying question of where the money's coming from, and I'd go to the infrastructure. Thanks.
Go ahead.
So I just want to say one thing, that 500,000 for infrastructure is actually a non-structural allocation because of that cap revenue. The only structural allocations that were there were for housing and homelessness, which we know is a priority, East Side Rec, which we know is a priority, and the Economic Justice Unit, and then labor relations attorney that's off the table at this point. So that was playing back into that funding source of, we had very little structural dollars we could count on. So I understand your concerns. Those were the small pieces that we could move.
Got it. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the Hawk part of this amendment. I've been getting a lot of phone calls and emails about people in crisis. And in some of those situations, they haven't called Hawk yet, because in the past, or I think what the culture is, like, you aren't going to get help unless you're literally homeless. Or once you've already been evicted. So there have been a few times this week where the administration team has been able to help somebody before it actually gets to that point. So I just wanted to share that as an example of why I think it's important that we fund this and keep these employees permanent. That way we can also get the word out about this new funding that we approved and how we can be flexible with it. Whereas in the past, we haven't been able to be as flexible. And that's also, side note, why I want us to figure out a way to increase the ongoing support for housing and homelessness. But there are some just really unique cases where, it's like a 2-day window where somebody could become homeless, but if they get it handled today, we eliminate that problem. But some of that, it takes staff to do that. It also takes, there's still a distrust in the community, I think, because of bad experiences in the past with Hawk, in the early days of the pandemic. And obviously it's been a year for us. So I just, I think it'd be great if all of the amendments that the 9 of us, had previewed that we all submitted could be included. I'm sharing that because I do think that part of this is really important. And it also plays into the funding that we've already allocated for next year. The funding's only good if we can get it out. And so I think that part's really important. And I do want to say I've heard a lot from folks, the same folks that were advocating for additional resources for ongoing support for housing and homelessness also spoke to the importance of like the food stabilization network in our county. They're intertwined with our housing partners. So I also see that as a win for people who are experiencing housing insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. You want some try to get in there?
I just wanted to remind the board that we recently took over the operation of Hawk. And we are looking at ways to make that funding structural. And we're just asking for the time and space to make that a reality. We have as we've talked about this evening, a new director of OCD, and that is a priority for not only that office, but administration. So we will do what's necessary to make sure that we stabilize Hawk. As you all know, it is the entry point into our system. And unless we stabilize the entry point, I believe the balance of the system will suffer.
Thank you for your patience, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you very much, Chair. There are, so many things. Again, let me go to Commissioner LeVar. If you have ideas on how to make this structural and want to make an amendment, as I said, I'm open. I'm here. I'm listening, like Fraser Crane. I would support it. So I also want to note to Commissioner Robbie's point about how we probably need to figure some of these things out in a more comprehensive way. Thank you for helping me with words. This is one of the ideas that I have talked about a little bit to administration about this idea I have about mapping our system, mapping the housing universe and mapping the food universe to start with. And those are really big mapping jobs. And it's a huge project. But I think that the universe for both of those systems have changed significantly since COVID. And there's a lot of interaction, and I want to literally get out big pieces of paper, say at the LRC, and map those systems and show all the connections and show all the people who are involved in this. So then when we're talking about developing a comprehensive plan, we have a map to follow. I think it's a huge project. It cannot be undertaken by any one of us alone and will require a lot of effort. But I think once we have a map, it helps us make decisions better, to see the connections, and just an enormous project. And I think that there's work to be done in there, and talking about how we can help smaller nonprofits with capacity building. It's just this big project inside my head that I'd really like to see us work on to try to get to the point where we can talk about these things comprehensively. I do think that we are reactive in what we're thinking about what needs to happen. And unfortunately, sometimes we're trying to make the plans and then crises come up. And so we never can get the plan all the way made because we're having to react. But that does not excuse us from the need to do so. I also want to say, I think that we have a lot of safety net programming that definitely needs to be funded. And we want to continue to think about what we can do to programming we can do to interrupt people getting to the place where they need the safety net.
we need the safety net in place, but we need interrupters as well, so people aren't even getting to the net to begin with. I think that some of the work that public health is doing with their plan is going to help with that, because public health is not only a safety net, it's also an interrupter. And finally, I think once we get a map and we have this idea of the system, say in terms of our housing universe and our food universe, we can think about alternative ways to fund some of these programs, including ideas that are out there having to do with social impact bonding. That's something we might want to discuss in more detail at this table as well. Probably it makes people nervous to hear about taking bonds out for that, but it's there are places in the world and in the United States where they have done social impact bonding to try to help with some of this interruptive work. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanders has a hand up and hasn't gone yet.
I like to call the question.
Okay, is there a second support? Okay, Bryce, roll call us through a call to question.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, wow, we called a question. That rarely happens. So Bryce, now we got to vote on the amendment here. So we'll do a roll call that.
Commissioner LeBar,
No.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, it's amended. Now we're back to conversation about the budget. Yes, you were, well, let's try to think, how many times have you talked so far? Have you talked more than him yet? I don't, I think you have. Commissioner, no, I'm gonna go ahead and get you because I said I'd get you before and then she called the question. Robbie and then LeBar.
All right, thank you, Chair. I have a series of questions and feel free to let me know that I'm going on for too long and that you want to go to somebody else and then come back to me later. First of all, I want to clarify based on a previous discussion we were having, I sensed a little bit of, I think defensiveness is probably too strong of a word, but you know, several comments from staff around my comment about the human service, you know, need to take a step back and a broader look. I actually don't think it's the fault of either. I don't think it's the fault of staff really at this point. I think it's our job as commissioners to set that direction. So, you know, I think you're doing the best you can based on what's being presented to you and what people are, you know, the fact that we are reacting is not your fault. And so you're trying to do the best you can within the budget. And I understand that didn't mean that directed towards you, meant it directed towards my colleagues and trying to bring in Tony, whose, you know, job it is going to be, I think, to help lead that discussion. So a few questions about the budget. Okay, so first off, this is kind of in the weeds, but where are we at with the jail expansion bond repayment? I see it budgeted for $800,000 a year. I know that that was a bond that we issued in 2006. Where are we at with that? What's the outlook?
Do you know? Yeah, we need a minute. We'll get it.
Okay. While you're looking for that, can you explain? So I know that this was something that you somewhat discussed last time, but I want to better understand the proposal on the court funding, the almost $1 million. You had described that last time in broad terms, but I want more detail in understanding what exactly that is meant to cover. You had said it was some type of a shortfall because there's certain fees that we're no longer going to be collecting. What are those fees? Is that a decision that the board made? while I wasn't here. Can you fill me in?
You look like you were.
Are we getting background music now or before, for Catherine? All right, get hype.
Yeah, so it's not a decision that the board made specifically. There is some of it that has come out of the fines and fees justice work that I believe the board voted to participate in. So that is a big
What
component.
does the fines and fees justice work mean?
So it is looking at fines and fees and the ability to pay. So basically not incarcerating somebody or creating more harm to them by forcing them to pay a court fee that they can't afford, creating more negative outcomes to folks who are likely already facing other issues that since they've ended up in the justice system. So they've been looking at making sure that we're not charging fees to folks who can't afford to pay them, basically.
And so the entirety of that $900,000 plus is for that purpose?
That's one component of it. The other is case filings in general are down, which results in less other administrative fees that are coming in. It's really just right sizing the district court revenues with what has been happening the past 3 years. We had, the last time we adjusted it was in 2018. It has continued to fall since then. So each year in the quarterly update, there is always about $1 million the past few years of shortfall in the district court. It's generally been offset by a surplus in the clerk's org based on property tax transactions. That surplus has disappeared. So we felt uncomfortable continuing that budgeting practice when we knew that there wasn't a known, that it was unlikely to come in.
Given that we engage in lump sum budgeting, it feels like the lump sum is kind of one-sided, because I feel like when there's a shortfall, we need to fill it. Right. And I mean, and so I guess I'm a little concerned about that. Are there cuts that the courts are making to correspond to the cuts in revenue that are occurring?
Greg wants to take that one.
Yeah,
I'll let him have
I
it.
will. So that is the conversation that we're currently having. And as you know, as this board knows, that as Catherine just indicated, there is a shortfall on an annual basis and has been for some time because the amount of offsets that the court is generating has created a deficit year over year. And the board has, as you indicated, covered that offset. This is an attempt to right size their budget to align with what we know or what we think we'll be able to collect moving forward. We have asked and engaged in conversations with the district court to look at the expenditure side of the equation and look for opportunities. Obviously, if we're collecting less revenue, that probably means case filings are down. That probably means that we ought to be looking at the impact of lower case filings on the expenditure piece. So we are engaged in those conversations. I don't have a complete answer for you today. As you know, the court is a separate branch of government. And while we are responsible for budgeting them at an appropriate level, we want to make sure that we have the conversation, we do our due diligence around the budget.
I think it would be helpful for me to get a better understanding from the courts on what programs they have in place, like what fees they're looking at. Is it, what fees are they looking at reducing? What does the program look like? What is financial need? How do they establish that? I want to understand all that. So that would be helpful for me.
Yeah, we have some write-up already, and I'll make sure if it answers all of that or if we need to get additional information. One other piece, just because you mentioned the lump sum agreement, there are two courts. The trial court's not on there because they always have an expenditure surplus that offsets that revenue shortfall that they have. The district court operations have been running much leaner, which is the other reason that we have done it. So there's not an expenditure surplus that's netting out in the general fund in the lump sum agreement. So just to highlight that piece too.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Robbie, the 20 years is up in 2027. The last bond payment is in 2028. So there'll be one more bond payment needing to be funded. That will be 709,000 in 2028 would be the last time before that structural 800,000 would be freed up.
Okay, so it'll run through the remainder of this 4-year budget plus 1 year, and then we're $800,000 are back. Okay.
I would just add to it too, that this is the fines and fees justice work is something the board has supported before, like in a previous season. You might want to tune in one of them episodes. We could find it. And it,
Or it would, I mean, maybe be helpful in the context of a report from the courts to understand what the board did. I mean,
Yeah.
because I don't know, and I'm happy to learn what the board did in terms of setting policy on that.
and the reductions are only for people that can't pay.
Okay.
So we could do that. Somebody's taking a note.
Yeah, I just want to understand what that means. Like, what does can't pay mean? I just want to understand the broader context.
If I may.
Sure.
I would hearing that, I will make sure that we, at a future working session or board meeting, that we provide the information related to that.
Okay. The interest rate on the bonds, if I remember correctly, we redid the whole thing back in like 14 to get a lower interest rate.
And
Is that-
we did it again, refunded it in 2022 as well.
Okay.
And
All
at
right.
a lower interest rate, but the current bond payment's $2.1 million each year until 2028, where it's 709,000 for the last payment.
Okay, thank you. Can I keep going or?
How many more you got?
5.
Goodness.
Take a break.
Can you do one more so we can have an even number, and then I'll go to LeBar. Come back to you.
All right, well, this next one's a doozy, but, and on the, let's see, which page is it on? Oh, wrong document. My question is on the animal control line item. Yay, everybody's favorite topic that they hate that I talk about. Which is the last page, page 24 of the, I believe it's the board resolution, budget resolution, last page, the outside agency allocation chart. So help me understand this. So I know that we have later on in the agenda, the approval of a contract, which I believe is for $2 million, budgeted here for 1.2. So it's about $800,000 difference. Can somebody walk me through what that means? I assume some of that is made up by local contributions.
Yeah, it's the offset from the local municipalities that are participating in animal control.
And is that anticipated $800,000 of revenue, or do we have commitments on $800,000 of revenue?
Go ahead, Andy.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner, so currently that amount in 2023 and in past years has been just over $200,000. So that does represent an increase. The Administrator has been working directly to secure commitments on that. We do not have contracts in place at this point, but have been in discussions with both Tina and Catherine about the confidence that we have in that. We believe that we're confident enough in that to be able to not request for a modification of the net costs for animal control services within the budget. And if something should change where we are no longer confident, certainly we would come back to you all with ways to adjust that amount. We're hopeful, and I believe we have good reason to be confident in that approach at this point.
Which could mean recommending that we modify the current contract agreements.
What does that mean?
Well,
You mean with the local community so that they pay more?
Well, that they pay their fair share, and if this board is not going to subsidize that amount, we would have no choice but to say to them, this is your cost, and this is what we expect you to pay.
I guess I asked that because the concern that I have is, as I've said before, the county's only mandated to do certain things, and $2 million is well above and beyond what we are mandated to do. That is a donation to the Humane Society to take care of animals, while we literally aren't able to allocate money for structural money for food, structural money for housing. We're allocating structural money for animals well beyond what we're mandated to do. And that to me is immoral, frankly. And so my question is, with the local communities that have their own individual ordinances that go above and beyond what the county's doing, I have always been uncomfortable with the fact that the county has put itself on the hook to pay for what local communities choose to do above and beyond what we are mandated to do, even though it is not our responsibility and it's not our choice to set those other standards. It is really up to these local communities. And so really, in my opinion, the Humane Society should be independently contracting with the city of Ann Arbor and every other local jurisdiction that has their own animal control ordinance. And really the county shouldn't be on the hook for the full amount and then forcing you all to go and like try to raise the money to make the difference. I think this is a backwards way of doing things. And I don't agree with it, frankly. And I'm very concerned that you're basically saying that you need to increase that dollar amount from 250,000 up to basically 800,000 in revenue from local contracts. And I appreciate that you're confident, but I don't know if that's really going to materialize. And if it doesn't, I really don't want this board to spend another dime for this contract. I mean, this is too much money already, far and beyond what we should be giving. And especially for an organization that, as we pointed out last time, has a $19 million fund balance in assets on their, on their tax report, $19 million in assets. We have people that don't have enough food to eat. They're struggling. We're giving $2 million a year that we're on the hook for to the Humane Society. And so I'm really just concerned about this. And I want to make sure that when we go to these local communities, I mean, frankly, if they don't want to pay, we shouldn't provide the service, and we shouldn't be paying the Humane Society to provide a service that the communities aren't paying for.
Let's get Administrator Dill in there because we've had many conversations about this.
Yeah, let me just say that prior board configuration, but the board has authorized the framework that we are operating under. And we serve at the will of this board, this body. If you all want to modify the framework, absolutely, you know how I feel about our ability to continue to provide the services that we're mandated to do. And if you all want to make a modification to that, I'm absolutely happy to operationalize it.
Well, I mean, I'm tempted to make an amendment to this budget to cut that number in half for animal control. I probably wouldn't get a second on it, but I'm gonna think about that. And at this point, that concludes my questions on that item. Though I will have more questions when it comes up later. Just to reiterate, I am completely disgusted with the amount of money that we're putting towards the Humane Society in this budget.
All right. Let you cook for a little bit on the other ones, because that was just simmer. It's very passionate over there. You got to charge back up for the next round. We're going to go to Commissioner LaBarre now.
Thanks, Chair. Few questions to staff first. Corporation Council procedurally. So we passed the amendment. We are on to the underlying budget itself. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
So if I get astray of what I can reference on what's been amended as part of the whole package now, let me know. I'm going to address it, but it's not an attempt to undo the amendment. It's an attempt to deal with the budget document now as we have it. Katie, can you explain something you said earlier about the cap bonus? And oh, forgive me. No, you mentioned essentially that you and Tina, you say conservative, I'd say prudent fashion, are trying to figure out if those numbers that we have this year are going to continue going forward, or as you said, if it's real or not. But then you reference structural and non-structural. So tell me, is the infrastructure allocation a structural recommended infrastructure? It will go on at $500,000 for the life of the budget. Is that not a structurally available resource? Explain that just a little more, please.
Yes, so it's different than we've done it in the past. So traditionally, if you saw an allocation all 4 years, it would be considered structural. So what we did with the cap expenditure increase is we budgeted about halfway between what we're seeing for 2024 and what we've seen historically. Our concern is if we drop back down to historic levels for 2025, then we're going to need to find $2.5 million of things we've recommended and funded in this budget, in this quadrennial budget. So we wanted to make sure that what we funded with that were things that we could pull back, basically, if we had to.
Gotcha.
And at the same time, if that funding does become the new norm, they would turn into structural allocations because they represent things that are needed in the organization. The 500,000 was, is the piece that starts helping us structurally fund the roofs, et cetera, so we don't have to keep doing that non-structural allocation. But at the moment, it's considered non-structural until we see what the reality is. So it's definitely different than we've done it in the past.
Okay. I think I understand the words you said, and I appreciate that. You're looking for the most malleable thing that can be essentially retracted if the numbers don't bear out.
Right.
Okay. With the amendment, which procedurally, calling the question on it was a move unique and new, and we will go from there. I think, Katie, we have then what is left out of a $500,000 recommendation for the infrastructure allocation. We have basically $283,000 with give or take some change that is now planned to go to infrastructure over the life of the 4-year budget on an annual basis. Is that your understanding too?
So you're taking the 500,000, subtracting what's in there for 25 through 27? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, and to be clear about it, on the budget amendment or alternative number 2, down on the funding source, it lists partially reduced non-structural infrastructure budget 475 for 2024. And then 217 for 224, 223 there on out. I just want to make sure, because I'm about to ask to use it. We're making a planned allocation to infrastructure of between $275,000 to $280,000 yearly for years 25, 26, and 27. With your point made about that it's malleable and we're hedging our bets on the cap and we want to have something we can take back.
Yes, overall, there's multiple pieces of infrastructure funding, but yes, what you're saying is accurate.
Okay.
From your perspective.
Then I would argue, now that we've amended the budget, I think we've got 2 challenges here. One, we're going to use that money for infrastructure allocations. I would argue, and we'll make a formal motion here in just a moment on youth services. 2, we are getting ready now with the amendment to spend 1.3 million for food next year in 2024, which is certainly a good bit. But as we've been told by the food providers there, next year is not the issue. It's the issue 25, 26, 27. And so we may want to circle back on this and adjust that allocation to spread it out in the back end, because next year they'll essentially be the most flush food gatherers, but they will need it after that, because we'll be running out of the transition grant we gave them. The ARPA dollars will wear out at the end of 2024, and so they'll only be left with OCDs with the partnership safety net grant, and then what we've done now. So we may want to come back to that. I would move, though, that we reallocate $75,000 from the planned allocation for infrastructure back to the request for youth services. So that would be less than 20% of the original ask. It would be $75,000 per year. You do an RFP on the first year, or excuse me, you do a direct allocation on the first year, the RFP up on the 3, 4, and 5, or excuse me, 2, 3, and 4. And I'd say, again, we want to make best use of money. We want to be strategic and we don't want to be reactive. Spending money on the front end of somebody's life is ultimately the best use of that money throughout the spectrum of outcomes they'll have in their lives and the different services that they would seek to use from the county. So I would make a motion to reallocate that $75,000 towards youth services annually.
Support.
Okay, just to be clear, because I see Bryce furiously trying to write the motion, you also put in when you were talked about a direct allocation for the first year and RFP for subsequent years. If you're going to say direct allocation, do you want to state where we would be directly allocating to? Or is that not necessary, Bryce or Michelle?
That's a great point. Forgive me, Bryce. If it's easier, I am essentially reverting back to the proposed amendment that I proposed several weeks ago for text. But I had listed out Community Action Network, Student Advocacy Center, and Peace Neighborhood Center in that. And so I would just make a $25,000 allocation to those 3 for the first year. But I'm not wedded to that here. It just may make sense to get that money out the door for the first year.
Is that sufficient for you?
Could I just confirm the language, Chair? So if I understand you correctly, Commissioner Bart, 75,000 from the planned non-structural infrastructure allocation to youth services each year, 24 through 27.
Yes, but then the other piece that he mentioned around.
Well,
plus the individual organizations.
You have the numbers right, and however you want to list for clerical purposes the organizations, I'm A-okay with. You've got the numbers right. I don't want to overflow your amendment.
I'll refer to what you proposed.
He's also been handed the written document as well.
Yeah,
so
thank you, Commissioner.
It is that. Okay. It has been seconded by many people, so I will go ahead and go to Administrator Dill.
And this is your meeting. I apologize. I'll try not to say too much more. I just a word of caution to you all. The number is small, but I always get concerned when we disinvest in the infrastructure, built or technological, because this organization has not reduced its footprint as of yet. And all we're doing is delaying our ability to respond to, the deferred maintenance that this organization continues to pile up.
Great. I know you gotta get the warning. I know, people didn't like when I pulled the infrastructure for that other amendment. Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
I guess I'm just trying to, let me make sure I understand this correctly. So that item, the non-structural infrastructure budget, which is now reduced down to 225,000. We're taking 75,000 a year, 24 through 27.
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
In non-structural funding. Well, if you're taking it from a non-structural source, I don't know, you're not making it structural.
I'm not trying to be cute here. That's some of why I asked Katie, because what I think you're saying is you are making this recommendation as a non-structural recommendation, but you're doing it over the course of the 4-year budget and using assumptions that we will see if they bear out, but if they do, we would use going forward until you're directed not to.
So let me make sure I understand, like, my understanding of the distinction between structural and non-structural is the source of funding, right? And so even if it is over the 4 years, that doesn't necessarily make it structural, even if it's funded for 4 years, because the pot of money is not reoccurring. It's not a replenishing pot like a millage is a replenishing pot. That's structural funding. But if you're taking one-time money and you're spreading it out over 4 years, that's still non-structural.
Yes, though it's money we're treating as one-time money each year over the 4 years. So it's not like we could allocate all of that in 2024 because it's not money we have coming in a big lump sum either.
It's money that's coming in every year at the rate of $217,000. It's a non-structural pot. So I mean, the bottom line is this money is non-structural, but it's funded over the 4 years.
Yes.
technically.
Yes, technically speaking, and then the goal would be in the reaffirmation, we would know more and can talk about what we could make structural, what we can't make structural in that next recommended.
Would it
budget
be
step.
fairer to say it's funding over a 4-year period?
Sure. It's mostly about not being guaranteed. So if it's structural, it would be automatically rolled into the 2028 budget in the next time. If it's non-structural, 2028 goes down to 0 unless we have found more funding for it. So that's really the difference. But if funding over 4 years feels more clearer than what we've been saying, then I'm happy to use that label.
Well, I mean, well, if it's a difference without a distinction, we don't need to use those words. But I mean, I have the same question you have, so I'm just trying to get it.
It's
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess, I guess what I'm struggling with here is that I think the programs that Commissioner LaBarre is wanting to fund are important. And I'm concerned that we are taking money from inside the county and sending it outside the county. And it just feels like we're doing this very much control line item. So I will make that amendment.
Is there a second? Oof. You ready, Michelle? Because it's about to get, we're deep in it now. So now we're just, yeah, this is like some Inception, in case people, Inception, popular movie by Christopher Nolan. Okay, Commissioner Sanders. Yes, allow me, can correct me if I'm wrong, but so what has happened is Commissioner LaBarre proposed an amendment and it was seconded to pull structural dollars from the infrastructure pot for youth services in the total of $75,000 per year. Commissioner Robbie says, nah, I don't like that pot of money. Let me take the money from the animal control line item. It was seconded, and now that's what we're discussing. Is that correct? That is correct. It is. I let the record reflect I'm correct. Okay. Any other questions or thoughts? Yes, Commissioner Light.
I just wanted to support Commissioner Robbie's concern with animal control, with that additional funding going towards the animal control. I believe that we could modify that contract. We're just spending way too much, and so Commissioner Robbie, I support that.
Thoughts, questions, anybody? You already went well, we'll Commissioner LaBarre Sanders. You asked the question already. I'm trying to get everybody in the same rounds. Well, okay, fine. Go ahead, Commissioner Sanders. You're right. You were quicker on the draw than LaBarre. And your other question was just like what was happening, which I was going to explain anyway. So it doesn't even count. It was a freebie. Okay, go ahead.
I just would like to remind the public that I think I have asked twice for an RFP for our animal services. And I have a concern that if we are subsidizing, municipalities, that some have their own millages that are supposed to cover certain services that the county has been subsidizing for years, and then putting us in a place where we are letting our buildings fall apart because we need to pull money from those pots in order to provide services for the most vulnerable, especially if said municipalities have demonstrated a lack of interest in supporting their own residents who are most vulnerable. Stop the subsidies. And we won't have to take this amount of time to be back and forth trying to decide where we're gonna, rob Peter to pay Paul from. So I just wanted to put in that 2 cents that we shouldn't be subsidizing municipalities that through their own policies indicate that they don't even want to support their own most vulnerable residents, but then want to kind of come and put us on, the defensive about what they claim we're not doing for their residents. It's kind of like having your own child and then going to the grandparent and saying, well, you raised me and now I want you to raise them too. But I get to keep my money that I'm working for every day. That's just not how it should go. So.
I got you. I'm gonna get Commissioner Labar next. I just want to ask, and then Beeman, but I want to ask real quick. And also state that the intention is to no longer subsidize the local units of government and to get them to pay their fair share. So with that being the strategy, Catherine, can you explain? You're like, oh, I don't want to explain this, or maybe someone else, whoever wants to explain it. Andrew's going to explain it. What would this look like to then try to take $75,000 out of the line item with this situation of us getting the dollars back from local units of government? Like, how does this would this even work?
Chair, before you go, Andrew, the only reason I lift up Andrew is because he and our Corp Counsel have been on the front line of negotiating the numbers with animal control. So he is best to speak on this item.
Nice.
Yeah, and I will certainly do my best. So the amount that's currently in the budget is 1.16 million per year, and that represents the net cost to the county. And again, that is held flat. That reflects the contract rates and the discussion that were approved by the board earlier this year. So we are holding the county's support for the cost flat. To reduce that amount by 75,000, and I'll look to our budget director here, would reduce that allocation to 1,091,000 and a little bit of change, and which would not provide enough funding over the course of the 4 years to be able to fund the contract as is written. I think I can't say what that would do in terms of our ability to enter into a contract with the Humane Society. What they have seen the contract that's ahead of you, and they have tentatively agreed to it. But we have not discussed an amount that is not fully funded. And so that gives me some uncertainty in terms of how to respond. We do have representatives here this evening, who may be able to answer some questions. But this is different than what's been discussed previously. And I think we would likely need more time well, I'll stop there, but would be happy to.
That's sufficient for now. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Labar, and then Commissioner Beeman, then Commissioner Robbie, and then Commissioner Scott.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I would recommend we not try and amend a contract with the service provider to pay for this. I think animal control is a worthy discussion to have. I believe Commissioner Robbie is the only one who was here at this table when we went through it in 2011 and 2012. There's a lot of substance to it. Greg, you were certainly here, though I would say Commissioner Robbie is in the commissioner role. I have proposed modifying essentially a placeholder within the budget, an anticipated need that is unknown, $500,000. So I think we're perfectly safe to modify that anticipated need and respond accordingly as we do, either on a quarterly or half year basis. So I would vote against that amendment, though I don't take its I don't take it offensively or anything. The underlying issue, though, is if we vote this amendment down and we're back to the amendment I'm making, we're still not even structurally funding beyond the 4-year budget youth services. We're not structurally funding food stability. The only thing we're structurally funding is hawk and sustainability. So I would argue we should spend our time on that question rather than this one. So I would vote no on this proposed amendment to the amendment.
I think there are other things that were presented by administration that we would be structurally funding besides just the couple of items in the amendment. Commissioner Beeman, right? Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I also agree with Commissioner Labar's sentiments in terms of not going into a contract to look to fund this, not saying that we can't review this, not saying it shouldn't be reviewed. But if you're actually looking at the total revenues of the Humane Society of Huron Valley, per their latest annual report that I can pull up, it's around $12 million. So our $2 million investment is less than 16% of that cost is what we as the county are paying, and everything else they're getting through events, programming, clinics, special programs. They have some investments. Their total expenses were close to $10 million. So it's not that they are not cash positive, but there's a difference between your assets and what's in the bank. So I just want to clarify that for everyone, that when we're looking at HSHV budget and what we fund as a county, it's less than 16%. Not saying that that can't change, but in terms of what they spend to do all of the work that they do within the community, it's over $12 million. I will also be a no.
Okay. Commissioner, Scott has indicated it'd be helpful if I wrote this stuff down, because it's getting harder to remember all the things. So I've written it down. So I've got your name next, and then Commissioner Robbie, and then I'm going to write other things down. So I make sure everyone. So you raise your hand. I'm going to put you down. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm handy like that.
Yep. Crossing your name off now.
That's what happens when you get into your 50s. You have to think about tools to help you.
But yeah, first the ankle and now this. I mean, what is going on? Yeah.
My question is for Corporation Counsel. I guess I am thinking about this, that this came to the board table. We voted to enter this contract. Are those contracts not entered into until we have them in the budget? Or is that like, we voted on it, it was in the budget? We, like, in my mind, this is the contract we voted to sign. And so how do we back out and change the terms of the contract now? Can you do that?
We have not signed a contract with HSHV. So if something changes tonight, we will have to revisit conversations with HSHV about the dollar amount.
And we don't have to bring that back to the board table to, this amendment would just be like the amendment to that contract. We wouldn't have to have a whole special different looking at the contract again.
Well, the contract is on the agenda tonight.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
And
it's
yes,
separate.
it's
Oh my
a separate
God.
item. Yes.
All the things.
Yes.
All right.
I
I
think
thought that,
Commissioner Robbie just wanted to make it real spicy, is what that's what the kid was
okay.
saying.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You done? You now I'm going to go to Commissioner Robbie, and you are crossed off, buddy.
Thank you. So a few things, I think that this is a really, so yes, just to clarify, what we did last time, my understanding, Corp Council, was we did a temporary contract to bridge us until the end of this year. And what we're voting on tonight is a contract that will span the 4 years of the 4-year budget. And so by amending the budget, we are, and I will say, just backing up really quick, I think, staff have maybe not felt as empowered as they could have been to have stronger negotiations because of the political environment that we live in. But so none of this is a reflection on how I feel about our staff team and the conversations that they've had. But it is fundamentally a reflection on the direction that we are giving our staff as a board and the priorities that we're setting out. And as a priority, I think it's important that we understand the nuts and bolts of this contract, and that we understand that at the end of the day, we are not mandated to spend this amount of money on animal control. We have very limited mandates as a county. And and the other thing I want to say is I am exceedingly concerned, just reemphasizing that we are not going to come out of this, with that actual number being the amount that we're going to spend. If I'm wrong, great. But $800,000 plus from local communities that have only been doing $200,000 so far is a stretch to me. And I think we need to be prepared as a board, and we can talk more about this when this is on later on the agenda. I think we need to be prepared as a board to tell local communities that we are no longer going to pay for their services if they don't pay the county for the services that we are providing them. But at the end of the day, when you look at just the county's mandate, which is dogs, court-involved animals, and abuse and neglect animals, I would be hard-pressed to believe that that costs $1 million, especially when you consider the revenue that the Humane Society takes in as a result of the dogs in particular and the adoption fees that they take in. If you look at county-run animal control facilities across the state, you will note that their net expenditures are fairly low because they have revenue that comes in because of those things. Humane Society has revenue that comes in because of that. Again, I want to emphasize, looking at their most recent tax form that I can find online, it says that they have net assets or fund balances of $19 million, unless somebody has a more recent tax form that I can look at. A fund balance is not a building. Well, I have the floor right now, and it says on the form $19 million. And the building, by the way, is something that we helped to pay for. So not quite sure why it's showing up as their asset, if that's in fact what it is, particularly since it's on county leased land, leased from the University of Michigan. And so something that we paid $1 million for and bonded for seems kind of strange that it would show up in their asset line. So bottom line is, I think this is a great place to move money. It's only $75,000. Doesn't seem like, seems to me like if you presented this to the Humane Society and you said, hey, here's the counter proposal. We can only do 75. We can only do, what we talked about minus 75,000. I don't feel like they're going to say no to that. And if they do, they'd be crazy to say no to basically $2 million. And again, I 100% agree with Commissioner Sanders. We absolutely need to do an RFP. And even if it yields just one person, maybe it's just Huron Valley that responds. Fine, I want to know that. I want to know that. That's helpful for me as a policymaker. But as of right now, we have given them exclusive monopoly over this category. They are an outside agency that we have decided to put in the budget structurally. While we deny other organizations the ability to be in our budget structurally, they are in our budget structurally. And there needs to be a real discussion about whether that continues to make sense for our community at the dollar amount that they are requesting. And the fact that they are, in my opinion, coming to the negotiating table on these issues, not in good faith, but with essentially a threat of, if you don't give us what we want, we are going to stop providing this service and leave the county in a position where we have no other options. But I want them to know that I don't believe that we don't have other options. We do have other options, and we cannot, it is not responsible for us as a county to continue to be in the position where they can put us in that position. And just because we get this 2 million for 4 years, what's to say they're not going to come back in 4 years and say, now we need 4 million. Now we need 5 million. And what choice are we going to have? We're going to have nothing. And I've been doing this for 13 years now. I don't want to be stuck in this position in 4 years from now. So all this is very minor, $75,000. I think the programs that Commissioner Labar outlined are absolutely important. So I hope we can support this amendment.
All right, great. Can I get us to vote on it, or you gotta say what you gotta say?
Well, I want to remind so thank you for the kind words at the beginning of your conversation, but I don't want the comment to go unchecked. I want to remind this body that the contract that is before you this evening is aligned with the direction that this body gave us as we entered into negotiations. And if you all want to modify it, it is the will of the board, and we will operationalize the will of the board. Please give us the clear and appropriate direction for how we move forward.
All right, Bryce, you ready to vote on this? Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to know, I mean, I'm so afraid I'm going to be the first vote. I haven't been keeping track. Oh, thank God. Because I know it's time to vote on it,
But I'm so conflicted because I just think at $2 million, 75,000 is a drop in the bucket for that. And the services that Commissioner LaBarre has, I mean, this is Sophie's choice, not really, but like, I'm funding the animal shelter, I'm funding youth services programs. I mean, this is a hard vote because I think $75,000 of 2 million is not that much. And that's not making or breaking the Humane Society. Good, Commissioner LaBarre is gonna say something else,
Well,
so
I was
have
gonna
more
say,
time
just to be
think.
clear, the amendment, this is an amendment to Commissioner LaBarre's amendment.
know.
About where we're pulling the dollars from. If
I
this-
understand.
Okay.
But there's something that logically makes sense about it, even though it hurts to think of not voting all that money for the Humane Society too.
Okay.
It's a hard vote. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, Commissioner LaBarre, I mean, I'd love for us to vote soon, but you know, this is getting there.
To that tension that Commissioner Scott just mentioned, I would just say we're taking the amendment, the money from an assumption, the assumption of what we'd spend on infrastructure. It's literally a planned allocation to have money on hand in case something happens. Something will always happen. We just don't know how much. The contract with Humane Society is something that's been negotiated by staff, has a 4-year lifespan, and offers a whole nother realm of discussion and service level and all that. I would reiterate my view that right now, taking it from infrastructure is the way to go. And I look forward to our discussion on the underlying HSHV issue in the future. Thanks.
All right, Bryce, let's do it. We're gonna vote now, just to be clear, so everyone understands. We are voting on the amendment from Commissioner Robbie to Commissioner LaBarre's amendment, which pulls the dollars for the youth services item from the Humane Society contract. Good? No.
I'm pulling it from infrastructure. The amendment is to switch.
Yeah, oh, I said it wrong. That's my bad. I'll say it again, just to be really clear. What we're gonna vote on right now is to pull the youth services item from the Humane Society contract. Okay? Clear? Bryce, let's do it.
Commissioner Light.
Can I answer questions still? It's too late.
I just need you to say what the amendment is again, so I can make sure that I'm clear.
I can say the amendment again. I'm told I can say it again. So what we're about to vote on is to pull $75,000 from the Huron Valley Humane Society contract to fund youth services. That's an amendment to an amendment that was made earlier. Which
Yes.
Okay, you got it. All right, well, great.
Commissioner Machieski.
No.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
No.
Commissioner Somerville.
No.
Commissioner Beaman.
No.
Commissioner Hodge.
No.
And Commissioner LaBarre.
Boom, motion fail or amendment fail. Okay. Now we're back to discussing Commissioner LaBarre's amendment to pull money for youth services from the infrastructure budget. Back to that now. Okay, do we have other comments or thoughts about that? Or does Catherine want to say anything else? No. Oh, Commissioner Sanders.
I've said this, I'm just gonna say it on the record. My concern is that I won't say we. My concern is that there have been organizations sort of already pre-picked for this funding. And I think there may be some pushback from the other organizations that may feel like they were not even considered.
So you've mentioned that comment before. I would say that you could ask for a friendly amendment to just do a straight RFP for the first year, or you can make an amendment yourself to that effect. Commissioner, you want to say something back?
I'd make a friendly amendment
Okay,
that we open up an RFP.
okay. Does Commissioner LaBarre made this motion? Do you accept that as a friendly amendment or not?
Michelle, can I ask a question about how long that RFP would take? Is that allowable under Robert's rules?
Yes,
Great.
but who are you asking?
Staff, I'm likely to accept it, but if Greg says that RFP will take 11 months, I might reconsider.
14 years and 8 months. No, I can't give you verbatim what the purchasing policy says. But we have done RFPs and I think I think the minimum that I can recall is 30 days. We could get something out as quickly as possible and we'll get something back to you guys as quickly as we can.
Yeah, I think given the importance of it, I'd be a fool not to accept that friendly amendment, given the importance of the services. So certainly accept it.
Okay, and who seconded that, Bryce? Oh, you did. Commissioner Robbie says he did. Did he? I don't
have a second recorded, Chair.
Don't have a second recorded. Oh, because everybody said it. It was like, yes, second. It was like a whole uproar of seconds. Who did you actually list for the second? Okay, so do you accept it?
Oh, you're talking about I seconded Sanders' motion. Is that what you were asking?
No.
Yeah.
Who seconded Labar's? You. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my mistake, Chair. I have Commissioner Somerville as
Commissioner
the seconder
Somerville.
of the
Okay.
original. Yeah.
Okay, do you accept that as a friendly amendment, Commissioner Somerville? Do you know what we're talking about, right? Do you want me to?
I do. I'm just thinking.
Put your microphone on.
I do. I'm just thinking about
Okay,
it.
think about it, but keep your mic on.
My mic's on.
I know, I see it's green.
I mean, honestly, I'm comfortable with the proposed amendment, which is going to the RFP after the first year. So no, I don't accept.
Okay. Wow, this is interesting today. This is good TV. Okay, well then you could still make an unfriendly amendment, Commissioner Sanders, if you wanted to. It's not friendly. I mean, if it's not friendly, what is it? It's okay. Yeah, you could think about that if you want, or you could do it now. Or we could move, I could keep it going. Do you want to think about it or do you want to do that? So Commissioner Somerville did not accept the friendly amendment, even though Commissioner Labar did. She's comfortable with the direct allocation for year one and RFP for other years. So we can't do a friendly amendment. You could still make an amendment and then hope someone seconds it. Okay.
Second.
Commissioner Light seconds. Now we got to talk about it because that's what we do. Commissioner Maciejewski.
So a clarification on what has been amended from Commissioner Sanders.
Yeah.
Would that RFP cover all 4 years? Is that what you're intending?
So I believe initially, Commissioner Labar was looking to provide direct funding in the first year and then have RFPs for the last 3 years.
Right.
So yes, that it would end up being RFPs for every year, all 4.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Yes. All right. Any other questions or comments about this? Thoughts? Seeing none. Commissioner Labar, go ahead.
Better to get it right now. That's a great point. You know what? At this amount of money, just do one RFP for 4 years worth of funding. It's $75,000. It's just not going to be worth the time to go through it from a process. So if Commissioner Sanders is comfortable with that, I am very comfortable with that, and I think it's most defensible.
Okay. Unfortunately, you didn't get a second to the friendly, so we got to vote on it. You got more? I'll make your comment.
So as we seem to have a history of doing, just because this is what we're voting on today does not mean that we will not be able to find additional funding. So I just kind of want to put that out there for any of the agencies that may feel like 75 is just it. We have people come to us on a regular basis that have us change things that we've already said we were gonna do this. So I just wanna put that out there. I'm okay with the RFP for all 4 years.
All right. Certainly, as we talked about, there's always opportunity for later. Michelle nods. Okay, oh yes, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I think I recognize Commissioner Somerville's indecision on that because I was glad that you were the recorded second because I would have had the same problem. My concern is I think looking at the material that Commissioner Labar first did and seeing this, that was the issue of trying to get that money into these systems quickly. And that's why it doesn't bother me to think about having this be prescribed to the first year in RFP for the last 3 years. The amount of work to do these grant RFPs and the task that takes on these organizations that are already working with shoestring staff is part of what will inform my decision on this vote. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I plan on supporting the amendment that's before us. I do that with an understanding that going to an RFP process means that we as a body are going to an objective process to allocate these dollars and not sitting here tonight or at any future meeting trying to parcel that up. And that the expectation is that we go to an RFP, and this is on any subject, quite frankly, for me, and that we respect the work that is done through that RFP process. And that whatever the result is, we acknowledge that there was a process that was followed and we were given the results of that. And we respect that, right? So I'm fine with this amendment. I'm going to move forward with it. But I also want us to recognize there's a cost to doing this for $75,000 a year, right? I don't know what that cost is to the administrator. I don't know that the administrator or staff would know that, but there's obviously publication costs, there's staff time, there's probably attorney time in there somewhere. There's review time. I mean, there's certainly a cost to running an RFP. So I just want to be cognizant of that as well. But we'll support the amendment as presented at this moment. Thank you.
Here. Love that comment. Thank you. Commissioner Ravi.
Just want to re-uplift something I said earlier, which is I think exactly what Commissioner Machewski just said is the reason why we can't be in this position again, moving forward. Like, if we're going to do a separate RFP for 75,000, which I support RFPs, I think that's good. I support it, but we can't, like, we're piecemealing RFPs now. And we used to have a system where we like put a bunch of money in and there was a set process that we all approved for the whole thing. And I think that we really need, I mean, part of my lack of buy-in to some RFPs is like, I don't know what the RFP is. I don't know what the senior RFP was. We never really talked about, maybe I just wasn't on the board, but like, we never talked about it as a body. How do we set the parameters? How do we allocate that money? And so I just think we need to standardize that across the organization. We need to standardize how we get the word out to nonprofits so that it's a one-stop shop. All the nonprofits can look in the same place and see these are the dollars available and apply for the money in an equitable way. And I just think, again, this speaks to how important it is that we take a step back next year and not be reactive and figure out a set process for the whole organization on how we do this type of thing.
Anybody else got anything before we vote on it? I'll remind everybody now what we are voting on is an amendment to do a 4-year RFP for youth services. Let's do it, Bryce.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
No.
Commissioner Beeman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar. And Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Oh, okay, motion carries. Great. Now we're back to Commissioner Labar's amendment, right? Yeah, we're back to Commissioner Labar's amendment, which has become a 4-year RFP, $75,000 a year for youth services pulled out of the infrastructure dollars. Is there anything else from anybody before we vote on it? You guys, you look like you want to say something. You don't want to say nothing?
We've had good discussion here. I agree with everything that's been said. If we're now baked into the RFP route that we are going, do we want to get this up more? Because you're going to rip the Band-Aid off one time. Do you want to make it 75 a year? Or do you want to make it 150? I think for all the rigmarole that we've gone through, we should make it worth the time on the back end. So I'd move to increase that allocation to 150 a year coming from infrastructure.
Here we go, guys. All right, Catherine, can you speak to what that will do to the amount of money set aside for infrastructure? What impact may that have?
I mean, it's hard to know. It's going beyond the levels we were really talking about, especially for 2024. But to the point of, it hasn't been allocated for specific projects, so I can't say which projects are coming off of the list. We'd be prioritizing the biggest needs, as facilities does every single year, to stabilize the infrastructure and work with whatever funding they have. So it's getting more nerve-wracking, but it's not, I can't tell you what won't happen.
All right, well, Jason, you're here, I believe. I can see you in the back. Come on down.
So, Chair, if I may, before Jason comes down, I would prefer for you all to direct us to come back and bring that information back to you. I don't want to put Jason on the spot this evening. He'll have to take a look broadly at his portfolio and the recommendations and bring something back that fits within the amount of resources that we currently have.
Well, I guess I would remind everybody that this is first read on this.
Yeah.
So we could do this and then you could bring us back something and then we could have another, December meeting conversation about it, right? It's first read. Jason's like, I don't got to approach if I don't need to. I hear you.
I just want to make sure that you all fully understand the impacts.
So would that be enough time to do that before the next meeting, right? If we pass this through first reading and you come back, you say this would be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Then we'd be like, oh, maybe not. Maybe we do something different. Is that?
Yes.
Yes. Does anybody have anything else to say before we vote on it? What do you about to say, Michelle?
If we're gonna have administration bring information, does it make sense to just rescind the amendments right now? And
Oh no, please no.
okay.
Please no. So write these names down real quick here. So, okay, so I'm gonna do Yusuf. Then I'm gonna do Caroline. Then we'll do Andy. And then Katie, did you have a hand up too? You did not. Okay. None of y'all did. All right, go ahead, Yusuf. Or Commissioner Robbie.
No, that's fine. I guess I'm somewhat concerned. I mean, similar to what Corp Counsel just said, I'm somewhat concerned about voting on this, not understanding the impact of it. So it's sort of like, I'm not opposed to the idea, but I also don't fully understand what we're taking money out of to do this. Like what does this mean? What does it mean? I'm concerned about voting on this right now, especially the increased dollar amount. I would have been comfortable with 75. That seems manageable. We're doubling it. I need to know what's happening with this money.
To be fair, last meeting, we did the same thing with that budget amendment around housing and homelessness where we pulled the 250,000 from a place we don't know yet. It's the same.
I think the difference is that in that case, we directed administration to come back with a proposal where they could find it in, I don't know this specific line. I think this is almost too specific for me. If we took this proposal and said, we would like administration to come up with $150,000 to come back to the board with a proposal for youth services, I'd be comfortable with that. But actually amending the budget, not knowing what this line item is, that's the difference.
Can you cook on maybe an amendment then to the amendment to just consider it?
I will consider cooking on that amendment. I will cook on it. You know what? I'll cook on it.
Thank you.
I won't even consider.
That's all I asked.
I'll
That's where I
cook
was
on
like,
it.
man, he's not really going to do it then if he's considering it. Go ahead, Commissioner Sanders, you're next on my list here.
I was just gonna say I would be interested in knowing as well.
Okay,
What would be affected infrastructurally with that change?
all right, now we're on to Commissioner.
I'd say, given the length of discourse and the granular detail, let's vote for it now. Let it pass. It'll go through at 150. Greg will take it back. This will have to pass again in 3 weeks at the final reading. If it's truly detrimental, he will let us know. If it's not, we'll have more detail to pass it at final passage.
Commissioner Light.
Well, since we can go ahead, vote and pass, why can't we just pass on the 75? Let them come back to us with doubling the amount instead of passing it, even though it's the first reading, but just pass it on the 75 and then we can come back and we will have the details on what it would be to double that.
I like that. I like that. Well, I mean, it's not, that would just be voting down this current motion and then voting yes to the other one. Yeah. I like that. Thank you, Commissioner Light. Commissioner LaBarre. He's like, no, just do it. I need
No,
this
no,
150.
Chair, you have asked for a substantive debate. I think we certainly have one. To Commissioner Light's point, I would say this. I would vote for it now at the 150 to recognize and honor the substance of the discussion that we had earlier and the impact we want to see with these dollars. I would aim big and get walked back rather than aim small and get brought big. That's my contention.
Okay. Anybody, before I get back to you, hold on. Is there anybody else that hasn't spoken yet? No, Commissioner Somerville is loving this though. Go ahead, Commissioner Light. Commissioner Light, go ahead.
I do think that it is good to aim big. However, we're gonna aim big for something that we don't know if it is going to affect us detrimentally. And so you came with 75 in the beginning. Stick to it, vote on the 75 and wait to see what and how it will affect us with doubling. Aiming big is great, but right now, aim from what you started with.
You know, I love that it was pointed out that we have substantive debate, because I remember at the beginning of the year, people said we want more vigorous debate, and now we are having it. All right, anybody have anything else? You cooked? You cooked on it?
I cooked. I don't believe I can actually, I don't think I can make an amendment since we're already on 2 amendments. So I think what we have to do is vote. So I don't feel comfortable voting on 150 right now. I'm going to be a no. I'm sorry, Commissioner LaBarre. I love what you're doing. I generally support what you're doing. I would be comfortable with what Commissioner Light is proposing, and with strong language on that 75,000, that second 75,000 that says we're directing administration to come up with the money, agnostic on where it comes from. So I'm going to vote no on the amendment to the amendment, and hopefully Commissioner Light will make a motion, which I will support.
I don't know if it'd be necessary for her to make a motion. I mean, wow.
Depending on the disposition of the amendment to the amendment, it may be necessary.
Maybe. Anybody else got anything? Commissioner LaBarre has a thing.
Sure, thank you. So I made the amendment. It's been seconded. So I think we do have to vote on that. And towards that end, I would also just put in context that the total amount of money that we're talking about would go from 300,000 over 4 years to 600,000. Keep in mind that deficit elimination plan budgeted allocation for 2023 of 391,000. This is not an insignificant amount, but in the scope of the budget, it is not such that, again, we should go small. That's my contention now. That's the last I'll say on this amendment.
All right, are we ready to vote, friends? Okay, to make it clear on what we're voting on now. Now we're voting on the $150,000 amendment. If it is voted down, we're back to the 75,000. If it's voted up, it's 150,000. That's accurate. It is. All right, okay, Bryce, go for it.
Commissioner Robbie.
No.
Commissioner Sanders.
No.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
No.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
No.
and Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Wow, good 5-4. That doesn't happen often. Great. Yes. All right. Well, we are back to discussing the motion as amended, which is now 150,000 from infrastructure. So perhaps now, as Commissioner Robbie hinted at, there could be an appropriate motion made, amendment made. I guess we're gonna have to find the money either way. So I don't know. Do we need a motion for that? They gotta find the money. Yeah.
I believe the motion as it stands before us is specific on the dollar amount, 150, and is specific on the source, which is the non-structural infrastructure budget. And I believe if there were going to be an amendment, my understanding of what Commissioner Light was discussing is her amendment to Labar's current amendment would be to say, yes, 150, 75 comes from non-structural infrastructure, 75 we're agnostic to the source, and we direct the administrator to find a source for that money.
And what is the impact on the infrastructure situation? Yeah.
That's the motion I want to make.
Okay.
But he said that, and I
Good.
need for him to,
It was well said.
yes, and that's what I
You
wanted to
moving
say.
it? Can somebody second it?
Or
Okay. Any discussion on that? Are you what? What?
are you
Commissioner-
calling him?
Yeah, sorry,
Oh,
Commissioner.
sorry. What wasn't really clear.
Okay.
No, I support that. I'm just saying I will vote yes on that amendment.
Well, I mean, we could have just voted. We could have just, Bryce, let's vote. You raise your hand and say, I'm gonna vote yes, and it's like, well, I'm about to call the vote. Go, Bryce.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yay. All right. We gotta vote on the amended amendment. So now what we got here is the $150,000 to youth services, pulled 75,000 from infrastructure, $75,000 from somewhere, with a report back on the impact on infrastructure if we do this. That's correct. That is correct. Any further discussion? Commissioner Somerville, are you
I
gonna
just
vote
want to
yes
be
on this?
clear, because I'm looking at the administrator. You did already earlier in a previous amendment, you indicated that you would raise the red flag at our next meeting before we approve on final reading on this item.
I'm sorry. If indeed there is a red flag, I think what you guys have given us is the authorization and flexibility to go back and evaluate the ask and bring you back information relative to its impacts.
Yes, thank you.
I've heard nothing based upon this new resolution that gives me great pause. Quite honestly, $75,000 is within the administrator's authority. So directing the administrator to bring it back to you all, talking like I'm not in the room.
That third person thing. sometimes.
Yeah, it is the appropriate way to do it. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Anybody else got anything on this one? Good question. You got more? Hey, you're welcome. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Let's do it, Bryce.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yeah.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Look at that. This is good. This is good government today. Well, it's an active government today. I don't know if I could say good. All right. Well, now we have amended that part of it. Now we can actually vote on the budget. Right? Yes. If anybody would like to discuss further the budget. I know, oh, you still had 4 more things on your list, huh? You got 4? All right, Catherine, don't get too comfortable over there. Commissioner Robbie, I'm gonna put you, yeah, do it. I'm writing you down.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I wanted a little bit more clarity on let me try to locate myself here in the budget document. In terms of the counties or the County Board of Commissioners recommended budget. 2024 is $4 million. The subsequent years is around 2 million. Can you explain what that additional $2 million in year 1 is?
Yes. So one of the changes we made in this recommended budget is to create an org, so that designates BOC priorities. So traditionally they had been put in central charges among a bunch of other things, and we really wanted to highlight the work that we were doing as directed by your priorities. In that, there is a non-structural amount of $1.1 million for housing and homelessness and $1.1 million for the East Side Rec Center that's recommended in just 2024. And then the structural dollars of 404,000 are included in 25 through 27. So that drop is just because we had a chunk of non-structural funding. The reason we had that chunk, I'm assuming is going to be your next question, is because one of the structural recommendations was to increase the amount we have set aside for negotiations for wages for staff, and we needed additional resources in 2025. So that took the structural money from 25 through 27 for those for labor negotiations, and it had 2024 money still available. So we are recommending it be split evenly between East Side Rec and housing and homelessness.
Okay. And that's in relation to that one-time $2 million? Or am I I think I misunderstood what you're trying to say.
Yeah, there's a one-time $2.2 million of non-structural funding in the board priority org. And that is half directed toward East Side Rec, half directed toward housing and homelessness.
In one time. Okay. Thank you. Second question is hopefully just an easy one. Further on down, want to make sure I understand the item on community mental health, $2 million a year. Is that the millage or is that general fund dollars going to CMH?
Assuming you're in the general fund grid still?
I'm on
Okay.
item 980 appropriations and transfers.
Yes. Yep. So that is the county's general fund appropriation that goes towards CMH. It's separate from the CMH millage that is represented on the non-general fund grid separately.
Yeah. Okay. So in addition to the state money that comes in for CMH and the millage dollars, we give general fund dollars to CMH in the amount of $2 million.
Yes.
And I think I just want to take a quick point here. This is why I think it's so important that we get regular report backs from the CMH director on how money is being spent, since it isn't just going to an independent body that's receiving money independently. We are actually allocating money in the budget. And so I think there needs to be more frequent report backs on the operations at community mental health. You don't have to respond to that. I just wanted to say it. My penultimate question is on the position mod, Parks and Rec. I don't think these are the same numbers that were used before for employee groups. Maybe they are, and I just don't remember. But 4,100 is non-union?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Help me, I mean, the one that stood out to me, trying to understand it here is, I assume that a union, which is employee group 2000 supervisor, parks and facilities supervisor position is being eliminated and moved to a parks and facility manager, which is non-union. So can you explain what's going on there?
So this is part of a parks request that they submitted to HR. So the grid is in there. I don't have the detail from the parks requests at hand. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. So basically for this position, Parks and Recreation, they want to expand the scope of responsibility. So that is why they are recommending this change, the elimination of unionized position and the creation of a non-unionized position.
Okay, that is a concern to me. I think when we see a net loss of union positions, I always want to understand the rationale. And so what is it that a manager can do that a supervisor can't? Like what?
Let me pull the job description.
Everyone else should be thinking of questions they might have for later, so they can be prepared to go.
While Guillermo is looking, do you mind if I ask another question?
The ultimate question.
My ultimate question, the ultimate question. I know that there were some comments made during public comment, but, and you alluded to it a little bit as well, but trying to understand, do we have, what do we have prepared for budget negotiations in the budget? I assume that we've accounted for some of that, and I assume that you don't want, but
Corporation Council has asked me not to talk about specifics in general as their ongoing labor negotiations, but I can give you the additional dollar amounts that we have reserved. Would that be? Okay, so
I don't know if that's acceptable.
I don't know if it's gonna help or not, because so what we did to increase compensation compensation assumption reserves is 1.3 million in 2025, 1.1 in 2026, and 1.0 in 2027. It goes down slightly just because of people maxing out and not having as much of a gap that we needed to find in the out years based on assumptions. But it's a number that we were comfortable with helping for those negotiations.
Can I add just two things? Proposals have been included and provided to the unions that include that budgeted allocation. So I just want you to know if there's pending proposals. We haven't reached any TAs with any union yet, but I just want to let you know that allocation has been proposed in the wage package. And then the low wage earner allocation, Catherine, was the 1.1 included, that additional 400,000 for the low wage earners target?
Yeah, it's up to $2 million. That's
Yeah, in
reserved.
total, but did your 1.1 million, or was it an additional 400,000 for the low wage earners target?
500,000. We increased the low wage earners target by 500,000 in this budget also.
Chair, to Commissioner Robbie's request for information, is it okay or if we provide you in writing the information requested, the difference between the two position descriptions, and be prepared to talk about it in advance of the final vote on the 6th?
I feel good about that.
I'm fine with that. Just a procedural question for Corp Council. For the budget vote, in the past, it's been practiced that we could vote separately on different items in the budget. That
can still happen. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you have asked your ultimate and penultimate questions, correct? And you are satisfied at this point. Excellent. That's well, I love to hear it. We all love to hear it. Does anybody have anything else? Yes, Commissioner LaBarre.
I think you're asking for any other comments before we vote on first reading.
Yes, correct.
So the one thing, just to circle back on the food security funding.
Yep.
Is there any interest in breaking it up so that it's not 500, but rather 250, then 325, 320? You got what I was. Yes, 325, 325 to space it.
Yeah, I have interest in that. I ended up doing in this one, the 500 from a conversation that I had with Commissioner Scott, talking about front loading it so they would be well resourced. But you're nodding with me. We feel good. You feel good too. So,
I mean, I want to give Eileen and Food Gatherers credit that I think they will, find a way to handle the money, but I do think that would be helpful for their budgeting reasons. So can I make an amendment to do that with the understanding it's to be friendly and helpful? Thank you.
yes.
I have one question on it. So you said taking it to 250 in 2024 and then 325 in 25 and 26. If you do the 325 in 2027, then we have $125,000 budget shortfall. Or do
No.
you want us to spread it all?
Yeah, spread it all out with the correct
Spread it out
math.
and even, okay.
Spread it out evenly with the correct math.
Yeah, and so
Okay.
it'd be 250, then 3 years straight of 325 to have a $75,000 increase for each of those years.
Is that right?
It's
That's not right.
It's not right. Hold on, I can do the math. Really
The math ain't mathing on that one.
quick.
Brady,
Oh, you know what? Forgive me. My ignorance is palpable.
It's 300,000 a year.
Thank
Brady
you,
math
thank you.
for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
okay, and everybody still feels good about that. Andrew, do you feel good about it? Good. It's just different. Yeah, across a different, instead of giving them a big chunk. Yeah, I got you, buddy. Commissioner Maciejewski.
Just to clarify, what we're talking about is right at the moment, 300,000 for 4 years. Is that right?
As opposed to a $500,000 1 year and then 250, 250,
Got
250.
it. So that would equal 1.2 million over a 4-year period. What I think is already in number 2 though is 1.25 million.
Somebody's not doing math correctly. So somebody, because look, the intention is not to change the total dollar amount, it's just to spread it out differently. The 3 even gets us there, right?
It's not. It's a weird number.
I didn't. It's
3
an
even
even
is
number. I don't know
1.2
why it's weird.
million.
Huh?
3 even is 1.2 million. What we have listed on Amendment 2 is 1.25 million.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. So we need to. I feel all of us feel embarrassed about
To
this.
clarify, we're taking the 250,000 allocated in 2024 and spreading it evenly among 25 through 27.
Yes. So
Which would
250,000 divided by 3.
which is $83,333.
Okay.
We don't budget pennies, so one of the years can be 34.
Yes, please do that. It's okay. It's okay. We're in the heat of the moment. Sometimes the math is just not. It's not with us.
I still support both the amendment and Commissioner LaBarre.
Yes, I think we all support each other because we're all good friends. Okay. No, divided by 3 because, okay. Yes. All right. In order, friends, let's all take turns. Okay. That's okay. It's okay. Your mic's not on either. So no one's going to know who I was ordering at. Are you good? What? Hold on.
I need the
Bryce is not
exact
good.
numbers for 24, 25, 26.
Catherine, give us exact numbers for those years, please.
Yes, it would be $333,333.25 and 26, $333,334.27, unless somebody cares where the extra dollar goes. But I just stuck it in the last year. So
Any other comments about that? Or are people feeling good?
okay.
Thank you, Bryce. Thank you. All right, I think we're couldn't that have been done in a friendly way? Well, Annie would have to say she's friendly with it. Are you say you're friendly with it officially? No, you moved it originally.
Yes.
Yeah, the budget, you originally moved the budget
I'm
amendment.
okay with that.
So Annie's accepting it as a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah, we are. Yep, you're right. Yep, you're right. It's a new amendment. Yep. But it's not friendly. It doesn't matter. We're just going to vote on it. We're just going to vote on it now. Bryce. You what?
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Wasn't done.
Wait, what?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Go ahead.
We're just voting on the amendment right now.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Back to discussion of the budget as amended with all the amendments that we've made today. Anything else? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Machieski.
I have just a general comment, I guess, about the budget and about the process. And I appreciate the robust discussion and questions and deliberation that has been given to the budget this year. I would suggest that going into next year, maybe we dedicate ourselves to, as a board, making a policy statement about human services and spend our first 6 months of the year trying to coalesce, I can't talk, it's a little late, around the idea of what is our policy? And then that can be reflected through our budget process. We've historically, at least since I've been on this board, tried to identify priorities at the beginning of the year and things to work on. And we always have this huge bucket of things that we want to do. But this particular issue to me is continually recurring. It has, based upon the discussions that we repeatedly have, I think at the forefront of the thoughts of this body. So I would suggest to my colleagues that maybe we take this as our focus for 2024 and really come up with what our policy is and what the future of the new Human Services Partnership is from our perspective, and set a policy for what the county is going to do and what our priorities are. And that can be reflected through the budget process. I think that will give us clarity as a body and to really understand what we value and what we want to see. It will give clarity to staff as they prepare this. And so I would offer that as our charge for next year. I look forward to supporting the document in front of us tonight. Thank you.
Hey, if that were a motion, I'd second it because I love it. And now we have Tony and OCD. We were going to have just a fantastic time here working through human services. Yeah, I think everybody's feeling good now. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Procedural question, since this is a voice vote, I would like to vote no on 2 items.
I'm gonna go ahead and have it be a roll call just because I know people want to vote individually or say they don't like certain things. That's fine? It's fine. You good with that? Or you want to do it the way that you were trying to do it? We're gonna do it that way. Okay. Anything else from anybody? Well, it is a voice vote. We're gonna go ahead and do it, Bryce. Roll call it. Get ready to write down the stuff that people don't like.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes, I like all of it.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes, and no on 2C.
We're not doing that yet. We're not there yet.
What were we?
We're voting on the budget right now. That's the item for first reading.
Oh,
And
yes.
it's just the budget.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes on the whole budget, except no on the position modification. And no.
Okay.
give me a sec, Chair.
You said what?
You could give me a second?
Yeah. Take your time. Clerking is tough business over here. I mean, you gotta be vigorously taking notes in the moment. You did. Yeah. Could have been worse.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
and Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Chair.
Look at that. Pass the budget for first reading. And you were worried. I know we gotta get to the finish line, but still worried. Okay, hey. Great. Okay. So I would say at this point is we still have all of the single and final reading items. Would people like to take a brief break to go to the bathroom? Yeah. So if there's no objection, we're going to take a 15-minute break so everybody has the opportunity to go to the bathroom or have a beverage of some sort. We'll come back at about 11 o'clock, maybe a little bit before break time.
Got something for you and Michelle, your mic's on.
This is what we need. Yes, it is.
We're back. Let's get the camera back on me regular, like make the words go away. All right, I'm calling us back to order. Oh no, now the camera's just gone. Well, we need to come back for our friends online. They need to get we can't cheat. They do, right. They can't just hear us. I mean, that's what they're tuning in, right? For it's the audio is good. You said what? Okay, we're gonna hold while we wait for. Yeah, it was timed. It was like, bam, well, maybe that would fix it. We need to do it again. All right, please hold for technical difficulties. Tech team, that's okay, we're back. I'm ready, Michelle. Just waiting for all of our friends to come back. Yeah, gotta keep the vibe friendly, Greg. He's in it. All right, I'm calling us back to order for real this time at 11:05. Great. Now, I would love for someone to move single reading, final reading, and approval of claims. Oh, Katie, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move under the single reading, a resolution approving the 2023 third quarter general fund and non-general fund budget non-structural adjustments. B, a resolution to approve the 2023 apportionment report from equalization. C, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to sign a service contract to provide certain animal control services with the Humane Society of Huron Valley for the period of January 1, 2024 to December 31st, 2027. D, a resolution setting the Board of Commissioners meeting calendar. E, a resolution in opposition to MDOT's proposal to build a fence through Ann Arbor. F, a resolution declaring November 2023 Family Court Awareness Month. You want me to keep going? Final reading too?
Please do that in.
At 3A, a final reading, a resolution to adopt the Brownfield Plan Amendment for 303 North Fifth Avenue and the 312-314 Detroit Street Brownfield Plan, Ann Arbor, from the Office of Community and Economic Development. And 4, for approval of claims.
Thank you. Is there a
You're
second?
welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna offer Rip, pull the fence resolution for separate consideration because we have to amend it to do the thing we talked about earlier. Yeah. Anybody else want to pull any other ones for separate consideration? I knew that one was coming. That's it? That's great. Okay, well then let's go ahead and discuss the collection of them. Any discussion on any of all the other ones? That's the end. Commissioner Robbie. And then Commissioner Light. I'm gonna get back to my trusty pen and paper.
We're discussing the ones that we're not.
That's correct.
All right, thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions about the third quarter general fund and non-general fund budget, non-structural adjustments under the sheriff's revenue surplus. I have two questions. One is on the potential projects in Q4 2023. That seems very vague and just trying to understand what that is for. 500,000.
Yes, it would be along the same lines. It's just giving us authority so that we don't have, that budget doesn't go over budget. There are no actual planned allocations. It's like a contingency fund. The ones that they have identified specific needs for are the other ones identified in the memo.
So it's just extra money for.
It's money they already have in their fund. It's just authorizing the budget so that we wouldn't have an audit finding if they go over, they spent more than what is allocated there.
Okay. Interesting. The ITR means what?
I don't know the exact acronym, but I think it's the intake.
Intake, transfer, and release.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't know what that terminology meant. Appreciate it. I guess I'm somewhat uncomfortable with the vagueness of that 500,000. Is that typically what's done?
In the past, that last year's amendment was actually broader than that. I can't remember the exact dollar amounts. But we have built in contingency funds like that in the past, yes.
Okay.
That's it? Cool. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott.
Thanks. I'm just gonna give you something to think about, commissioners. We have the
board calendar for next year on here. Something I mentioned to Commissioner Hodge, we were just riffing about, thinking about how to get through budget, along with Commissioner Machieski's suggestion and my hopeful mapping of the process that will help us with decision making. I also suggested that we might think about having baking in some additional sessions, some additional working sessions, maybe in the fall. And we should probably talk about that more as we go forward, just to respect everybody's schedule, but scheduling some additional nights, old school style, to just do a lot of that work on the budget at a whole separate meeting, that I think would probably help us be able to have that debate and not be here till the wee hours of the morning, which would meet all of our goals of government transparency and having people be able to see the actual making of the sausage. Thanks.
Yeah, and as a follow-up to when we were riffing on it, we wanted to get, I think, a little further into the new year to know which months to put those at. So that's bacon. It's cooking. It's food for thought. Good. Anybody else? Annie says no. Commissioner Robbie.
I very much support what Commissioner Scott just said, and it's very much in line with things that I've said previously at these meetings. When are we going to have a plan? I appreciate that we need to go into next year to develop the plan. When do you anticipate that coming before us?
I think a fair statement would be by the end of the first quarter.
Okay.
Just to amend the calendar with the additional dates is what that would be.
I would hope that included in that would be potentially a date for a longer retreat. In addition to several other working session opportunities.
Oh yeah, I would love for us to have like a retreat where we could do activities to build our camaraderie and
on a trust fall.
I was gonna say trust fall. We trust falled earlier and you caught me.
Got you.
You caught me.
I got
So
you. And I'm now gonna trust fall to you.
yes.
That you will come up with a plan for next year.
Well, thank you. I mean, I think as I've demonstrated today, my word has been kept on the senior item and all other things that I've said I would get done. They have gotten done. So you can trust fall me with your policy demands as well. Fantastic. Commissioner Somerville, you're done. Okay, can we vote? Bryce? Bryce, sorry. Just do it.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
Most things passed. Excellent. So before we go to the next one, which is C, the Humane Society one, I just kind of want to just knock out E real quick because it's just going to be a quick one. The fence one. What we wanted to do with the fence resolution is add a whereas statement, right? To make it so the clerk knows that therefore be resolved.
clause,
Yeah, so that the clerk's office could transmit it to the other units of government and anybody else that's relevant. Great. Any discussion about that? And Bryce, you have the language for that already.
Correct, Chair. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, thanks. Bryce?
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hot.
Yes. Thanks. All right. Well, yes. Yay to the amendment. Okay, now we can talk about the resolution. This is the fence resolution. Everybody feel good about the fence resolution? Okay. All right, Bryce.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
All right, we passed the fence resolution. I don't think any of our fence friends are still in the audience, but oh yeah. Oh, yes. So we got it done. And we're gonna make everybody aware of the statement we're making related to the fence. Good. All right, Humane Society time. Any questions or comments or thoughts about the Humane Society? Commissioner Robbie. Wait, sorry, what are you saying? Yeah, I know they're in the audience. Humane Society is with us, so they are willing to answer questions.
I didn't raise my hand, but if
I can feel it.
I mean, I will wait
Okay.
until others have gone. If
Okay.
others have anything to.
Okay, do it. Commissioner Light.
So I wanted to know, with the contracts, would it be a way, to make an amendment for, us to just make it be a, you know, how people have month-to-month leases, we have a year-to-year contract, would that be something that could be?
Corp Counsel, you want to say a thing about that?
Yes, it's currently structured as a four-year term. The board could choose to amend it to be a year-to-year term, but that would also have to be renegotiated with the Humane Society.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
So looking at the breakdown of the cost allocation, can somebody help me understand the back of house wages, benefits, county's paying 52%? Does that mean the director and associated staff that we're paying for? Can somebody explain that?
Yes, Commissioner Robbie, we spent a good deal of time on this. I believe what you're talking about would be I'm sorry, Exhibit A, estimation of cost of providing services. I can explain from the county's perspective in terms of what this document is, and then we look to, we have John Trevathan, who's the CFO of the Humane Society, and then Scott Tatro, who's the treasurer of their board here as well, to speak to some of the specifics in terms of the expenses that go into those amounts. We've spent a great deal of time on that document. I will say this has been pretty foundational in terms of how we're arriving at the contract amounts, and the contract amounts reflect the net cost of services there. And so we have tried to start with these contract amounts to reimburse HSHV for their costs of providing the services to the county through this contract. So the percentage amount that you referenced, Commissioner Robbie, sometimes it's 52%, sometimes it's other percentages. Those reflect different allocation percentages for those different cost type to the county. We have additional detail in terms of how those numbers were reached, and those numbers reflect percentages of animals that either are brought in through the intake process or held for days of care at HSHV, and which come from within the county. To your comment earlier in terms of the animal types, that includes cats, dogs and cats, and then some other animals as well. So it is beyond just dogs, but
It appears that it includes all animals other than wildlife.
Correct.
And is it correct that our mandate is for dogs and no other types of animals? Other than those,
that, but yes, that,
other than
yeah.
dog law 1919,
That is correct.
dogs only, other than those that are subject to a court case or those that are subject of abuse and neglect.
Correct, Commissioner.
So. Okay, so this is, first of all, like just starting off the bat, these numbers are inclusive of something far and beyond what our mandate is. So just starting off and then built on that far and beyond what our mandate is, this is a percentage of the total cost of paying your CEO that we're paying for in here. Is that correct? Let me ask you this, is it the back of house wages and benefits, or is it the admin wages and benefits item? Because there's two. And if you add them up, it's $1 million.
Back of house is directly animal facing. The admin would be included the CEO.
What is back of house animal facing?
Back of
Because
house
how's that different from front of house?
Sure. Yeah, back of house are animals that are not yet adoptable. They're either being held for medical reasons or behavioral reasons. They're not available to the public.
Okay. So we're paying 25% of your total admin wages and benefits. $193,000. in 2022. Is there a cost for 2023 for the current contract? I don't.
$207,000 for 2023. I mean,
Okay.
calculated the cost as, that's not part of that one, I mean, that's, the 1.3 million does not cover that in full.
Wait, what does that mean? What the 1.3
million you're paying in 2023 does not cover our calculated costs.
It covers a percentage of them as indicated in this chart, or no?
Covers a portion of the percentage.
What portion does it cover then?
1.3 million out of 1.7.
You're talking about the total amount. That you're saying that you believe that it costs $1.7 million and we're only paying 1.3. I'm asking specifically about the admin line item. Of that admin line item, you're saying it's now 200,000 that we're paying.
Not paid.
So we're not paying for admin. Why is it in this chart that you provided?
I'm trying to understand your question, but you're paying $1.3 million for 2023.
Yes,
And we calculated our costs, including that 207,000 as almost 1.7 million for 2023.
Okay, so what you're trying to say is because we're not paying the full amount that you believe we should be paying, any one of those items could be theoretically thrown into the you're not paying for it bucket.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're paying a portion of those percentages.
So you are dividing it the percentage equally across the board.
May I, so Commissioner, this document is an updated version of an attachment that was provided to the board in the spring. And so we have tried to follow that same process. I believe what John is saying is that the contract amount that was reached for this current year was $1.3 million. And that $1.3 million total was only a portion of what they reported their total cost of providing their services to the county to be. And so and one of the additional documents that was approved by the board was this letter of intent to collaborate that would talk about us coming back because that, you know, their position, and they have been steadfast with this, is that they are looking to be reimbursed for the cost of their services as they're defined here. And I won't disagree with you in terms of the animals. That's been a point of our discussion in terms of the county's responsibility along the way. So this document, and to move across it and maybe just to help orient the rest of the board. So we have the actual amounts from 2022, and those are as reported by HSHV. They are also financially audited. And so we have spent a good deal of time in terms of county staff understanding what are in those amounts and where those come from. The county allocation then, again, we've got the metrics that are used to generate reasonable percentages in terms of how to say those are related to the cost of the county doing services, and can happily talk more about how those are reached. And that formula then gives us annual amounts. And then there are some estimations made in terms of future years to account for what will happen due to inflation and personnel costs and similar things that the county is experiencing. And we built in some contract language that will allow us to revisit the annual amount. And I think we're a shared point of agreement for us is the hope that we can do some more preventative efforts to reduce the amount of animals that require sheltering. But we have that mechanism built in there, given that there are estimations about what might happen in the future.
I mean, I don't hear an answer to my question though about the admin wages and benefits. What is the county paying for that in this new contract? Estimated.
Yeah, so that would be the 200, the contract term would start in 2024. There is the overhead section there that has admin wages and benefits, of which the CFO is a component, but not the only component. And the total for administration would be 216,000.
Okay, thank you. Do you have an estimate of what the cost is to provide county mandated animal control services? This pretty much is useless to me. This document doesn't mean anything because what you're presenting to me is basically like your dream world of all the money that the county will give you, and you're trying to justify it based on something that we don't even have. We don't have to do any of these services. Most of these services that you presented are not things that we have to do. What I have asked for 12 years and never seen is an actual accounting of stray dogs, court-involved animals, and animal abuse and neglect cases and what the cost is. I've never seen that. Never been provided by the Humane Society. Is that something that you have that you can present to us?
We do not calculate that in this way.
Why is that? I mean, that's why would you not calculate the services that were mandated? I would like to know the delta, because basically what's happening here is there is an amount that we have to pay for services that we're required to pay. And then there's a delta between that and what we're actually giving you. And I see that basically as a donation. That is a donation to the Humane Society for you to fulfill the mission that you have set out to fulfill. It is your mission statement on your website. We're donating to that mission. And I want to know what the difference is between what we have to do and what we are doing to help you fulfill your mission. What's the difference between that?
That end, as a community society, we do have a mission, and we stick with that mission. That may or may not align with what the county does. We're a service provider to the county, and so we have provided, and based on what the commissioners have wanted, in fact, we have fulfilled those obligations. And so if that, so chooses to change, that's not aligned with our mission. And so that may be something that you can go out and look for other entities to do. As a service provider, as well as the Humane Society, our mission is to save all animals and keep them alive. And so after 4 or 7 days, it's not to put those animals down or do other things with them. So we will keep those animals through our volunteers, through the generous donation and above and beyond the county.
So help me understand that piece, because I do want to just fully understand. There is about $10,000 of euthanasia costs that the county is paying for. Can you explain what that is in the context of what you just said?
Absolutely. So it's very heartbreaking to all of our staff and all of the folks, all of our volunteers, when we do have cases, an animal may come in off the road that just has medical needs that cannot be saved. There are also, unfortunately, abuse and are also just not adoptable animals, despite our best efforts and nationally recognized training to try to save those animals. So yes, there are certain animals that is very heartbreaking to have to put down for those reasons. But we are a no-kill shelter.
Is it true? I've heard this reported in several venues over the years that while you are a no-kill shelter, some of the animals that you can't adopt out are transferred to other facilities. Is that, would you, so you would
shelters or other places down south because they can't handle animals and don't have the expertise that we have.
I'm sorry, say it again. You don't bring.
So we actually bring in animals. We actually have a love train. The county does not pay for it. It's funded all by the community. We actually bring in animals from other communities to help support our own existing animals because one, those areas cannot handle those animals and the same type of care that we can. And we have homes, and fortunately we have folks here in our community, they're willing to take in those animals.
So it's kind of like a business because you have to have adoptable puppies in order to earn revenue to.
For a nonprofit organization. And so we're actually helping out those other communities that cannot afford to maybe residence those. And those cases, they may have to put those animals down if they don't have the.
I guess the problem though is that then those dogs become our responsibility as a county. They do under the dog law of 1919, they become our responsibility. If they become strays, they suddenly become our responsibility. Right? So you're bringing in new dogs to the county that become our responsibility if they become strays as a county, right?
If that's the case, and that's why we do have programs in place to help support that. So maybe just the elephant in the room, concerns about the cost of animal control services and especially considering the needs of the communities. And we care about those needs as well, like the food scarcity, the homelessness and other human services. We care about those deeply and actually have programs in place. A good animal welfare services is also good human welfare services, and animal homelessness abuse are directly tied to human and social economics. The more people suffer, the more our pets suffer because pets are part of our family. In fact, the economic situation that we're currently facing today in our county has driven up animal homelessness and abuse, resulting in overfull shelters. And you may know, in Washtenaw County, this is no exception here. We have over 120% capacity right now at our Humane Society. We are actually turning away animals, not county animals, but county residents' animals. We actually have a waiting list of over 60 animals that people want to give to our society. We don't have any room. Those are taken up by county animals. Effective animal control is not about just the welfare of animals, but also safeguarding public health and safety. Stray animals, as you know, pose a risk to residents, spreading diseases, can cause accidents, and sometimes even pose physical threats to other personnel. A well-managed animal control system contributes to overall quality of life in our community. Residents feel more secure and comfortable in the neighborhoods, more likely to go out to the parks that you guys are proposing, and to go out and do other activities on the rails to trails if they know they're going to be safe from a wild dog or cat. Obviously, there's always the animal control is vital in preventing rabies and controlling those issues. And a well-managed animal control system can have positive economic effects, lowering the cost of animal-related incidents, and reduces the strain to our emergency services, whether it be the hospitals or healthcare facilities. And ultimately, that saves the taxpayers money. Additionally, a community with effective animal control may be more attractive to potential residents who are trying to bring in to our areas. And it's not just about, again, the animals, it's really about the people. Humane Society employs over 120 employees, and they deserve a living wage. A lot of those wages and the cost increases here are associated directly with the Washtenaw County living wage increases. We actually match that. It's actually in the contract. And like a hospital, fire, or police department being understaffed can have catastrophic consequences, particularly when demand on services is increasing, as we just mentioned, over 120% capacity. And thankfully, it's no longer acceptable to ask hardworking nonprofit employees to live underneath the poverty level. So we appreciate that you actually have that in the contract, and we abide by that. Again, this is a conversation, and these numbers may seem startling to those who haven't been along as Joseph and I since 2010, working on this thing. But these are long established metrics and calculations that are even on your own website. We've been saying for many years that we need to have the county to cover actual costs. And again, really want to thank Michelle and Andrew in working through that. We've really dove into the numbers. That's actually helped us as an organization. And we've actually found ways that we can actually reduce the overall cost. And as Andrew mentioned, in the contract, it's not an us or that type of process. If you find savings, and there's, again, just if back in 2012, there's a whole list of opportunities to increase the revenue. If you increase $75,000, if you increase $150,000 to pay for these other programs, you will get that money back in this contract to fund all these things. It shouldn't be this or that. It should be, we should be able to fund all these things by working together with this letter of intent to collaborate. That would be great if we could fall back to the Washtenaw County to help fund these better additional services. So again, we're facing the same things as far in terms of inflation. We are that very good thing with our books showing them. Really, if it comes down to the services, you can met. So these are things, again, that we've put into our contract. The 4-year contract represents an outstanding value. It's really half or less what other county animal control agencies are. We can provide that data to you. But also as national leaders in the industry, we're also getting outstanding outcomes for not only the animals, but the people of our organization. We have returned over 600 animals to families. We have over 2,000 volunteers. We have over 136,000 hours. And most importantly, we are impacting over 7,000 young adults in our area by teaching them about animal welfare, which again has a direct correlation with domestic violence. And so if you go to, the National Association of Sheriffs Association, you can go to the FBI, you can go to all these well-known government agencies. And again, that information is out there for you. So again, you don't have to care about animals to see all the importance of a fair contract, which is really being offered at break-even costs. Privatization, allowing us to help support that, allows you to keep focus on your most important things, which you mentioned here today, which is the food scarcity and some of these other programs you want to help. And again, I think, want to thank Andrew and Michelle. We put together a contract and work together collaboratively so that if there is savings, those can be passed on for further funding.
I'm glad you used the word privatization because that pretty much sums it up for me. in terms of what's happening here. And, you didn't really talk about a few things that I had asked for, which is, you know, again, you're talking about all these numbers and how you're working collaboratively. It's not very collaborative, though, to not provide the actual cost of what our mandated services are.
Mhm.
That's what I've been asking for years, never gotten it. Why won't you provide that information to us?
So we actually have provided every month, we actually provide all the animals that come to our services. So that is provided on a monthly basis to you.
So you,
So you've been
you
receiving
provide
that
the
for years.
cost,
You've
so
been
you
providing that
provide
for
to
years.
us the cost of providing our mandated services on a monthly basis.
We provide what's in the contract. We provide those numbers every month.
And my answer to that, Commissioner, is we do have those animals, and one of those reports in the packet was used with that. We have run our own estimates based on the costs that are provided.
So the county is estimating, but the Humane Society won't provide numbers to us of what they think the cost is. Is that right?
Correct. And if I just may add one more, we have explored that through negotiations, but you know, this is something that the Humane Society has not been willing to differ or to.
Yeah, it's not in our mission to put animals down after 47 days. So we will keep the animal alive.
What I'm asking though for is a budget number. How much does it cost for us to provide the services? That
These
we're
are the
recommending
actual,
to
so the
provide?
services that we provide are the actual numbers that you receive.
You're providing.
We're providing it
animals,
at break even cost.
non-estimate.
We're not making a
Okay,
dollar.
I don't need to argue with you. You don't want to answer my question, and that's fine. I have several other questions, Chair, but I don't want to monopolize the time, so I'll yield.
All right, so my cue right now is Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Somerville, and Commissioner Beaman. So go ahead, Commissioner Sanders.
I've utilized the Humane Society over the 30-something years that I've lived here in the county. It is not where I got my most recent pet from, but I do believe that you provide good service. I'm gonna speak just personally, and I said this last year. I felt like the information that we were being provided was kind of like you understood that, you know, you were the only provider, and that was the disposition that you came to the table with. And it didn't seem like it was very collaborative in terms of being a partnership. That just kind of stuck in my craw. And then I asked about the fund balance, and the answer was, what did I mean by that? And that struck me. I mean, I have, and I continue to sit on a number of boards, and fund balance is a universal language. So when I asked that question, and I didn't really get an answer for it, that was problematic to me. I don't think that anybody, I'm going to speak for myself. If I have a good partner or service provider, I'm pretty loyal. I want to stick with them. I don't want to have to go through the process of finding somebody else, but I also don't like to feel like I'm being held hostage. And I don't know that it has been demonstrated to us that we have not been a good partner. But I think when you're negotiating, you should come with a good faith effort and not sort of have and I'm not saying either of the two of you did, you know, but there was a request, I think, for communication, and it was ignored. I don't know how, when a partner asks to have a conversation, you just don't respond. And only under pressure did you basically come to the board to provide a presentation, the last contract renewal. So I'm just kind of putting it out there because I don't like to be double dared. It's just not a good thing. And partners don't typically do that. You don't. You just come to the table and you try and figure it out. And you know, through the course of negotiation, you come to some sort of middle ground, right? And so I just needed to say that because I know that this conversation, this contract has been, I would say, maybe contentious. I don't know that that was the intention. But you know, we can push back too. Nobody wants to have to do that. And we do want our residents to have good service. And we don't want to see animals roaming around. I am an animal lover. I don't believe that you get an animal and then decide 6 months later, oh, I'm moving and I'm not going to take it with me and I'm just going to abandon it or drop it off. But I just wanted to share that with you. I am, but I am also one of the commissioners that supported, our team in the, in the bargaining and the negotiation to, have enough latitude that if you push them to go hard in the paint, they could go hard in the paint. So I do appreciate the services that you provide. But, perhaps we don't have to be as contentious with each other.
Can I respond to that, Commissioner? I don't know if you were looking for a response, but I would say that we really do value the partnership that we've had with the county for far longer than any of us have been involved. And we do intend to negotiate in good faith here. I'm sorry that you felt or maybe still feel that we are not. And as to the fund balance, I think I answered that question as in what do you, I didn't know what you meant. And we call that net assets, but yeah, I can happily answer that now. And I apologize. I was not trying to stonewall you earlier this year when you asked that question.
And to be fair, just so you know, I asked that question of pretty much any nonprofit that comes before us asking.
It's a great question, yeah.
So thank you for your response.
Commissioner Somerville,
I'd like to call the question.
is there a second? Okay, Bryce.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yeah.
Commissioner Robbie,
No.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar, Commissioner Light.
No.
Motion carries. 2/3.
2/3 vote. Failed. The debate continues. So next on my list is Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. And I just, I wanted to thank our partners for being here and for the documents that they've provided. And I think that some of the confusion comes around what are accountancy terms, which is my background, and what are government terms, including things such as fund balance, and those are different than assets and liquidity and cash on hand, and all of these different terms mean different things in terms of what you have in the bank versus if you sold everything today, what you could have in the bank. But the piece that I wanted to bring forward is that, yes, we are only required to house dogs and then kill the dogs. And that's what we could do as a county. And that's not what I want to do as Washtenaw County. I don't think that that's what our constituents, the majority of them, want to do. As Washtenaw County, I have a neighboring county to the west, and that's what they do. They capture a dog, they keep it a week, and they kill it. And I beg all of my neighbors on that border to not take their animals there. So sorry, I'm sending your way. But regardless of that, there are other programs that are offered through the Humane Society and in partnership with the Humane Society that, as they touched on, really speak to other things. They partner with families that are facing homelessness and can't take their dog to a shelter. They partner with women in domestic situations who are going into a shelter and can't take their dog and don't want to leave that dog behind with that abusive partner. Those are the things that matter to me. And yes, those are the things that cost more. Could we figure out and debate what that cost is? Yes, we could. We could debate it down to the penny, or we could know that we have a good partner and work with them in good faith to make things work financially so that, yes, we are housing and feeding humans, and we are housing and feeding animals. They just said here at the podium that they want to work with us to get there. I don't know through an RFP that we're going to get a partner that's going to stand at this podium and say those same words. And that means something to me. So thank you, Jim.
All right, my queue is empty, so can I expect she'll be briefer than you. Is that all right if she goes next? No, she didn't get to make a comment earlier. Well, it's not gonna work. No. Commissioner Somerville, then Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Yeah, my failed attempt to call the question. But I do just want to say, I agree with Commissioner Beaman. I do not wish to move to a system where we fund the bare minimum and it results in killing animals. And I'm actually happy that we do cover service for cats as well. And so thank you. And I know that we did have discussions about this, which led staff down this path of negotiating this. So I want to thank staff for their work on this. Unfortunately, in a democracy, sometimes not everybody agrees with the final decision that was made by a majority of the board. I am glad with the decision that we made earlier this year. I appreciate your willingness to kind of walk down the road with us on some of these questions, but I just want to make it clear that I like the service that we provide through you all to our residents. It's important to me, and I did have 2 previous cats that I got from the Humane Society, and I know many people who have adopted pets, and I think you do amazing things. So I know it's not an easy thing to talk about. We have lots of priorities. I mean, I wasn't happy that we didn't get to $1 million for housing and homelessness earlier, but I'm gonna still keep fighting for it. It doesn't mean that I want us to go to a system where it would cause chaos in our county if people will not bring animals, and that leads to more abuse. It could also endanger people by not having what we have in place currently. And I've had experiences in my own district actually, where really dangerous dogs have injured constituents of mine. And so there's a lot more to the puzzle than just the number here. So thank you, and thank you to staff for your work on this. And those are just my comments.
Nice comments. All right, back to Commissioner Robbie. Round 2.
Round 2, here we go. So on that note of staff, to me, this isn't on you. My frustration is not directed towards staff at all. I'm actually more frustrated at the board to some degree for not giving our staff more of an ability to fight on this. And as Commissioner Sanders says, go hard in the paint. And I feel like we have kind of decided as a body that we are going to acquiesce to the demands and not give our staff parameters of what, is acceptable and what isn't. And that basically we're just going to accept anything that they hand us. And I think that's not responsible for us to have done. Commissioner Sanders asked about fund balance, and there was a discussion around that. What do you want to speak to your net assets and break it down for me? My understanding is that some of it may be the building. Do you own the building? You don't own the land, but
We own the building and part of the land.
part of the land, but
Right.
underlying the building is University of Michigan land, right?
It's leased.
Yeah.
It's leased by the
leased land,
county.
and then
It's
we
you
own
own
it.
land that the county leases that
After 50 years, we get, I think it is.
It's an 80-year lease.
80 year?
Yeah.
So in the net asset, what do you include
So,
in that?
yeah, net assets is assets minus liabilities.
So what is your,
Assets include everything from cash and investments to the building and.
Vehicles.
I guess I'm wondering, what is your current net assets?
At the end of last year, I think it was 17.8 million.
Okay, so 17, and then the building is what?
Initially 10 million, roughly.
So that leaves 7 million of what?
That leaves 7 million, exactly.
What portion of that is equipment? People are whispering.
500,000 would be.
Okay, so that leaves 6.5. Okay, so thank you for answering that question. Appreciate it. In regards to, I believe it was Commissioner Beaman's comment, it just got me thinking, is the Humane Society of Huron Valley limited to Washtenaw County residents? Do you check residency when people drop an animal off?
Yes.
And so if somebody is not a Washtenaw County resident, what do you tell
go to their local humane society or animal shelter.
So somebody can't, a Jackson County resident can't come to Washtenaw County and drop the dog.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think I just want to go back to the concept here that, you know, I'm not necessarily advocating for the county not to help support the Humane Society's mission in part. What makes me uncomfortable is that we continue to approve these budgets without a full understanding of the delta between our requirement and what we are actually giving the Humane Society in terms of funding. And without that understanding, I think we are not doing our due diligence fiscally to make sure that we are and above that mandated amount, what is it that we are funding? So for instance, in that breakdown, if you could explain, I'm sure you have an answer for this, the 52% on some of these and the 40, how did you come up with this percentage?
Sure.
So for, I mean, we could pick any of these, but yeah, how did you come up with the percentage? 52% seems to be a dominant percentage.
The 52% represents the days of care for stray and seized animals in the county compared to the days of care for our total days of care for all animals, excluding wildlife.
Okay, so stray and seized, 52%.
Mhm.
Wildlife is 48% or?
No, we're excluding wildlife from our calculations.
Okay, so what is the 48%?
So that would be surrendered animals or animals that were transferred in from out of county.
So what? Okay, the animals transferred in from out of county, what does that mean? Because didn't you just say that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's love train animals or other animals that are transferred in are part of that 48% that we're not charging you.
But the Love Train is a revenue positive program for you, right?
No, so last year. if
Why would you
look at our
bring in
numbers,
animals from out of the
so
state?
last year, we lost $1.8 million.
But why would you bring in animals from out of the state if you're losing money on that?
Yeah, it's the reason that that's where we get funding for, and that's where we have the care and donations, because people care about that. So one of the reasons that we bring animals in from other areas is because those other shelters are going to be putting those animals down in certain cases, or they don't have the means to help support them. We do have the means to help support them. In addition, a lot of those animals could be different from, let's say, a American Bulldog or some other type of breed of dog. So we try to diversify, and so we try to work with other animal shelters and even across the state to understand, okay, what are the animals that you have and how can we mix it up? Because that's when people go into a animal shelter, they may be looking for a small dog or a big dog or something. If you have the same size and color of a dog, then there's not a lot of variety. So we try to work with all.
Sounds kind of like a Petco, what you're talking about. Like you're like marketing to people.
We're not marketing to people, we're
Sounds like
saving
that's
animals.
what you're doing. I mean, you're picking and
I'm
choosing.
sorry you
animals.
feel that way, but we are saving animals across multiple areas.
Okay, I mean, the bottom line here is we are clearly going far above and beyond anything that we are required to do. And I'm very concerned about this trap, neuter and release program. We're paying 100% of it.
You do not pay anything for trap, neuter and repair or release. We've actually removed that and we're paying for that. And we did that last year as well.
That's one of many preventative items that the county is not charged for.
And that we provide to you and the county.
One of many programs. What are the other ones?
The cruelty rescue is one.
What was that?
Cruelty rescue. So yeah, we'll do wildlife rescues and cruelty investigations.
We also provide animal control officers. So you just have one animal control officer. We provide 5 field officers. And we also have over 2,000 volunteers providing over $136,000 worth of hours, which is equivalent to 60 full-time equivalents that you'd have to have if you were to fund your own.
Which we're partially paying for though.
No.
Yeah, it does $75,000
At
for
the
the
current
volunteer
contract
program.
levels, you're not even covering the cost. This is break even. This year we will break even.
Why is it in here as 46% county?
Why is what in here at 40?
Volunteer program, 46%.
I think it's similar to
misunderstanding we had before, where he's trying to say that you're not fully covering the costs, and that's what we're trying to get to.
But you could take any item on there and say like, oh, you're not
Absolutely.
paying for that.
Yes.
So, okay.
What was that? Are you taking a break?
I think I'm gonna take a break, yeah.
Okay, take a break. Let it simmer. I've got Commissioner LeBar and then Commissioner Somerville, my cue. Anybody else that wants to talk, raise your hand so I can write you down.
Thanks, Chair. I do agree that we do go above the mandated levels. I do think there is a cost. I think that cost is accounted for with HSHV. I think the level we go above mandate is in line with the values of the community. And I think we are on solid footing to explain that when they ask us to account for it. And then finally, I just say, Ingham County provides their own animal control. They do it at about 70% of what we do, but with far less in terms of the services provided. And so we can either meet the mandate, we could go above and beyond, or we could look to do it on our own. I think if we look to do it on our own, the minute we do it there, if we want anything comparable or even halfway, we're gonna end up paying first what we pay now and then more. So these are some of the reasons I'd to support the contract tonight and appreciate the discussion. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
I would like to call the question.
Brian it again. There's a second. Okay, Bryce, here we go again.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar, Commissioner Light,
No.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Questions called. Bryce.
Commissioner Sanders,
What are we doing?
Now we're voting on the contract.
Yes, with reservations.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Thanks.
Could you repeat that, Commissioner Light? Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Thanks, Chair.
Contract passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Drive safe. All right. That concludes all of our resolutions. Well done, everyone. Another good productive night. Now we can move on to report from the county administrator.
Thank you, Chair. The hour is late. I have two items this evening. We have teed up for you all the third quarter budget update. If it is the will of this body, we can receipt and file that report, or we are prepared to deliver it this evening.
We could do that, or you could add it to the next meeting.
There's no,
We're gonna have a work.
there's
The working
typically.
session in December.
yeah.
We have the holiday party,
Yeah.
but.
Yeah.
Oh,
Should
okay.
like to hear the presentation. Should we vote on it?
Well, I mean, we straw poll it. I mean, do we even really need
There's no substantive change to what you heard during the second quarter, correct? Yes.
do the presentation, but expeditiously.
What did?
But thoroughly.
For expediency, and while she's bringing up the presentation, the other item that I had is just a heartfelt thank you to the commissioners who attended the Women's Day event on last Tuesday. It was a wonderful event, and I am not one for social media, but I was struck by some of the comments that were displayed on Facebook and in other forums. So thank you so much. This is something that I think we will only build on in future years. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. And thank you to the team.
You ready?
Oh, I'm ready. And you don't got to rush. Just get in
I'm
there.
not in a rush. I'll just focus on the key points, but so I forgot my notes. I'm so sorry. So at a high level, third quarter, we're projecting about a $2.9 million shortfall. This includes the budgeted use of fund balance of $10 million. It's on the later slide, but has been unchanged since second quarter update. At 12/31/22, general fund balance was 49.9 million. This would make the projected fund balance 47 million, which is 30.8% of budget and above the 29% target threshold. Compared to second quarter, it's a little bit worse. We'll get to the largest difference is at second quarter, we were hoping the clerk revenues would come in on budget, and we're now projecting a $400,000 shortfall. Other changes are slight changes in vacancy savings, but largely the same. So general fund revenues, 143.3 million. Not a lot to highlight here. It looks a lot like we have seen in the past, with the general operating millage being the biggest revenue source. For revenue shortfalls, we're projecting a $9.5 million revenue shortfall. Of that, $8.5 million is the planned use of fund balance. The other ones largely net to about $1 million. So district court is at 975,000 is a projected shortfall. Sheriff is at 780,000, largely due to unfilled PSU contracts. Trial court is looking at 690,000. It's a slight improvement over second quarter. And then, like I mentioned, that clerk ROD variance is the one change really from the third quarter. And then on the surplus side, we're projecting the personal property tax reimbursements of 932,000. And that's unbudgeted. It was passed in the budget amendments tonight. So that will change for final update. So nothing too surprising on that front. Planned use of fund balance. This is for your information. It is the same as second quarter. So I wasn't going to go through all of the items other than there are a number of bars on here for the previous year's unspent compensation study dollars. Those have now been paid in October to employees as lump sums. So that money has gone out the door, which is great for our employees. On the expenditure front, $146.2 million in projected expenditures. Public safety and justice outside of contract policing is the largest chunk of expenditures. Again, it's similar to previous quarters. The cap credit has changed slightly, and that just has to do with spreading allocations of those lump sum payments out to the departments. Previously, they've been budgeted in central charges, but the net impact to the county is the same. Appropriations to non-general funds, these have changed again with that spread of those lump sum payments. We make sure to fund them for our, especially for our non-general fund programs, since it's general fund resources that are allocated. So you'll see changes largely to CMH, health, and OCD are the big ones that we fund in full, and the others according to grant agreements that we have. On the expenditure side, we are projecting expenditure surplus of $6.7 million. That largely is in personal services due to vacancy, partially due to vacancy savings. Didn't follow my notes along with me. And then other position, unprecedented vacancy and position savings countywide. Trial court has a $1.3 million surplus. Of that, it fully offsets their revenue shortfall. It is largely due to the vacant positions. Similar with the sheriff's office, they have a $759,000 surplus. It's due to $3.2 million in vacancy savings, offset by $2.4 million in over expenditures driven by medical and food contracts, but is fully offsetting that revenue shortfall that they have. And then district court is projecting about a $250,000 surplus due to vacancy savings. Non-general funds, there wasn't any changes in these statuses. The funds that are projecting shortfalls, just to highlight, indigent defense just has to do with the way the funding mechanism works with the state. It's not a programmatic thing. It's just the state pre-funded it, so we operate on a deficit, but there are no actual concerns there. Health has a planned use of fund balance that is, hold on, about under $100,000, so it dropped. They started the year at 406,000 projected in their budget, so they came in better than expected. Community corrections has been on our list for a while of using fund balances, and they're expected to exhaust it either this year or early next year, although with the changes that could change next year. Q3 budget adjustments within administrative authority, we did one for $100,000 in the EECS special voted millage, that's radios. And it was just $100,000 of current property tax dollars and operating supplies in alignment with that. Next steps, these again, largely the same. We're continuing to monitor the clerk revenues. Still don't know structural versus one-time marijuana revenue. We're hoping we're getting closer to stability in that funding source. Court revenues, we addressed earlier tonight. And then fund balance availability due to approaching that funding policy limit. Expenditures, we're still monitoring inflation, supply chain issues, personnel cost growth, full implementation of the compensation study. To quote Tina, we are working on projection on top of projection on top of projection just because it's been less than a year. So we continue to just keep monitoring that to make sure we don't have unexpected costs on that front. And then next up, I'll be back year-end report March or April. First reading of the budget was adopted tonight, and then final reading at the December meeting. Questions?
That was good.
I like not too fast.
No, I think it was an appropriate speed. Yep. Greg?
If there are no questions, that will conclude my report.
Oh, are there questions, friends? Nope. Okay.
Thank you.
I have several questions. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Is that a question, Commissioner Sanders? No. Okay, let's go. We're done with that. Report from the chair of the Board of Commissioners. Got a stack of paper here for, no, I'm gonna go ahead and just say no report tonight. Items for current and future discussion. Do we have any? Commissioner Robbie.
Hopefully I don't get run out of here with a pitchfork, but I just want to make a request. Given our previous discussion about animal control, I would like to ask the administrator during your our first January meeting or second January meeting, during your report, to give us a report on progress that you've made with getting local communities to give us resources to offset the costs that we are subsidizing for animal control for those communities. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
We've had the second meeting since the first one's the organizational meeting.
That's fine. Second meeting's good.
Okay, just want to be clear. Anybody got another one? Pending items, there are none. Is there a motion to adjourn? All in favor? All right, we got out of here before 1 a.m. Any no's? Let the